Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to Zagreb to the International Conference 30 Years After Dayton, Leading the Way with Local Solutions. Today we shall discuss this topic and the current developments related to it through 3 panels with distinguished guest speakers. But first, allow me to announce the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Croatia, Mr. Gordan Grlić-Radman, and kindly invite him to address us on this occasion.
Thank you so much. At the very beginning, so it's my honor to welcome the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Andrej Plenković, our host and presenter today, and who is strongly supported us of all our activities, and first of all, this very, very important conference. Furthermore, it's my pleasure to greet today all representatives of the 3 constituent peoples of Bosnia and Herzegovina, but in the different functions. First of all, Madam Željka Cvijanović, member of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. There is also Foreign Minister of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Medin Konaković, and Dragan Čović, First Deputy Speaker of the House of Peoples of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the President of the Croat National Assembly of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the panelist today, and he is on his way here, but it will be a little wait. So with us there are also Madam Zdravka Bušić, an envoy of the President of the Croatian Parliament, Vice President of Croatian Parliament, Mr. Ivan Penava, my colleagues, ministers, I see, and Minister of Health, Irena Hrstić, somewhere here. Of course, Eminence, our friend, Archbishop Giorgio Lingua, Apostolic Nuncio, and I think there is also Mustafa Cerić, Grand Mufti Emeritus of Bosnia and President of the Assembly of Bosniak Academy of Science and Arts, our panelists today. Of course, our ambassadors, but first of all also our panelists, and representing United States, and Madam Nicole McGraw, Ambassador of the United States to the Republic of Croatia, and of course our panelists. And members of Croatian parliaments, members of the European parliaments, state secretaries, excellencies, ambassadors, panelists, all panelists here, members of diplomatic corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It's really a pleasure to welcome you in Zagreb on this conference titled 30 Years After Dayton, Leading to the Way with Local Solutions, commemorating 3 decades of the Dayton Accords, initialed on 21st November 1995 in Dayton, and ceremonially signed on 14th December 1995 in Paris. The Day Accords ended the bloody war. However, it's become the cornerstone of the Bosnia-Herzegovina constitutional framework and political stability. Exactly 5 years ago, in cooperation with the Croatian Academy of Science and Arts in Zagreb, we organized the International Conference Legacy of Peace, 25 years of the Dayton-Paris Peace Agreement. Then, as today, our goal has always been to gather and facilitate meetings of legitimate and authentic representatives of the 3 constituent peoples and the international community in order for them to freely and constructively speak on their vision of Bosnia and Herzegovina and its future. Then and today, our efforts have been rewarded with success. Most conferences on Bosnia and Herzegovina, though I will not say all, end up favoring one school of thought, rendering them as echo chambers with no concrete added value in the grand scheme of things. It is either the concept of the one citizen, one vote, or secessionism. And our aim is simple and clear, yet not easy. Contribute to the constructive resolution of issues related to institutional reforms and support Bosnia and Herzegovina's path towards the EU. And Croatia has proven as a sincere advocate of Bosnia and Herzegovina European perspective. Croatia is a vocal proponent. It's not only in our strategic interest, it's just naturally we share common history, and Bosnia and Herzegovina needs and deserves to be the part of the European Union. That's good. They should answer the full, and this door will only be possible if the legitimate representatives of the three constituent peoples put their heads together. They should answer the full needs of a functional Bosnia and Herzegovina on its way to European integration and, if I can add, transatlantic aspirations as well. As for today's conference, the framing is the following, and it's based on our best practice. First, the first panel brings the relevant representatives we call witnesses of history, who are still alive, having perspectives from active participants of those historic times is always good to set the tone. The academic panel brings us representatives of the three constituent peoples alongside independent experts in their fields. Their perspectives will widen our horizon. And the third, the last panel, gathers active political actors representing the three constituent peoples of Bosnia and Herzegovina alongside their peers from international community. These panels will try to assist current stakeholders and decision makers in shaping their efforts. In this spirit, and as a general framework, we warmly welcome the alignment of our position with one of the United States, clearly expressed during the UN Security Council session on Bosnia and Herzegovina. So now is the time for local solutions led by local actors, Bosnia and Herzegovina, representing Bosnia and Herzegovina's three constituent peoples. Simply, our aim is that through this conference we can, in an open and tolerant dialogue, create the conditions for a better mutual understanding on the future of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Tolerant dialogue requires building a relationship with people you disagree with and will always disagree with. Listening to version of history that will never be your version of history. However, this is essential for the political stability of the lasting prosperity of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and live side by side. So I thank you so much and wish you a fruitful discussion with a positive outcome. Have a pleasant stay in Croatia, pleasant stay in Zagreb.
It is now my honor to announce the Prime Minister of Croatia, Mr. Andrej Plenković, and invite him to deliver his address.
Hvala lijepa. Good day, dear Minister Grlić Radman, Madam Cvijanović, member of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Mr. Konakovic, Foreign Minister, distinguished members of the Croatian Parliament, Deputy President of the Parliament, distinguished political representatives, speakers, everybody who is attending this important conference organized by our Foreign Ministry at the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the Dayton-Paris Agreement. I also welcome you to Croatia, and I would like to share a few thoughts from the government's perspective on this occasion. 30 years ago, in the winter of 1995, the guns finally fell silent over the scarred hills and valleys of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Dayton-Paris peace agreement ended the bloodiest conflict on European soil since the Second World War, a war that, until Russia's aggression against Ukraine, stood as the darkest chapter of our continent's recent history. Yet, one lesson remains painfully clear. Peace, once achieved, is never guaranteed. It must be protected, strengthened, and renewed day by day. This is why we gather here today, not only to remember, but to promote dialogue and enhance mutual understanding. The story of Bosnia and Herzegovina in the 90s is not distant history. It is a living warning and an enduring source of hope. It teaches us the cost of hesitation, the power of solidarity, and the essential importance of shared responsibility. Let us therefore look briefly and factually through three perspectives. First, the road to war, then the road to peace, and then the road that lies ahead. On the first part, the policy of aggression against Bosnia and Herzegovina had a prelude, briefly in Slovenia, and fully and with devastating consequences, as everybody who is a Croat here in this room knows, in Croatia. It was waged by Milosevic's regime, underpinned by the ideology of Greater Serbia, which prevented any possibility of a negotiated and peaceful separation among the Yugoslav republics. As is well known, Bosnia and Herzegovina has always been marked by a rich diversity. With its three constituent peoples, and in 1991, a population composed of roughly 44% of Bosniaks, 31% of Serbs, and 17% of Croats, Muslims, Orthodox, Catholics, Jews, and others lived side by side for centuries. Its defining feature lay in its multinational character. The first blow to Bosnia and Herzegovina came earlier than is often remembered. In the autumn of 1991, during its wider operation against southern Croatia and the encirclement of Dubrovnik, the Yugoslav People's Army, so-called JNA, attacked and destroyed the predominantly Croat village of Ravno. This happened 6 months before the assault on Sarajevo. With no protection for the local population, Croats and Bosniaks began to organize their own defense through the first village formations of the Croatian Defense Council, HVO, in September of 1991. This occurred well before the formal establishment of the Army of the Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina in April 1992. In July 1992, Presidents Tudjman and Izetbegovic signed in Zagreb an agreement on friendship and cooperation between Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. The agreement recognized the armed component of the Croatian Defense Council as an integral part of the unified armed forces of Bosnia and Herzegovina, strengthening joint defense at a moment of vulnerability of both states. In the months that followed, Serb forces carried out the most extensive phase of their offensive, seizing around 70% of Bosnia and Herzegovina and driving nearly 1 million people from their homes. As a result, Croats and Bosniaks, who together made up 2/3 of the country's population, found themselves confined to less than 1/3 of its territory, fighting to preserve what remained of the country's freedom. Combined with severe shortages of food, medicine, and weapons, supplies that for both communities arrived exclusively through Croatia, local tensions steadily rose. Under the pressure created by the mass displacement of Bosniaks into central Bosnia following Serb advances, disputes over vital resources intensified. And in this climate, a tragic Croat-Bosnian conflict erupted in 1993. Its scale, however, remained incomparably smaller in absolute terms than the violence carried out by Serb forces across the country. And the conflict was ultimately overcome through diplomacy. The Washington Agreement of 18 March 1994, brokered by the United States and supported by Zagreb and Ankara, restored that Croat-Bosniak alliance and created the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which became. Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina were the principal targets of the same revisionist project. Bosnia and Herzegovina's profound multinational diversity made it particularly vulnerable to such aggression. Tragically, this very strength was weaponized by those who chose force, ethnic cleansing, and expulsion. Within months of Bosnia and Herzegovina's independence, the independence Croats in Bosnia and Herzegovina helped secure in the 1992 referendum, in which Croatia was among the first to recognize the very foundations of the new state came under direct assault. By the end of the conflict, around 100,000 people had lost their lives. Tens of thousands were missing or wounded, and entire communities were erased. In the face of this systematic campaign of violence, Bosnia and Herzegovina society was torn apart, and the humanitarian crisis deepened across the country. Croatia itself, bleeding from the homeland war and sheltering more than 260,000 internally displaced persons, opened its door to over 400,000 refugees from Bosnia and Herzegovina. We kept supply lines open. We sustained an airlift to the besieged Bihać enclave for 3 long years. Compassion, even amid war, did not disappear. Let me say a few words about the road to peace. The turning point clearly came in 1995. The split declaration, signed again by Presidents Tudjman and Izetbegovic, restored the alliance between Croats and Bosniaks and enabled joint military operations. Operation Storm liberated occupied Croatian territory and simultaneously broke the siege of Bihać, together with the forces of Army of Bosnia and Herzegovina, saving, even by conservative estimates, more than 100,000 lives from the fate that had befallen Srebrenica only weeks earlier. By autumn, joint efforts liberated more than half of Bosnia and Herzegovina's territory. After the liberation operations in western Bosnia, in which Croatian forces played a decisive role, the territory held by Serb forces fell from more than 70% to about 45.5%. However, this was below the 49% threshold imposed by the contact group as the basis for a future settlement. To reach that ratio, delicate territorial adjustments had to be made so that Serb forces would agree to withdraw from the positions from which they had encircled Sarajevo and to open a land corridor to the besieged enclave of Gorazde. At that very moment of maximum strength, a different choice was made, a choice for peace. At the initiative of the United States, President Tudjman agreed to return approximately 2,100 square kilometers of hard-won, liberated territory in western Bosnia on one condition, that all parties accept peace. This was not weakness. It was the highest form of statesmanship and cooperation within the international community, a deliberate decision to exchange tactical advantage for strategic peace, so that our neighboring state could continue to exist as a sovereign country. This political decision also enabled the 51 versus 49 territorial balance imposed by the contact group, a prerequisite for lifting the siege of the capital and securing access to the last remaining Bosniak enclave in eastern Bosnia, without which no peace agreement would have been possible. In this sense, without that Croatian decision and without sustained American leadership there would have been no Dayton. And the map of southeastern Europe, including Bosnia and Herzegovina, would look probably different today. The lesson from 1995 remains clear. Force gave way to diplomacy. Military victory was followed by moral and political responsibility. Few words about these lessons and how we can shape the future. Dayton stopped the war and saved countless lives. Its success rested on a clear constitutional architecture, the equality of its three constituent peoples and the balance between individual and collective rights. Respecting both the letter and the spirit of that agreement remains essential for the country's stability. This framework was applied correctly throughout the first decade after Dayton, when the equality of all three constituent peoples was upheld in practice, and Bosnia and Herzegovina made real and visible progress. It is only when this balance began to be eroded, especially through arrangements that disadvantaged Croats, that the country's political functionality weakened and its reform momentum slowed. 30 years later, Bosnia and Herzegovina still grapples with questions of legitimacy, representation, and institutional functionality. And so the lessons remain urgent. Peace requires partnership, never domination. Individual and collective rights must coexist in a delicate balance. Demographic strength must never become a tool of exclusion. Undermining the equality of any constituent people undermines peace itself and the mutual trust. Legitimate representation is not a technicality. It is the backbone of democratic confidence. And perhaps most importantly, European and the Euro-Atlantic or transatlantic integration remains the strongest and most reliable guarantees of lasting peace. Ladies and gentlemen, Croatia has no hidden agenda in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Our only interest is the same one we defended in the 90s, a stable, functional, prosperous neighbor in which Bosniaks, Serbs, and of course Croats, as well as all the other citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina, enjoy equal rights and equal dignity, and where no one feels like a second-class citizen in their own country. Bosnia and Herzegovina once again stands at a familiar crossroads, between stagnation and genuine European future, between separatism that denies unity and hegemonism that denies diversity. The only sustainable path is the European one: federalism, power sharing, dialogue, and the search for compromise for the benefit of all. The Croat people in Bosnia and Herzegovina, rooted there for centuries, have consistently chosen cooperation over conflict. They were the only party to accept every international peace proposal during the war, and they continue to serve as a bridge even when others pull apart. They are also among the strongest advocates of Bosnia and Herzegovina's European and NATO integration. Croatia, as a guarantor of the Dayton Agreement and as a member of both European Union and NATO, will not waver its commitment to Bosnia and Herzegovina's stability, equality, and European path. Because peace is not an inheritance that maintains itself. It is a responsibility. The war in Bosnia and Herzegovina was Europe's gravest tragedy since 1945, until the war in Ukraine reminded us once again that peace on our continent can never be taken for granted. 30 years after Dayton, our task is not to reopen what was agreed, but to uphold it fully, consistently, and in good faith. The key is to apply the Constitution in a way that strengthens rather than erodes, trust among its three constituent peoples, and to avoid practices that depart from the spirit of the agreement or create unnecessary and harmful misunderstandings. Only such an approach can ensure a Bosnia and Herzegovina that is stable, functional, and responsive to all its citizens. On that path, Bosnia and Herzegovina can always count on Croatia's support. I say this as a Prime Minister who is 10 years in office, and knowing what everybody else is speaking in international fora, I assure you, Madam Member of the Presidency, Minister, no one else raises so sincerely and so fervently the dossier of Bosnia and Herzegovina and its reforms and the advances towards the European Union. And you know it very well, especially when we organized a joint visit by today's NATO Secretary General Rutte and Commission's President Ursula von der Leyen, bringing together the most pro-Bosnia and Herzegovina country in the Council, which was Croatia, and the one which was the most reserved at the time, the Netherlands, together with the Commission to lift the reservations before the crucial decision of the European Council to open the accession negotiations with Bosnia and Herzegovina. So in that respect, we want the country to be fully functional, just, and irrevocably European state, where every citizen, regardless of identity, can feel represented, protected, and respected. Croatia will continue to invest in Bosnia and Herzegovina's future with resolve and responsibility. A future of Bosnia and Herzegovina moves from being a symbol of Europe's past suffering to a testament to the capacity of renewal, unity, and shared destiny. Croatia works with its EU and NATO partners to secure Bosnia and Herzegovina's stability and progress. This is why we organized this conference, to enable dialogue, and I would like to thank our key organizer, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, Mr. Grlić Radman, for taking the initiative. The dialogue among legitimate and authentic representatives of the three constituent peoples, alongside academics and the international community, so they can constructively share their visions for Bosnia and Herzegovina's future. To promote trust as an essential ingredient of any political cooperation. Allow me to add one point with sincerity and respect. Croatia does not raise the issue of Croat equality in Bosnia and Herzegovina lightly, nor with any desire to burden our relations. We would be happiest if we never had to raise it at all. Yet, as long as the Croats feel disadvantaged, we have a responsibility to signal that concern, always in good faith and always in the interest of Bosnia and Herzegovina itself. The quickest and the most constructive way for this topic to disappear from public debate is for it to be resolved within Bosnia and Herzegovina through arrangements that strengthen confidence, and I refer here in particular to the forthcoming elections in 2026, and still enough time to alter what would be useful and trustworthy for all the peoples in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Final point coming from Banja Luka yesterday. Thank you for the hospitality, Madam Cvijanović. I would just like to stress that Croatia's policy vis-à-vis Bosnia and Herzegovina is equal towards all its parts, and we shall continue to support a number of projects that will put the life of not only Croats but everybody else in a better economic and social position. That's why we are constantly increasing the investments as well as the projects supported by the Croatian government, which should facilitate the European future for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Many of the people in the room do not know, and I would like to here praise the President of the Council of Ministers, Madame Kristo. In order for a topic to be adopted at the Council of Ministers in Bosnia and Herzegovina, unlike anywhere else that I know, I have to admit I've seen quite a lot of countries and lived in a lot of countries, but nowhere else does any member of the Council of Ministers enjoy the right of veto to put any topic on the agenda of the Committee of Ministers sessions. This signals you the complexity of the functionality as something that would here in our culture, in our political institutions, would seem almost impossible and irrational. Over there, it is the reality, and the reality is literally only a few kilometers away, but nonetheless, we are here for you, we will support you, we want your progress, and even today's conference with such a high turnout and so many respected peoples who personally actually contributed to both Washington and Dayton Paris agreements will certainly give to the Croatian public and this new generation the perspective which very often lacks in terms of knowledge, conclusion, and understanding of the complexity of the dossier. I know it because as time passes, there are few and few leaders, even at the lower levels rather than at the highest level, who actually remember at all who was who 30 years ago, not only in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but elsewhere. And this is something that we have to be aware of in the context of explaining what our positions are and what we feel should be the best way to proceed. So in this hope that we lead the way with the local solutions, which is always the best, enjoy the conference, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for your remarks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our first panel of the day, Designing Peace, the Dayton Agreement Origin Story. It is my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Nicole McGraw, Ambassador of the United States of America to Croatia, whom I kindly invite to take the floor and offer her opening remarks.
Esteemed Prime Minister, distinguished officials, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me here today on this important occasion. The Dayton Peace Agreement was a milestone, not only in the history of Bosnia and Herzegovina, but for the stability and security of the entire region. Dayton brought an end to a horrible war. It affirmed Bosnia and Herzegovina's sovereignty and territorial integrity and made it possible for communities to rebuild, for the country's people to begin charting their own future. Despite its imperfections, it has preserved peace for nearly 3 decades. 30 years ago, the belief that peace was possible, even after unimaginable loss, gave people the courage and persistence to sit around a table in Ohio, far away from home, and make decisions that affected millions. The achievement is undeniable, and I am proud of the role that the United States played in securing the peace. 30 years later, we should use occasions like this to consider not only the past, but a practical future. Under President Trump's leadership, the United States' commitment to peace is unwavering. Peace is ultimately the responsibility of all, not just the United States. For Croatia and other NATO allies, that means your pledges for defense spending, investments that build deterrence and ensure peace. For Bosnia and Herzegovina, I want to emphasize here the message the United States delivered at the UN Security Council earlier this fall. The United States is no longer pursuing nation-building or heavy-handed international intervention in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now is the time for local solutions led by local actors, representing all 3 constituent peoples in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The United States wants Bosnia and Herzegovina to move away from a persistent state of crisis and instead work to promote shared prosperity for all constituent peoples through compromise and cooperation. Bosnia and Herzegovina's future and that of all the countries in the region depend on leaders' willingness to embrace the responsibilities entrusted to them by their people. We wish to see leaders work to find solutions together, solve problems cooperatively, and seek to heal the wounds of the past. All over the world, we seek partnerships grounded in mutual respect and the advancement of shared interests. The United States is ready and willing to work with leaders who are committed to policy solutions that are centered around practical realism, both in Croatia and the Western Balkans. We have important examples of this approach succeeding already. Energy cooperation between the United States and Croatia is one of my top priorities, as many of you know. The recent positive progress on the Southern Interconnection gas pipeline shows what is possible when local leaders commit to positive outcomes over politics. This project will strengthen ties between Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, contribute to energy security, and offer the region new opportunities to diversify their energy sources. European energy security and the Southern Interconnection contribute to peace. In fact, ending Europe's reliance on Russian energy is part of the path to peace in Ukraine. The Southern Interconnection project is a priority for the United States in this region. Secretary of Interior Burgum and Secretary of Energy Wright were both deeply engaged on this issue, along with Minister Schuschner and the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina Energy Minister at the PTEC conference in Athens last month. They are watching the pipeline progress closely, and leaders in Bosnia and Herzegovina, some who are here today, are now working together to overcome political obstacles and move forward a solution for a U.S. company to implement the pipeline to meet their country's energy needs. The United States applauds the work ethic and pragmatism behind these negotiations, and I, together with Sergej Ginkel and his excellent team in Sarajevo, continue to support this local solution to get the project done. U.S. policy will continue to engage dynamically and pragmatically with local actors who focus on solutions. Another important example was when the Republika Srpska National Assembly in October took the decision to revoke anti-Dayton legislation, setting Bosnia and Herzegovina on a more stable path. Because the Republika Srpska reversed the specific measures that weighed heavily in the decision to impose sanctions, the U.S. adjusted our sanctions posture in response. The United States will keep working actively and constructively with local partners who are committed to getting things done. Thank you for joining today. We remain committed to working closely with Croatia to build a practical future on the foundation of Dayton to secure peace, stability, and prosperity.
Thank you very much, Ambassador McGraw, for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the moderator of this panel, Mr. Ivan Šimonović, Chief Legal Advisor of the Croatian negotiating team during the Dayton talks and former Minister of Justice. The floor is yours.
Mr. Prime Minister, Madam Member of the Presidency, distinguished ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the panel which commemorates the Dayton Peace Accords concluded 30 years ago and puts them into historical perspective. It is my honor and pleasure to moderate this panel, and let me introduce you our distinguished panelists. Mate Granic, Minister of Foreign Affairs in time of Dayton. Please take the floor. I planned for him quite difficult questions, but the fact that we are not joined by Muhammad Shakir Bey, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina at the time, will add some more questions for former Minister Granic. Miomir Žužul, he was a Croatian representative to the contact group and later Minister of Foreign Affairs of Croatia. We shall be getting a video message from Mike Turner, who was in 1995 mayor of Dayton and is now congressman. We have Mehmet Alibayar, in 1995 foreign policy advisor of President of Turkey, Süleyman Demirel. Alexander Rotter, a German political scientist, author, and expert on Western Balkans, as well as on military issues, also colonel of the German army. Please. And finally, Krešimir Ćosić, retired Lieutenant General in 1995, advisor to the Chief of Staff of the Croatian Army. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been written and discussed about developments preceding Dayton Peace Accords, their specific content, as well as their consequences for Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as for the wider region. However, some issues still remain insufficiently clarified. Having here our distinguished panelists who either themselves personally participated in Dayton talks or are expert on this issue is a great opportunity to improve our understanding of historical significance of the Dayton Peace Accords. Panelists are invited to address two central questions. First, the well-known discrepancy of the constitutional arrangement of Bosnia and Herzegovina set forth in the Dayton Peace Accords between the two entities, Federation of Republika Srpska and the Federation constituting of different ethnic groups by majority Bosniaks and Croats. In the same time, constitutional arrangement recognizes three constituent peoples of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bosniaks, Croats, and the Serbs. The recognition of predominantly Serbian entity, Republika Srpska, helped to protect Serbian national interests in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also contributed to the continued appetite for secession. Within this constitutional arrangement, Bosniaks, as the largest ethnic group, were stimulated to push for unitarism within federation and within overall Bosnia and Herzegovina. In Dayton and its aftermath, Croats, being the smallest of three constituent peoples and sharing their entity federation with more numerous Bosniaks, have been trying to protect their national interest through constitutional arrangement based on equality and consensual decision-making of all constituent peoples. However, in practice, it led to additional layers of bureaucracy, inefficiency, and blockades. It remains unclear why did the contact group, after failure of numerous peace proposals favoring three entities or Bosnia and Herzegovina consisting of cantons, pushed for the proposal based on two entities and three constituent peoples. If this model was aimed to accommodate the Serbian side, why was this model unlikely to produce a functioning state retained in autumn of 1995 after the balance of power shifted to its Croatian and Bosniak side? Why did Croatia and Bosniak side accepted it? Second block of questions on the impact of the 1995 power shift on the peace settlement. Did Srebrenica genocide influence the United States to support Croatian liberation Operation Storm, having in mind prevention of another potential Serbian genocide against Bosniaks in the Bihać pocket? Why was fighting between Croats and Bosniaks not stopped and their military cooperation established earlier? Why have the United States requested advancing Croatian forces not to take Banja Luka? How might capture of Banja Luka have affected the peace negotiations? Dear panelists, I will ask you some specific questions, but please feel free to extend your comments beyond them. However, please stay within the limit of 5 minutes each. Now, let me start with you, Minister Granic. You had an important role in reaching the Washington Agreement and setting the stage for the split declaration, which enabled Croats and Bosniaks to shift the balance of power ahead of Dayton peace talks. Why military cooperation between Croatian and Bosniak side did not start earlier? Why the advancing Croatian army after the Operation Storm did not take Banja Luka? And how would that, if it had happened, affect peace negotiations? Finally, why did Croatia accept asymmetric constitutional arrangement of Bosnia and Herzegovina with 3 constituent peoples and 2 entities, arguably the least favorable international peace plans for Bosnian Croats. Although ahead of Dayton, and we will discuss there with our military specialists, the balance of powers shifted. How would Bosnia and Herzegovina look like today if 3 entities, or if the cantonal constitutional model were adopted, and how would that reflect on its accession to the European Union? Mr. Granic, a lot of easy questions for you.
Thank you, dear Ivan. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, preliminary Washington Agreement signed on the 1st of March 1994 stopped the war between the Croats and the Bosniaks in 24 hours. Preliminary agreement signed Haris Silagic, Krešimir Zubak and me. Final agreement signed President Tudjman, President Izetbegovic and Krešimir Zubak as a representative of Bosnian Croats on the 18th of March 1994. What we discussed during the 6 days negotiations, many different things, but 2 were crucial. Cantonal arrangement of federation, and after that, on the whole territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we got immediately support Bosniaks and representative of United States, especially Secretary of State, Warren Christopher. Second was question about the Constitution. Our proposal was federation and Bosnia and Herzegovina as a country of 3 constituent people, equal rights for all citizens. There were very heavy negotiations with Haris Silagic, but with strong help from the United States, we finished these negotiations after 2.5 days. Finally signed Washington Agreement. Implementation was very good, with many problems between the Croats and the Bosniaks, with a strong help of United States, Turkey, Holy See, and Germany, but especially United States and Turkey concerning relations with the Bosniaks, but with Croats too. In November 1994, Bihać was blocked. Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Muhammad Shachir Bey, called me many times, sent a letter that we help Bihać. I spoke with our Minister of Defense, Gojko Šušak, and during one dinner, and he told me, okay, the model can be only the corridor, large corridor, between our border and Bihać. We spoke with American Ambassador Peter Galbraith, he supported. After that, we discussed with the President Tudjman. President Tudjman was very careful, told us we must be ready for deliberation the whole occupied Croatian territory. But we will ask United States State Department and White House. After 24 hours, we got the letter from President Clinton, and we didn't get support. In June 1995, a contact group invited Ministers of Foreign Affairs in Geneva on the meeting, a contact group from Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Croatia, and they had a meeting a day before, and on the meeting with us, they inform us, just inform, that the future Bosnia and Herzegovina would be a country of two entities and three constituent peoples. There was unity between United States, Russian Federation, France, United Kingdom. There was not too much space for discussion. President Tudjman and President Izetbegovic finally accepted. What happened after that? After the tragedy in Srebrenica, the greatest massacre after the Second World War, President of Turkey, Demirel, wanted to see President Tudjman immediately. We organized a meeting on Reunion Islands on the 13th and 17th of July. And he practically asked President Tudjman that we had a Bosniak. He told us that Bosniak are on the knee. President Tudjman spoke with our delegation. We were in favor that we help Bosniaks at this moment. Minister Šušak told we are ready in 24 hours to go. I was responsible for the organization, the meeting in Split on the 22nd of July, and I prepared the so-called Split Declaration, that international agreement about Croatian help Bosnia and Herzegovina, militarily and diplomatically, but I spoke with President Izetbegovic, asked him, and I told him that he sent a letter to the President Tudjman and asked military help and diplomatic help of Croatia. He immediately accepted, sent a letter. After that, in 24 hours, Croatian army started to help Bosnia and Herzegovina army and HVO, so-called Sama 95 operation. 10 days after that, with the storm operation, we deliberated major part of our occupied territory in Sri Ampa zones. And we continued the operation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We were in front of Banja Luka, 20 kilometers. And at this time, called me Secretary Warren Christopher and told me that we must stop. I asked with him why. He told me 300,000 Serbs would go to Serbia, maybe would come another leader worse than Milosevic, and 100,000 would probably in the Nubian region. I told him that I can't to decide, but I will inform President Tudjman. General Clark spoke with Minister Šušak, and Richard Holbrooke spoke with President and Ambassador Galbraith with the President Tudjman. President Tudjman accepted suggestions. Why? Because Americans was our main strategic partner. And after 1 week, we were invited in Dayton. First 2 days, we finished negotiations with the Serbian side with a strong help of United States about the peaceful integration in the Nubian region. We finished, and after that, we signed so-called Erdut agreement. That was the most successful peaceful operation in the history of UN. That's all.
I thank you very much. I hear that former Minister Šarčirbey is with us on the video screen. So, Minister Šarčirbey, welcome. I have a couple of questions for you. Is it true that Bosniak leadership accepted Kutiljero's three entities plan, but then rejected it after the intervention of the US Ambassador Zimmerman? Why did Bosniaks also reject the Vance-Owen cantonal model of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which did not require territorial continuity of cantons predominantly inhabited by one ethnic group, as well as allowed for creation of ethnically mixed cantons. How would, in your view, Bosnia and Herzegovina and its EU and NATO prospects look like today if the three entities or the cantonal constitutional models were adopted in Dayton? Minister Shakir Bey. We have no voice. Is your mic on? Okay, if we cannot...
I'll come to another computer. Maybe
yes, we hear you loud and clear now, but we don't see you.
Great.
We see you as well.
Great. Thank you very much then. I think it's, thank you for this opportunity and thank you for the wonderful welcome from far away in Zagreb and so many old colleagues and friends. I think it's important that I recognize the comments first of Prime Minister Plenković. I think in spirit and overwhelmingly in substance, I would agree with those comments. Also, Minister Grlić-Radman emphasizing the perspective of Bosnia and Herzegovina as an EU state, an EU partner, and also a Euro-Atlantic partner. I think that's very critical. And finally, let me recognize my old colleague, Minister Granic's statement just before me. I agree in overwhelming part. There are just some differences in dates I would mention. For example, not June, but September 8th in Geneva was when we were, in effect, told that it was going to be two entities and with the percentages defined. I would also, I think, very critically emphasize Minister Granic's words regarding the Washington Agreement. And that, I think, is the key point, which is the Washington Agreement was not only critical for establishing peace at that time, and I won't go into all the causes of the conflict, but it was also envisioned that the cantonal arrangement would apply to all of Bosnia and Herzegovina once an overall peace agreement was reached. Obviously, that was not the case in Dayton, and I think Minister Granic mentioned that critical meeting in Geneva where we were in effect told it would be two entities and three constituent peoples. That's a very short summary because I need to get to your point. I was not a party to any discussions with Minister Cutriero. I was not involved in Bosnian politics. In fact, I never became a member of any Bosnian political party. And when I did represent Bosnia, it was as an official of the state. And being an attorney, I found it rather easy for my mental framework to adjust to representing a state and not any people or constituent peoples. But I think in your comments, Minister, you emphasized Bosnia and Herzegovina rejecting the Vance Owen plan. Actually, that was not the case. The Vance Owen plan, was rejected by Banja Luka, that is Pale at the time, and most importantly, Belgrade. In fact, while we had many reservations, and I, as an ambassador at the time, had many reservations regarding the Vance Owen plan, it was actually accepted. And one of the major, I think, difficulties between Zagreb and Sarajevo evolved in April of 1993 when Lord Owen came to Zagreb to try to bring together President Tudjman and President Izetbegovic to put greater pressure on Belgrade and Pale to accept the Vance-Owen plan. And at that time, for reasons that I don't need to get into, President Tudjman said that he thought that Vance-Owen plan was dead. In hindsight, not only do I believe that the Vance-Owen plan would have been superior to the Dayton plan, and particularly the Washington Agreement as described by Minister Granic, but I believe President Izetbegovic thought the same. That was at least the point he expressed to me during the Dayton negotiations. So the failure to have something like the cantonal arrangements either envisioned in the Vance-Owen plan or very similarly in the Washington Agreement, I think was something that was a missed opportunity. And it brings us to some of today's difficulties. I also would like to mention the comments of Ambassador McGraw, which is important here because the United States did play a critical role in the Washington Agreement, in the split agreement. And I should emphasize this was a bipartisan role. We had many supporters in the US Congress, and it was people like Senator Dole and Senator Mitchell, not to mention many other Republican and Democratic representatives. But I think today, let me add a comment, which is Ukraine has been often mentioned. And what I fear is that not only that Bosnia right now in hindsight looks like the first Ukraine, but whatever the solution may be for Ukraine could reflect upon Bosnia. It's no secret that the Kremlin and Vladimir Putin see the Dayton Agreement as they interpret it, and I must emphasize as they interpret it, as a model for how they would like to intervene, in effect, keep Ukraine frozen and out of the EU, not to mention NATO. I would like to propose a counter view, which is that I think Bosnia must even take the initiative to be a partner and part of the solution, including in some of President Trump's initiatives in a place like Gaza or in a place like Ukraine in the future. Because I think it's important that Bosnia seeks its place in the EU and Euro-Atlantic family as a partner and I would emphasize the word contributor. And this is a point I've been making to Bosnian leaders and Bosnia media for some time. Bosnia has been too much the subject, too much, as we say in Croatian Bosnian language, predmet, a nije partner. Važno je da bude I partner, a ne predmet. That means it's important that it be the partner and not just the subject of these discussions. Regarding what happened at the end of the war, Minister Granic is accurate. Maybe he's a little bit, his language is a little bit diplomatic, and I'll leave it at that. But Ambassador Holbrooke, after playing a very constructive role in bringing about the split agreement, came to Sarajevo, and in a meeting that I was present in, just the three of us with President Izetbegovic, he demanded that Sarajevo, that is President Izetbegovic, agreed to a ceasefire. President Izetbegovic said, I need 2 weeks. President Izetbegovic then was quite surprised and startled that Ambassador Holbrooke became very angry, stood over him, and he said these words exactly. He said, your generals are lying to you, you're starting to lose the war, and the Croatians will stab you in the back. I viewed this as counter to the split agreement. And I think this mistrust has now lasted for 30 years. I was then dispatched to Zagreb to meet with my counterparts to see if, in fact, quote unquote, the Croats would stab us in the back. And the Bosnian military commander, Delic, also arrived at the time. And when I met with Minister Granic, I was quite convinced that, in fact, Ambassador Holbrooke's words were not accurate. And we agreed to a further action in anticipation of a ceasefire to be reached soon. When I called Minister Granic 3-4 days later, after the Croatian advance had stopped, Minister Granic said we had to stop, in effect, because we were threatened to stop. What the consequences of going ahead versus stopping, we can debate. But let me also come to the point that I think the Prime Minister mentioned, which was critical. The liberation of those occupied parts of Croatia in the Bihać region were mutual. That is, the cooperation was very effective. Military level, I wasn't involved in that. But on the diplomatic level, I received a call from Ambassador Albright at the time, who became the future Secretary of State, asking that we continue our pressure for the military advances of the Croatian army to continue as a form of also liberating, that is, freeing the siege of Bihać. And of course, our military forces participated in the liberation of Bihać. It's also worthwhile mentioning that President Tudjman at the time offered a helicopter for President Izetbegović and I to fly into Bihać immediately after its liberation. And we were grateful. We went there and saw how desperate the people and the military commanders of Bihać were. And actually, it's also important to mention that President Tudjman offered the highest Croatian recognition to President Izetbegović and myself for our coordination with Croatia at that critical military moment. Obviously, again, what would have been the consequences of the military agreement going, military initiative going forward is very questionable. I remember President Izetbegović saying to me once, he said, I'm concerned that if our forces went into Banja Luka, what they would do. And there were even, and I won't mention their name, even certain American officials who at one point had said, well, why don't you go ahead? They did it to you, so you can do it to them. In other words, it was a very, let's call it the fog of war situation. But nonetheless, I think the greatest opportunity that was missed was the one that Minister Granic referenced, which was the Washington Agreement model, not in fact being promoted throughout all of Bosnia. And we ended up with 2 entities and 3 constituent peoples. One point that I think Minister Granic will recall that we had a discussion about during the negotiations over the Washington Agreement in 1994, and that is the mathematics didn't fit. The Croatians were supposed to have only 18% of the territory, but in reality, Croatian majority areas were much larger, even if though not that as inhabited as the Bosniak areas. So if in fact we tried to impose the Washington, that is the contact group numbers, that would have enhanced potential conflict. And even today's the idea of 3 entities instead of 2, I think poses many risks, because there are many Croats that would feel left out of Croat majority areas and Bosniaks vice versa. Thank you.
I thank you very much, Minister. And now to Ambassador Žužulju, representative of Croatia to the contact group. We heard some explanations by Minister Šačirbej. Now let us hear from you. First, the United States decided to get involved during the conflict in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Why not earlier? Why not in time of aggression against the Republic of Croatia? Now, another question. We heard what Minister Šačerbek said when was that asymmetric model of Bosnia and Herzegovina inaugurated. Why, when, and by who was the constitutional model of Bosnia and Herzegovina based on three constituent peoples and two entities proposed as the final peace proposal? Why did US continue to push for preserving Republika Srpska as one of entities, even after the balance of powers has changed in 1995?
Thank you very much, Ambassador Simonovic, for your questions. Actually, there are two sets of questions. I'll first try to touch the first one because very rarely we talk about that, and now after so many years maybe to say it, and I'll try in my remarks to say maybe some things that were not told before, at least not very explicitly. First, very important question when it comes to war and peace in the world, and that is the reality of the world and definitely reality of 20th century, and unfortunately, but reality of 21st century. As long as United States is not involved, there is no solution. That simple truth was proven during the First World War, Second World War, during the aggression on Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. I do believe, I cannot say I'm afraid, I do believe that it will be proven soon again when the peace hopefully will come. But why, logical question, why United States was always late or delayed to do that? They were late in First World War, they were late in Second World War, they were late during the aggression of Yugoslav army and Serbia on Croatia. I had the great privilege working and serving under the great statesman whose yesterday was the anniversary of his death, Franjo Tuđman, who was indeed not just great president, but great statesman. And I see here Zdravka Bušić, who worked together, Darinko Bago, and there are many of you, some of us are still walking on this planet. Why I'm mentioning that? Among many things, and they can be my witness, President Tuđman recognized immediately, way before the other, that without involvement of the United States, the solution will not be fine. So, what really happened? In the moment of the solution of Yugoslavia, the world was occupied with another question. The question was, what will happen with Soviet Union? And that is the reality. Let's be frank. The George Bush administration was looking into that. The achievement was made during Reagan administration. This was continuation. They had a very strong foreign policy team led by James Baker, Lore Singelburger, and in Belgrade already mentioned Ambassador Robert Zimmerman. So they were not paying full attention what will be happening in Yugoslavia. Now it is declassified, so whoever wants to see, you can see the report of CIA from '89, where they are predicting that Yugoslavia will dissolve and that actually the solution will be very bloody and very chaotic, and urging that the world should do something to stop that. Unfortunately, you know, the complexity of American foreign policy and decision that they are making doesn't work linearly like in some other countries, like United Kingdom, for example. So there is some kind of competition among the agency. In that moment, and my dear friend Max Primorac is here who can tell you more about how the American administration is functioning. In that moment, State Department was stronger. And State Department managed to convince White House, no, we cannot risk the solution of Yugoslavia. And I will surprise you maybe with this. You know whom from the world supported it? Gorbachev is no question hero for the world, but Gorbachev was another guy who was for remaining of Yugoslavia because he was concerned what will happen with Soviet Union. They had a kind of diplomatic trait, not to use that undiplomatic term, but some kind of understanding that Gorbachev will support turning down the Berlin Wall under some conditions, not written, but somehow recognized. One of those things would be to take care of what's happening in Soviet Union and not to allow the chaos in Soviet Union. Again, I might surprise you, big friend and big supporter of Croatia later, that both Minister Granic and I had privilege to work, Helmut Kohl. In that moment, he was also more looking what is happening in Germany and in Soviet Union than Yugoslavia. And particularly our dear friend and big hero for Croatia, Minister Genscher. More even. So the constellation in the moment when Yugoslavia was dissoluting was not in favor of creation of independent state. And in that moment, the delegation, this is known fact, delegation of State Department led by James Baker comes to Belgrade. And basically, now you have different interpretation among them. Very dear friend of us and mine, dear friend, good friend of Max Primorac, Paula Dobriansky. She was Assistant Secretary of State in that delegation. And she thinks that they genuinely did not think that Milosevic will, their statement take as a kind of green light to go and to attack, to start with the aggression. I don't know is that true or not, but what we do know, and it is easy to conclude, Milosevic and Yugoslav army leadership took that as a signal, okay, we will prevent Slovenia if we can, didn't care too much, but Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, and that is the beginning of the aggression. Now, when we are talking about Dayton, it's very often forgotten that Bosnia and Herzegovina was the most tragical, but not the beginning. Beginning was an attack, frankly, on Slovenia, and then attack on Vukovar. And I think, frankly, you might disagree with me. If it was not heroic defense of the Vukovar, I don't know if we would be sitting today and talking about this like that. So I do claim, I do believe that Vukovar saved, basically with you know, horrible things what was happening there. It gave a time to Croatia to prepare for continuation of Serbian aggression, but also it gave the time to some people in the world to recognize that. First of all, Germany, still not United States. But in that time, in the United States, elections are happening and the new group of the people. Again, I will mention something which is not mentioned, maybe doesn't need to be mentioned. When George Bush administration realized what was going on, they start to be involved, but that was the end of their term. So what is not known, they were a little bit late in recognizing Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. They recognized us in April. Ambassador came only later, but in September of 1992, high delegation from NSC and from CIA came to Zagreb and established good communication with us. In that moment, I was National Security Advisor, so I was part of that negotiation, and from that time on, we did have open channel, later that would become channels of communication with the United States. Not always easy channels, but the channels that we could communicate. And that channel also then with the new, I will not go into details because otherwise I will spend all the time, and I see that my colleagues are looking into me. How when Clinton comes, how the things, you know, were a little bit slowed down. But the critical moment came, as Minister Granic said, when Charles Redman, Ambassador Redman was named special envoy of the president, and that is the moment when we started in conversation that will end into Washington Agreement. He is better in remembering the date even than myself, although it was in Geneva. And then I will finish by saying you, introducing to the most important part of that development of the relation, and that is split agreement. Immediately before split agreement, I was in London to basically convince, asked by President Tudjman, to convince Americans to give us support to stop the aggression toward Bihać. And I met with Warren Christopher, I met with Robert Fraser and Chris Hill. Chris is still the only one who is talking about Dayton regularly. We got the full support of the United States. I flew directly, informed President Tudjman, informed Minister Granic, and from that time on, you know, we started additional level, high level of communication. To correct, just although I mostly agree with everything what Minister Shachirbai said, Richard Holbrooke was not involved in a split agreement. In the moment when we were talking with Americans, he was somewhere on vacation. He came later, after split agreement, and after we basically destroyed that attempt, that aggression toward Bihać. And I will stop now on that.
Thank you.
To privilege.
We will continue with the Congressman Turner. Congressman Turner, as the former president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, what is your view on the hesitation of using NATO airstrikes to prevent atrocities in Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, especially to prevent genocide in Srebrenica? In your view, was international community late in stopping the Serbian aggression, and who was to blame? What should have been the optimal division of labor between the United Nations, Europeans, and the United States? Congressman Turner.
Got a microphone problem?
Thank you, Foreign Minister Radman, for the invitation to participate in today's conference commemorating the 30th anniversary of the Dayton Peace Accords. Due to votes in the U.S. Congress, I'm unable to join you in Zagreb. As the mayor of Dayton during the negotiations at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, it was an incredible honor for my community to host such a consequential moment in history. Despite the daunting task of the negotiations and the war raging in Bosnia, there was a prevailing sense of optimism that peace could prevail. Even our school children could feel a positive resolution was possible as they shared cards of encouragement with negotiators. It was then that Dayton became synonymous with peace, and 30 years later, my community came together again to remind the world that the security situation in the Western Balkans remains fragile. This past May, I brought Dayton together to again host several leaders of the Western Balkans, including from Croatia. During the 2025 spring session in Dayton, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly dedicated its work to the stability, security, and prosperity of the region. During the conference, parliamentarians from the 32 NATO allies and a dozen candidate and partner countries, including Croatia, participated in the frank and necessary discussions of next steps in Bosnia's constitution, what security partnerships are needed to combat growing Russian and Chinese malign influence in the region, and how to advance the EU and NATO aspirations of several Balkan countries. It was at this international event where we commemorated the 30th anniversary of the Dayton Peace Accords, and I was deeply appreciated that Prime Minister Plenković traveled to Dayton for the events. Today, we are at a critical moment in which further engagement and cooperation between our great nations can yield deeper bonds and a lasting peace. I have returned to Croatia and the Western Balkans many times over the years, including for this past year's Dubrovnik Forum and a few weeks ago for Bosnia and Herzegovina's State Day celebration. I remain committed to the security, prosperity, and success of the Western Balkans. I believe that further strengthening the transatlantic relationship and jointly working on these difficult but critical regional issues will promote the peace that the Dayton Peace Accords brought to the region 30 years ago. Thank you.
I thank you very much, Congressman Turner. And now to Mr. Bayer. Mr. Bayer, what were President Demirel's concerns about the development of military situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina during the aggression? And tell us something about his attempts to mobilize international support against the Serbian military aggression. What were his views about the arms embargo imposed on two victims of the aggression, affecting them significantly? President Demirel strongly encouraged cooperation between Croat and Bosniak sides. What were his relationship with President Tudjman? What were President Demirel's views about efforts of international community, Kutejeros, Vensovens, Stoltenbergs, and contact group peace plans? You have the floor.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the kind invitation, and I pay my deep respects to the Croatian leadership, Prime Minister Plenković, my dear friend Grlić Radman, dear Minister, for their heartfelt respect to the memory of President Demirel, keeping it alive, and in his personality, keeping Turkey's special role vis-à-vis Croatia. That's fully appreciated, and it will never be forgotten. Thank you. And on that regard, if you allow me, their interventions at the beginning, both ministers and prime ministers, should be read very carefully and studied very carefully, and should be established as a career diplomat, I could say, the blueprint of what should be done from now on, forward moving. They were very sound in common sense, but also visionary provisions in both statements, and I commend them and congratulate them. Now, I'm here to represent President Demirel's memory and his legacy, and I'm honored. I have been in his foreign policy team when he was prime minister, and I was his chief advisor for foreign affairs when he was president. I attended almost all of these meetings. I attended 2 Brioni meetings, the split meeting. I took part in many draftings of agreements with our fellow friends from Croatia and Bosnia, and I attended almost all summits with President Demirel. When the Europe and European leaders stood silent in the face of horrors of Bosnia, President Demirel was the first European leader who stood up and tried to galvanize the international support for Bosnia and Croatia. And in fact, if I may, I am now the only living person other than former Foreign Minister Hikmet Çetin, who is unfortunately is ill now and could not travel. And I just I sent his regards to you both. At the meeting between Milosevic and Prime Minister Demirel on 24th of January 1992. In fact, this was the very last meeting Milosevic has ever attended outside of Serbia until Dayton. So in that meeting, when President Demirel, who became prime minister after 11 years of exile, who was the only remaining sitting leader in the world that was the signing participant of the Helsinki document of 1975, and who was a great friend of Yugoslavia and Marshal Tito, implored Milosevic and told him that Turkey was the last country that he could count on as a friend of former Yugoslavia. Unless he changed his behavior, unless he stopped, Turkey would definitely become his adversary. And he urged them, use his common sense. Milosevic acted as Milosevic did in those days, and right after the meeting, and I took the notes of the meeting, and they're in the annals of Turkish and the Turkish Foreign Ministry. Right after the meeting, Demirel told us that this was a madman, that he could never reason. So he said, we should start galvanizing support first in Europe and international fora. And I remind you, there was a Western contact group, but the ministers will remember very well that there was another contact group which was essential, which was the OIC, Organization of Islamic Countries Contact Group. And the president of that contact group was President Demirel. This was our idea of showing this, portraying this conflict, not a conflict between East and West, or Islam or Christianity, but this was a humanitarian conflict. This was a conflict between evil and the goodness. Unless we could bring in the Islamic countries' support for the federation, the international support would have been half-hearted, and it would have been portrayed as something different than what it was. So President Demirel's critical contribution in that sense was undisputable. I will, to highlight his vision, I will, if you allow me, read what he said 3 days after Dayton in the Oval Office, visiting with President Clinton, 3 days after Dayton agreements. I am pleased to say that Turkey and the United States have joined hands in the efforts to stop the aggression and bringing peace in Bosnia. But if the world wants peace in the Balkans in the true sense, there is only one way. I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is 3 days after the Dayton Agreement. There is only one way. The Balkan countries, first and foremost Croatia and Bosnia, should become integral part of the European Union once and for all. 3 days after Dayton. This is vision, this is leadership, transcending current affairs, looking into future. And he goes, this is the only panacea for real peace and stability in Europe as a whole. All of them are aspiring this, and I think sooner or later it should be recognized by Europe and US altogether. This is President Demirel 3 days after Dayton. The Western countries, and first and foremost European countries, failed in their duties to stop the aggression, failed in their duties to accept the Balkans, and after Croatia, Bosnia, into European Union. The European Union, and also Serbia now, the European Union was the ultimate solution, and then, of course, NATO aspirations of these countries. And luckily, and with great success, Croatia has achieved this. But Bosnia remaining out of the security and economic integration became a perennial problem. Now, to answer your other part of the question, the President Demirel was very much critical, as everybody, as the witnesses would prove, in bringing Bosnia-Croatian alliance. He implored, and Prime Minister Granic said in tears, imploring two countries, two peoples, two presidents to remain friends and bring the age-old grievances in the past and look future to save their nations, save their peoples. And he called both presidents before Dayton, Izetbegovic and Tudjman, and he said, and he of course encouraged them for peace. And I remember Izetbegovic saying, even if it's an unjust peace, I will do peace because my people need peace. And President Tudjman said, I instructed my teams to work only for peace. President Demirel kept constant counsel and touch with both presidents to make sure what Washington professed could be turned into concrete cooperation on the field, and 2 Biryani meetings, and the last Biryani meeting was 1 day before split, if you remember. It was 1 day before, I think the 20th was it, and 21st is the split. In Biryani, President Demirel put forward his personal guarantees that Turkey would be always on their side, along with the United States, and in real material support. And again, as I said the last time in Dubrovnik, without Croatia's help, Turkey's military support would not reach the Bosnian hands. And Croatia, I said it that day, and I'm saying it again, Croatia saved Europe's honor. When Europe failed, Croatia stood up. It's such a great... And to highlight again one more, and very, it's not well known, but I have to, as a witness to history, I have to remind people. President Demirel sent to President Clinton, I have the date, and it's classified. To this day, it's classified. A letter on the 6th of July, 1994, 6 days before Srebrenica. And he warned them that the news was terrible coming out of the field. Unless you do something in that letter, it's classified, but I feel the burden of history on my shoulder as a witness to say this. He said, unless you do, as United States, what you have to do, I will do as Turkey, whatever falls on me to help our brethren in Croatia and Bosnia. That is, Turkey may even have to take it upon itself to act without US support. And that would be detrimental to the harmony that we were trying to create, that this was not a clash of civilizations. This was between an aggressor and the victim, whoever the victim is and whoever the aggressor is. We should go beyond the age-old scruples or whatever, the prejudgments of Islam versus Christianity or East or West. This was a humanitarian conflict, and Turkey would take it upon itself unilaterally, unless the United States acts, to intervene in the problem. This was a critical moment, and this letter remains classified for the posterity, and it should be in the hands of everyone who should understand the conditions of those days, the new generations. And let me finish by saying that none of these peace plans that you mentioned would create lasting security and just peace, because the cantonal provisions did not work in Cyprus between 1963 and 1974. Exactly the cantonal peace, whatever the formulations, creates this question. How could you protect every single canton with a reliable, stable security arrangement? Can you put armies around every single canton? And our position as Turkey was, whatever Croatian leadership and the Bosniak leadership accepted, we would accept. When they were not happy with those arrangements, we went along with the contact group plan, which led into Dayton as the final agreement. I believe, as President Demirel said in those days, nothing can be compared to peace. Peace is essential. There is no alternative to peace. Stopping the bloodshed and opening a new future for the next generations of Bosnians and Croatians was the essential question. And the new challenges of the world required that one multi-ethnic, multipolar society could succeed in Europe. That would be Europe's future. And the prime ministers and ministers blueprint this morning exactly tells us or compels us about learning about past, but looking into future far ahead. That's why I commend them. And again, and one more thing, because you asked about President Demirel's views about Tudjman. They were great friends. President Demirel respected President Tudjman and Izetbegovic both highly. They were from the same generations almost. And I should like to remind, and it's yesterday it was his anniversary, unfortunately. President Demirel was the only European leader who stood at the funeral representing not only Turkey, but Europe. And he bestowed upon President Tudjman the highest Medal of Honor of the Turkish Republic on the 10th of December 1994. And he said at that meeting, he said, President Tudjman saw the perils, horrors of war. He decided, he chose peace. And he saved his nation. He saved not only Croatia, but Bosnia as well. That's why that Medal of Honor, like to Izetbegovic equally, was President Demirel's duty to the legacy of President Tudjman. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Ali Bayar. Now, Mr. Rotted, we heard some comments that West, NATO, did not prevent atrocities from being committed. In your view, could Srebrenica's fail as well as massacre that followed could have been prevented? And tell us something, how did in 1995 military operations, Flash, Summer 95, Storm, Maestral, Sana 95, Deliberate Force, and Sudden Move affect the balance of power? Croatian, Bosnian, Croats and Bosniak forces were close to enter Banja Luka. What would be military consequences if Croatian forces have taken Banja Luka, and what would be the impact on peace talks? Why did the US, after supporting Croatia as well as Bosniaks and Croats in Bosnia and Herzegovina, suddenly pull the brake in October 1995, requesting to stop their military advances?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Goric-Radman and Minister Šimunić, for the kind invitation. Very pleased to be here. With regards to your first question, it's often said that the fall of Srebrenica in July 1995, and consequently the committed genocide against the Bosniaks there, was something that could not have been prevented. That was coming, nobody really anticipated it, that a genocide would take place. But based on facts and based on documents, the contrary is the truth. It was well known that the Serbs were planning, there was the intelligence, even from open sources, but also, of course, internal UN intelligence in the first place. There were UN observers around Srebrenica that were not attached to the Dutch battalion, that were the UNPROFOR, the United Nations Protection Force troops there, but there were UN observers, and they reported independently to Sarajevo, then to Zagreb, where the UN Peace Force was, meaning all the command of the UN over all the troops in the former Yugoslavia, meaning in Croatia, in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and in Macedonia at that time, and of course to New York, to the Secretariat, where Kofi Annan was the head of the Department for Peacekeeping Operations, and Boutros Ghali was the UN Secretary General. And these reports said that Serbs were bringing weaponry and soldiers from Serbia. They were crossing the border between Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, and were massing troops and military equipment. Not very much, but in comparison to the almost disarmed defenders of Srebrenica, absolutely enough. And they were amassing this. This was weeks before it happened, before the assault on Srebrenica actually started. Also, quite interestingly, the then UNPROFOR commander, so meaning the commander of the UN troops in Bosnia and Herzegovina, General Rupert Smith, he met General Mladic, the Bosnian Serb general, in March by chance when he came back from Srebrenica, meaning General Smith came back from Srebrenica to Sarajevo, and he met Mladic in Vlasenica on the road, and they had a chat, and Mladic told him, frankly, I will take these enclaves in the summer, they are bothering me and I want them. So it was in the channels, and the intelligence was there, it was known. What happened then was even more astonishing, because the assault started on 7th of July 1995. The Serbs started this assault with about 1,500 to 2,000 soldiers that were concentrated in the southern part of the perimeter of Srebrenica, of the enclave of the UN safe area, but also around. They had around 40 artillery pieces, 10 old tanks, T from the 60s tanks, nothing new equipment. And the first assault they did with 1 tank and 60 soldiers. 60 soldiers. This is what the Dutch battalion reported. They took 1 observation post of the Dutch battalion after another, altogether around 6 observation posts that were in the southern perimeter of the enclave, and fired with tanks and artillery on the UN forces. And even Kofi Annan said it in his apology later, 4 years later in his report, even under the most restrictive interpretation of the mandate of the United Nations back then, close air support and even airstrikes would have been absolutely possible and justifiable against this aggression, based upon the Security Council resolution 836, for example. So NATO at that time was on standby. NATO had 60 planes in the air during the assault, especially during the last day of the assault, the 10th of July, and during the conquest of Srebrenica on the 11th of July. They had 60 planes, fighting jets, in the air, waiting for the green light, but the green light had to come from the United Nations. The United Nations had to authorize, meaning General Janvier in Zagreb, in the United Nations Peace Force headquarters, and his civil colleague Yasushi Akashi. They both, who was the Secretary General's special representative in the former Yugoslavia. So both had to give their green light, and then NATO could strike. And what I said was most astonishing before all this happened, Dutch battalion asked 5 times before the 11th of July, asked 5 times for close air support within the UN channels. 5 times it was turned down. And then a Dutch general who was the chief of staff here in Zagreb of General Janvier, he drafted a plan to defend Srebrenica, so 2 days before it fell. And the operational plan was to put 6 armored personnel carriers. The Dutch had no tanks in Srebrenica, but they had APCs. So they put 6 APCs on the southern route that came. There was only one route that comes to Srebrenica, an asphalt road. They put these 6 tanks, APCs on with heavy machine guns, also with anti-tank weapons and so on, and around 50 infantry soldiers. They got the order, if the Serbs attack, to shoot back, to return fire on the one hand, and also, of course, to call in airstrikes, close air support, as military says, and then NATO would strike immediately. This was being done parallel that the UN force in the command in Sarajevo sent a fax to General Mladic and his deputy, he was General Ptolemy at that time, who was leading the attack around Srebrenica, and saying, if you further attack the UN forces, you will be bombed. And it will have great consequences for your forces. This was faxed, and this was also done over the phone. So it was crystal clear, and Janvier and Kakashi both approved this plan. It was crystal clear. Then 10th of July came, the Serbs were advancing, now with 2 tanks and around 60 to 80 soldiers, firing again with tank rounds at the United Nations. The Dutch again requested airstrikes, close air support, nothing happened. It took 48 hours approximately, a lot of meetings here in Zagreb. Janvier was completely, during all this time he was giving pretexts why not to do anything. And in the end, the Serbs entered Srebrenica basically without a fight because the Dutch withdrew. They were fired at. The close air support didn't come, although the NATO planes were in the air. And at that time, the commander of the NATO commander actually phoned Janvier in Zagreb. It was General also Smith, U.S. Admiral Leighton Smith. Not the Smith in Sarajevo, but the one in Naples at NATO South headquarters. And he asked Janvier, why are you not approving the requests from your troops? Nothing came. And that was the end of Srebrenica. So the Serbs basically took it without, I think, with very, very few casualties, and it could have been easily prevented. Many military experts, for example, I spoke 30 years ago already, I spoke to General Eisele. He was a German general in the UN Secretariat, who was basically the military advisor of Kofi Annan and Boutros Ghali. And he said later on, if NATO had taken out this 1 or 2 tanks, it is pretty sure this assault would never happen, would have never continued on one hand, and secondly, the genocide could have been prevented. So that is, in short, what unfortunately happened at that time. To your second question, balance of power. Just to go a bit back with regard to this, before the split agreement, that was July 1995, and pretty much after the Washington agreement in March 94, the former Bremen mayor Koschnik was sent to Mostar to head the EU administration there to politically bring also Croats, especially Croats and Bosniaks together again after this war, within the war. And then just a few months later, 6-7 months actually later, in October 1994, a very crucial operation started. That was the operation to liberate Kupres, Operation Cinsa. And the aim was, it was the first joint operation after the Bosniak-Croat War, combined the forces of the government forces of Bosnia and Herzegovina, together with the Croat Defense Council and the Croatian army at that time already. The Bosniaks were from the north, from Bugojno, attacking the mountain pass of Kupres, and took it in late October and pushed the Serbs back through the tunnel of Kupres into the town. And from the south, the Croat forces, the HVO and the Croatian army, under the command of General Gotovina, were advancing from the Livno-Tomislavgrad direction. And just in 3 days, they liberated all of Kupres. That was only the start. It was a very crucial victory, because here, in 1992, did the Serbs and the Yugoslav army did this, the very most, or at that time, the second most important strategic victory after they took Bijeljina without a fight on 1st of April 1992. A few days later, they conquered Kupres with 20,000 JNA soldiers. Why Kupres? Because Kupres is the link between Bosnia, central Bosnia, and the Dalmatian hinterland. So a very crucial, not only in Bosnia, in the whole of Yugoslavia, a very crucial strategic point. And this conquest, or the liberation, I would say, of Kupres, was the starting point for all the operations basically you mentioned then. There was the Operation Zima, winter 94, also under the command of General Gotovina and the HVO and Croatian army together. And then Leap 1, Leap 2 in May and June 1995. Of course, Operation Bljesak in May that liberated Western Slavonia should also be mentioned in this context. And all these operations south of Kupres, that advanced south of Kupres towards Livno and Glamoc and so on, were also very important for the preparation of the Operation Oluja to liberate the Krajina region, to cut the supply lines from Banja Luka towards Knin and from Knin to Drva. So these operations basically, they changed, as you said already, they changed the balance of power that was for more than 2 years in the Serb advantage, where there were basically no big losses on the Serb side, but they started basically in October, November 1994. Banja Luka, I think it was 17th of September 1995 when one of our panelists mentioned that I think Minister Granic, when General Clark, Wesley Clark, together with the diplomat James Pardu, they visited Gojko Šušak, the defense minister of Croatia, and Minister Šušak showed how far the Croatian troops had advanced towards Banja Luka. Someone mentioned there were 20 kilometers on the mountain there, already in artillery striking distance. And Mr. Šušak said to them, well, in 24 hours we will take Banja Luka. And then, as it was said, he was stopped. What would have been the consequence of liberating Banja Luka? It would have been, it would have changed basically everything. And because Banja Luka, of course, was the second biggest center in all of Bosnia-Herzegovina and the biggest population center of Republika Srpska, Serb-occupied territories, so to speak. If that had fallen, although Pale was their capital, or if that had fallen, the troops certainly would have commenced further towards Doboj. And from Doboj, it's not very far to Brčko and the Posavina corridor. And the Posavina corridor is the most important strategic position in Bosnia-Herzegovina and one of the most important in all of Yugoslavia. So that would have crumbled, it would have destroyed the entire Republika Srpska. If the troops would have stopped then before the Drina is also a question. So even if they would have stopped in Brčko, the joint troops of Bosnia-Herzegovina, Croatian army and the HVO, the Serbs would have left 25%, maybe 30% of the territory in the Drina Valley, where, by the way, most horrific war crimes had been committed in 1992, where 40,000 unarmed Bosniaks were killed in hundreds and hundreds of massacres that nobody noticed because there was no press because the Serbs sealed off the entire Drina Valley. That is a question, and why was it stopped? I guess it was, or indications are, it was stopped because the Americans wanted that Bosnia remains a single and multinational country, meaning they wanted that the Serbs stay in Bosnia and be, as it was said numerous times, one of the three constituent peoples. On the other hand, there was a real, I think there was in Washington there was a belief that the Serbs were still invincible. Why do I say that? Because the facts on the ground, starting from operation in Kupres to Bljesak to Oluja and Western Bosnia, it showed that they were not invincible. But in Washington, and in Europe anyway, but in Washington there was the thinking, if Milosevic and the mighty Yugoslav army enter the conflict, it would change into a huge, I mean, it was a huge war, but it would change everything. And this was a complete misperception, because somebody said, I think Minister Žužul said, mentioned the CIA predictions of 1998, that Yugoslavia would break together in fighting 18 months before the war, and they were pretty much accurate, almost to the month. In June, the war started in Slovenia and Croatia. And they had actually very good intelligence at that time. But years later, and you can see that from, I wonder, or let's put it this way, I wonder if anyone in Washington or in our capitals at that time in 1995 read the local newspapers or saw the local televisions of the intelligence analysts. Because there were months before, even a year before, there were intense discussions about the state of the Yugoslav army. And all, even government officials, even closest aides of President Milosevic, they were saying, military and also civilian state representatives, they were saying the Yugoslav army is in a desperate state. It's about to crumble. If we enter the conflict, or not, they put it this way, one former MUP minister in Belgrade said, he said, if we let the Bosnian Serbs drag us into the war, we will be destroyed. Where are we supposed to go? To Bulgaria or Romania? That's what the Serb minister said at that time. And one of the closest aides, or the actually closest aide of Milosevic, Borislav Jovic, with whom he planned all these 3 wars of aggression against Slovenia, Croatia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, he said, if I just quickly quote him.
But please quickly, because we are running out
of
time.
Very quickly. He said that if we enter the war in Bosnia, the outcome will be that we'll be flattened and destroyed like Iraq was in 1991 during the Gulf conflict. So that was, as I said, a myth about the mighty Yugoslav army. The misperception was broad, and Ambassador Holbrooke said also later that many things that happened were based on flawed intelligence. Thank you very much.
I thank you very much. And now, after hearing a German military analyst and commentator, to someone who was on the ground, General Ćosić, we heard about those intelligence assessments that the breakup of former Yugoslavia would be bloody, but also assessments that Croatia would fall down very quickly. Well, could you please describe the process of strengthening of the Croatian army and the changing balance of power during the war in former Yugoslavia? But please do it quickly and then closed up by telling us, was there a plan for Croatian forces to take over Banja Luka, or was it a last-minute consideration when the opportunity occurred? And would taking Banja Luka at the time require coordination with the army of Bosnia and Herzegovina, who was in the same theater? And finally, if Banja Luka was taken or liberated, better to say, would it be possible to stop a large-scale humanitarian crisis? General Ćosić.
Okay, thank you. I would say, as one of the closest associate of Chief of General Staff, General Bobetko, from the beginning, and the Minister Šušak as well, and later on as his deputy immediately after Dayton, reaching the balance was almost impossible, unrealistic mission. Just to let you know very shortly, I have clear in my mind images from 91, waiting around Pula, cement port, first vessels with weaponry. We almost didn't have nothing. So it was beginning waiting and waiting, even days, weeks, and even months. Every day of delay meant losses of life, of civilians, of our soldiers, losing the ground, territory. So it was the beginning of, I would say, almost impossible mission, 91. We didn't have almost anything. And big military experts and institute like SIPRI, Swedish, the most famous institute, which predicted Croatia could not survive no more than a couple of weeks. It was realistic on the basis of some calculations, if you take into account number of tanks, howitzer, mortars, etc., etc. But they didn't understand, and I do believe that they still don't understand that the crucial factor in each war is the human factor. They couldn't assess what is the power of Croatian people, Croatian society, Croatian leadership, dedication, motivation to push almost from scratch. In 91, we didn't have, as I said, almost nothing. 4 years later, I was, during the summertime, on the top of Shator Hills, 40 kilometers back from Knin to Bosnia. Months later, I was in Jajce, I was in Drvar with Croatian Armed Forces. It was unbelievable transformation and power of society, dedication, and we did it working hard, almost daily, particularly on selection and training our special forces. Special forces were critically important to have constant pressures on whole lines, on whole front lines, so enemy could not be in peace. So this agility was extremely important, as well as precise strike. My specialty was guided missiles. And somewhere at the end of 91, I had a meeting with President Tudjman, and I said, we need urgently guided missiles to prevent penetration of their heavy armor units, their motorized brigade. So it was the reason why I was so happy when on one of the first vessels, Minister told me, you have to go there and to see if the missiles were there. So missiles were there, and we deployed the missiles on our tracks and straight to the front line. So it is beginning. It was a really story which deserved careful military as well as political analysis, because each step forward in political sense, was limited on the situation on the battleground. So you couldn't negotiate or to get some political objectives if you don't have power to demonstrate that you deserve this political request. So it was a mission, and definitely during almost 5 years ago, I finally decided to write a book, and the book under the title Croatia Between Past and Future has almost 500 pages, and all these details regarding operations from the beginning, from Pula port, arms embargo, Maslenica operation, and real changes on the battleground started with Operation Winter. It was one of the most critical moments in history of all these events in former Yugoslavia. Serbs were near capturing Bihać. Serbian forces from Croatia went past the border, and the Serbian forces from Bosnia and Herzegovina integrated their all efforts to capture Bihać. And I was in Pentagon with Minister Šušak. Before, in September, with General Bobetko. We met Ambassador Holbrooke several times, and I know quite well when General Bobetko said to Ambassador Holbrooke, "We are attacking immediately, because we couldn't afford ourselves to lose Bihać if failure of Bihać, Serbian forces will be integrated near the Karlovac." Definitely, in some of experts from the State Department in those times, 29 November 94, claimed the war is over. Karadzic and Mladic won. It was a situation. It was a very dramatic situation, and General Bobetko said very strongly to Ambassador Holbrooke, "We are attacking." And he said, no way, you couldn't do that. We are against. And later on, half an hour later, we were in the State Department or General Staff, and we met General Shalikashvili. General Shalikashvili repeated the same statement what Holbrooke said, so they were in close coordination to express political attitudes. No way, no step forward. So finally we decided, President Tudjman agreed, we started Operation Winter. Similar situation was in summertime, after Srebrenica. So no one was ready to make any green light or to approve massive refugees and enlargement or expansion of military operation. So this was reality. After Operation Storm, American administration, particularly Holbrooke, discovered chance to reach the peace, to support Croatian armed forces working together with the Army of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and joint forces after split agreement. Washington agreement was extremely important, as well as split agreement. And I know quite well, Minister Šušak invited us, it was the 23rd of July in Livno Valley, and he said, "We are moving forward. Operation Storm, Operation Summer will start tomorrow, and if you couldn't succeed, try to find place on one planet in space. No return back." So it was a reality of those times. So when Ambassador Holbrooke recognized the situation, that reaching the peace Dayton agreement can be reached by changes of the power on the ground. It was the reason why we started our Operation Maestral and the Južni Potez. And I would like just to quote citation from Holbrook book, just to let you know what was his opinion regarding moving forward to Banja Luka or stop, because Ambassador Holbrook was in daily consultation with State Department and sometimes, or a couple of times, even with President Clinton. So my citation, To End the War, hopefully you read the book, page 160, 17 September 95. Holbrook, quote, I told Tuđman Banja Luka was unquestionably within Serb portion of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Even if you captured it, Federation would have to return it to Serbs in any peace negotiations. Finally, capturing Banja Luka would generate over 200,000 refugees. I don't think that United States should encourage an action that would create so many more refugees. Mr. President, I argue you to go as far as you can, but not to take Banja Luka. We captured Šipovo, we captured Mrkonjić Grad, we captured Drvar, and later on, during Dayton discussion, we returned back to the Serb. We lost significant number of our soldiers in these final operations, and from 45%, from 70%, Serbs dropped to 45%. And later on, we were in position just to return this territory back. It was not fair. And regarding forward movement toward the Banja Luka, I would like just to quote Holbrook book, 20 September 95. Holbrook, Federation military offensive helped the peace process. It is a basic truth. In only a few weeks, the famous 70 versus 30% division of the country has gone around, as he said, 50-50, but it was 45-55, making peace negotiation much easier. Page 71 and 72, September 21st, Tony Lake organized a meeting in the White House on red lights to end Federation offensive. Holbrook received instruction to prevent Croats forces from entering Banja Luka. So this is somehow credible summary of real facts in political as well as military operation during this 95 operation. And at the end, I would like just to quote again Holbrook. As I said, I met him several times. Pentagon State Department, later on in Zagreb, as well as General Clark. Quote, however, the success of Croatian and later on Croatian Bosnian Federation offensive was a classic illustration of fundamental fact. The shape of the diplomatic landscape will usually reflect actual balance of the forces on the ground. This is the conclusion of our political as well military framework during the Homeland War, and it might be somehow one important lessons learned in the future. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. As we ran out of time, I would just give the floor to any panelists that want to respond to comments of other panelists, if there are any requests for the floor.
I have one.
Yes, please.
Short one. History will one day register this or write this correctly, that there is blood on the hands of three men, Boutros Boutros-Ghali, Akashi, and Marek Goldman, the Deputy Under-Secretary of the United Nations. I was at the UN at that time. These three men prevented what our fellow was brilliantly describing, the fact that they prevented the intervention in Srebrenica. There is blood on their hand. That's my final word.
I thank you very much. Minister Granic.
Just one information. Crucial moment in our relations with the United States happened on 19 January 1994 when all three plans failed. Kutil-Euro plan, Stoltenberg plan, discussion in what organized Minister Mokin, Hofburg, and 3rd of January 1994, and 10 and 11, Minister Kinkel in Bad Godesberg near Bonn, and 17 of January on the meeting in Geneva of international conference was that Minister Jujul organized the meeting between Special Envoy of President Clinton, Charles Rendman, and me, 5 hours discussion. Dina, we proposed the model how to work on the peace between Croats and the Bosniaks, including canton arrangement, including constitutional arrangements of 3 constituent peoples. And after three days, President Charles Redman called Ambassador Šušak and tell we are ready to work on this model. President Tudjman supported and Bosniak supported.
I thank you very much, Mr. Šušu.
I know that we are spending too much of time, but I don't want to miss the opportunity to tell you the truth, how really Dayton negotiation ended and why it ended with success. The day before the end of the Dayton, we were packing the things and going home without success, without signature. And then United States did a final push. And final push was that Holbrooke and Warren Christopher and Tony Lake tried to convince President Clinton to call 3 presidents to convince them to sign it. President Clinton immediately refused the idea to talk with Milosevic. They were considering idea to talk with President Izetbegovic. At the end, it finished that President Clinton called directly President Tudjman. It was 3 p.m., day before the end of the 5 p.m. Minister Granic, myself, and Gojko Šušak were in a room with the President Tudjman and had that historic opportunity to listen conversation between two, as General Ćosić is reflecting things from Holbrooke's book. There is a part in Holbrooke's book, but Holbrooke was not present. He was telling what Tony Lake said to him. And that was the conversation in which I cannot go into details explaining you, although it would be extremely interesting lecture from statesmanhood and diplomacy to listen to conversation. But in that brief, not so brief conversation, President Clinton explained to President Tudjman how important for the world is to sign it, how important is that for United States, for Croatia, for Bosnia and Herzegovina. And after that, we didn't have any dilemma that President Tudjman will sign it. And after he decided that, he came with a proposal how to postpone resolvent of Brčko, that President Izetbegovic also accepted. Milosevic was not in position anymore to refuse it, and that was the signing. And he said the sentence that remained, kind of looking from our Croatian side very historical. He said, we resolved the issue of occupied parts of Croatia. We strengthened the relation of Croatia with the United States of America. We resolved at the level that we could resolve the issue of Croats in Bosnia and Herzegovina, keeping the constituency. We resolved opportunity to remain in friendship relation with Bosnia and Herzegovina as a sovereign state. And he said, but only God knows how future will look on all of that. President Izetbegovic, his final work on Dayton during the signing, this is in perfect peace, but my people needs the peace.
I thank you very much, Mr. Rottet.
Very quick remark. Just came to my mind what Ambassador Steiner, former German diplomat, also at Dayton, said recently at a panel. He said that it's also important for our situation right now that in order to settle the conflicts of the Balkans, and right now we still have the frozen conflicts in Bosnia and Herzegovina and also, of course, in Kosovo. The key to solving these current frozen conflicts lies in Belgrade, and it lies there for 30 years, for more than 30 years now, because what I mentioned, the myth of the former Yugoslav army, is also the myth in the West, meaning in Europe, but also in America, that Belgrade has to be or is the center of stability in the Balkans. And this is still present, and this is, I think, utterly wrong, because this kind of stability has caused so many wars and so much instability that our leaders should really think about it. Thank you.
I thank you very much. General Josic, last words.
Just to add, I would say this myth about Yugoslav army was one of main reasons of these huge casualties, because they were not real power. They were not real power. CIA analysis was basement for many strategic political decisions, but their backbone of this analytical assessment of military power was based on numbers, howitzer tanks, etc. So they didn't know, and they still, I don't understand this power of human factor in each war. So this myth, as you mentioned, caused many troubles. At the end, I flew with former Minister of Defense, Mr. Perry, William Perry. We flew from Dubrovnik to Zagreb jointly. And I discovered after our discussion, almost 1 hour, that this impression which American administration had about JNA power, Serbs power, was really virtual illusion. Excuse me, thank you.
I thank you very much. Let me close this panel by quoting George Orwell. He said that who controls the past controls the future, and who controls the present controls the past. This panel was not meant to control the past, but to understand it better, and therefore it's a very good introduction into the forthcoming discussion of current problems of Bosnia and Herzegovina and the ways to overcome and speed up Bosnia's EU accession. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simonovic. Thank you all for your remarks and contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you now to a 15-minute coffee break, after which we will resume with the official program at 5. Enjoy your day. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, welcome back once again. It is time for our second panel. From interventionism to local responsibility, what is the path forward? The moderator is Mr. Vitomir Miles Raguš, Ambassador of Bosnia and Herzegovina to the EU and NATO from 1998 to 2000. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mila. I told Mila, please don't forget to mention that I was a soccer player and a soccer coach, and she obviously did, but we forgive you, Mila. To be serious, we heard about the past. We heard from key players during the Dayton negotiations, but that was 30 years ago. Dayton is still holding, but is Dayton the future? Lots of people think not. We invited a number of experts. You see them in front of you. I'll introduce them one by one later as they come up to speak. Some of them think that Dayton has to be updated, made modern for various reasons, including, for instance, EU membership. Others think that really, as the title suggests, the policy is changing. The underlying message in the title of this panel is what the United States is thinking as of recently, saying that we are not going to be involved as we have been in the past. We would like the three constituents communities really to lead the process. So we're going to hear some ideas about what the three constituent communities can do and how. So focus is really on the future. And perhaps, we have basically panelists that really come from three generations. Dr. Ceric and Mr. Primorac have been involved on this issue from day one, even before the war started. Mr. Primorac in Washington, Dr. Ceric, I think you were in Malaysia at that time. And then we have the next generation who discovered the issue of Bosnia and Herzegovina and the former Yugoslavia, Dr. Boz. He discovered that during his university studies at Amherst in Massachusetts in the US, and over time he has become basically, your PhD was on the former Yugoslavia, and you have become a Bosnian expert since then, but amongst other expertise. And then we have three panel members who are really the new generation, people who were perhaps in grade school when the war started. So am I pushing it? If I am, you'll forgive me. So we have Dr. Bradaric from Mostar University. We have Dr. Popovic from Banja Luka University. And online we have Dr. Sahadzic, who is a constitutional law expert at Utrecht University in the Netherlands. So we'll basically go down the line based on the elderness factor. So Dr. Ceric, you will not be offended for being first. So can we start with you? How do you see the future of Bosnia and Herzegovina? Do you see it as something that's mostly local or something that's mostly international? But before you start, just few rules of the game. The previous panel was given 5 minutes, but I think they understood it as 15 minutes. This panel is being given 6 minutes, so please try to keep it to 6 minutes. If we have enough time, I can come in with a question perhaps, or maybe some other panel member would. And then we'll go into the second round of questions. And in this case, we will ask for your response that takes only 2 minutes. So Dr. Ceric, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Ragush. I am offended by being the oldest. I thought I am not. Good evening. I would like to thank to Minister Radman for inviting me, which is very unusual. I don't know exactly why he did invite me, but I know what I am going to say. So maybe you will regret and maybe you will be happy. Both. I am really glad to be in this circle of great political minds, academician minds, and expertise minds of war. I am none of these. I am Mufti, Grand Mufti of Bosnia for 20 years in peace and war, and I looked at things from a different perspective. And what I am going to tell you is not what happened, but I think I will tell you what is happening now in Bosnia and how I see from my experience of 20 years of being in a circle of the spiritual leaders all around the world, just to inform you that I attended 7 years at Davos as a member of C100 after 11th of September. You can imagine where and with whom I could share my thoughts. Now, you probably all heard recently that President Donald Trump had a new vision of the foreign policy of United States of America. This new vision, which is, I think, partially published, has made many leaders, especially in Europe, crazy and scared. Now, this situation of how especially European leaders are responding to this energetic president of an unpredictable President Donald Trump reminds me of a story between a taxi driver and a priest. They were in the hereafter, and then taxi drivers was told to go to heaven, and the priest was told to go to hell. So obviously, the priest was complaining, saying, you know, I was preaching for God all my time, and this taxi driver was driving people crazy on the street. And the voice came and said, yes, you have been preaching, but people were sleeping. But when this taxi driver was driving people crazy, everyone was praying for salvation. So I guess that we are now in the situation of praying for salvation because we have driver, meaning President Trump, who is making us, and I think the world, scared what will happen. I don't want to talk about the other part of the world, but about our part of the world, and especially about Bosnia. So my presentation will be a prayer for salvation. Not only Bosnia, but for the region and for Europe. Okay, you are not in the church nor in the mosque, but imagine. I just came from the Aqaba process where King Jordan Abdullah II and Prime Minister of Albania invited all the clergy of the Balkans to speak. And then I thought, You know, politicians used to go to the church to listen to preaching. Now, the king and the president called us, religious people, to listen to the preaching of the politicians. So the world is changing, I think, in a many ways. So the first prayer is, NATO membership is essential for Bosnia's stability. Bosnia and Herzegovina must join NATO to ensure long-term security and stability. All three constituent peoples, Bosnia, supported NATO membership in 2009 by parliamentary vote. This consensus was formally confirmed, including support from RS leadership at the time. I have the letter of 2009 when Nebojša Radmanović, as a member of the Serbian in Bosnian state, signed this letter asking for the partnership for peace of NATO. And I am very glad that the member of my country, Cvijanović, is here. My foreign minister is not here, so I congratulate you that you are here to listen of my prayers. Second, regional lessons. North Macedonia and Montenegro stabilized significantly after joining NATO. Their security is no longer a regional concern because NATO removed uncertainty. Third, Croats' role as a sponsor. Croatia has historically supported Bosnia, including backing the UN Srebrenica genocide resolution. Croatia can now play a decisive role by sponsoring Bosnia's NATO accession. A fair understanding is possible. Croatia supports Bosnia's NATO path. Bosnia supports Croats' priorities. Fourth, some international actors claim Croatia quietly opposes Bosnia's NATO accession. A clear and public Croatian commitment would dispel doubts and counter misinformation. I just want to comment on this. You know, Turkey is becoming a member of European Union for 40 or 50 years. I am afraid that Bosnia will be 55 years waiting for. So before EU, Bosnia needs to become member of NATO. Fifth, security context, the Russia factor. The Russia factor, NATO warns that Russia is attempting to influence internal processes in Bosnia and region. Dodik's cut-off ties with Moscow underscore the urgency and possibility of NATO integration. 6. Expectations of citizens and the armed forces, officers of the armed forces of Bosnia and Herzegovina stress that crisis readiness depends on NATO integration. Contrasting regional policies, Serbia opposes NATO, denies the Srebrenica genocide, and supports RS neutrality. Croatia supports Bosnia EU path. The remaining step is open support for NATO membership. Eighth, proposal for Zagreb. Croatia becomes the principal sponsor of Bosnia's NATO accession. Croatia encourages additional international supporters. Aim for the concrete progress at the next NATO summit in Turkey. A strategic opportunity. Bosnia now has a historic chance similar to 2009. NATO remains committed to the Western Balkans as a region of strategic importance. Now, these are the 9 prayers. If they are in the church and ask longer, but since we are not in the church, I will stop here, and then later on, moderator will give me chance to
expand on this issue.
Concrete proposal for the minister, Radman, for, as I see it, opening a new road in relationship between Bosnia and Croatia.
Thank you, Dr. Ceric. We started moving within that 15-minute limit already. So I kid about 15 minutes just to send a message. Yeah, we really have to focus. So in order to move along, I will pass up on a question by the moderator, and we'll move to Max Primorac. Let me also apologize to Dr. Ceric for not providing a bio in the beginning, but to me, your name stands by itself because you have been involved on this issue for a long time, and you are a regular commentator on the issues of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Max, you really appeared in the region as a commentator about a year or 2 years ago. Before that, actually 35 years ago, when we met for the first time, you had your own NGO.
Did you have to say 35 years?
Yeah, it's probably even more than that. You were lobbying for recognition of Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina in Washington. Since then, you ended up working for the U.S. government in Iraq, in Afghanistan. You became a deputy head of USAID. And most recently, you are Margaret Thatcher Chair at the Heritage Foundation. But over the last year or so, you became a household name for analysts and policy people in the region because you started writing about Bosnia. And please tell us briefly what you wrote about. But to move the process along, my understanding is Dayton was a big success, but Dayton implementation has failed. It has cost us too much money. And here I think this is a former deputy head of USAID speaking. And you have a new vision for the future. Please tell us what your thinking is.
Yeah, this was after I had disappeared from the region for quite some time. I was an NGO person actually supporting the Washington Agreement, working with Holbrooke's folks, getting money to try to build the spirit of the Federation from the bottom up. Had projects in Gradačac, in Odžak, Travnik, and Livno. And then saw the results of the genocide that had occurred. Then 9/11 occurred. I left and joined the government. My country was attacked, and I was sent to Iraq. Administrations changed. The whole Dayton process that was during the Clinton administration, the Bush administration came in, and indeed, Bosnia-Herzegovina was a model of what not to do. And so there was no international criminal court. The Iraqis did it themselves. It was messy, it was theirs, it was legitimate. We had power sharing agreements between the Kurds to the north, between the Shia Arabs and the Sunni Arabs, and we did everything possible. I was an occupation official and in charge of, I was co-running $25 billion fund. But in about less than a year and a half, we transferred sovereignty away from the occupiers directly to the Iraqis, set up their agreement, their new government, their parliament. I blocked anything that would have empowered long-term any kind of international institution that would have final authority. Then, of course, I went to Maine State, working for the Office of Secretary of State, worked for the Vice President, and at USAID. So I became one of those international community officials. When I came back last year, thanks to Minister Radman, to the Dubrovnik Forum, and took another look at EDB, and was very displeased. After billions of dollars spent, after 30 years, what did I see? I saw a country that was, and I've been attacked for this, but it was broken from our perspective, is you had 20% of its people left, you had an economy that wasn't functioning, you had three peoples that the ethnic hostility was great, and I saw the continuation of the bond powers as primarily responsible for it. Dayton was an agreement. There was a promise of 3 equal peoples. It didn't happen. We talk about local solutions. How can you have local solutions if the locals have no sovereignty? If the final authorities lie with a European diplomat? And it has caused Republika Srpska to constantly threaten to secede. It's led to the Croat population dropping by 60%. They don't even vote for their own leader. There's cross-voting. I saw that in Iraq with respect to the Christian minority there. It's simply something that's not working. And as a result, it's given our adversaries, like Communist China and Russia, opportunities, even Iran, opportunities to take advantage of the chaos in order to sow discord, even more discord within the region, and interfere with and corrupt the processes. The Chinese are very good at doing that. So this nation-building exercise utterly failed. This is very much of a Republican conservative view. You saw it again, obviously, with Ambassador McGraw saying, we're not doing this anymore. But in order for that to change, I strongly recommended that the bomb powers have to go. The Dayton Agreement talks about the Office of High Representative, but as a facilitator, a convener, as a rapporteur, those are very important functions. But it created a lot of negative incentives whereby if the elected leaders of B don't have authorities, where are you going to talk to each other? When you know that the High Representative has the final authorities, you go to him to try to get something done. And then at the same time, soon after the Dayton Accord was signed, what did we have? We had an effort to create a civic-based one man, one vote voting system, which is not what Dayton was. It actually worsened and poisoned the relationship between the 3 peoples. You know, I grew up in a family in which my father, who was from Herzegovina, talked so glowingly about the relationships between Croats and Muslims. It was kind of in a negative connotation. Our bloods flowed together. That basically was it. But I had such a high view of it. And to see where this country is right now, it's bad for America. It's bad for the people of B. And bomb powers have to go. And because the situation with the Croats are so desperate, I think that the only way, and we've spoken about this throughout implicitly, the question has been, well, you have 3 peoples, why not 3 entities? I think there's a lot of anti-Muslim bigotry in Europe that can account for that. But I think that's why, in order for the Croat population to survive, the only solution at this point is to have their own entity. They are the only truly pro-West constituent peoples there, and they can play a very important anchor position between the Serbs and also the Bosniaks. And with a 3rd entity, what does that do with the Serbs? It affirms the concept of the entity. I think that takes away the pressure on them against fears of centralization and the demographic changes that could result in a non-democratic society, 50% plus 1 can equal 100%. We've seen that in many different places. For the Bosniak, this will end this constant bitter fighting that goes on between them and the Serbs. And then we're also seeing it with the Croats. The Croats are very upset, given that they can't vote for their own leadership. In the House of People, they may lose the ability to exercise the veto power, and they become second-class citizens. The question for them is, why do we want to be in such a state? A 3-entity solution, I think, is best for all 3 constituent peoples. It will stabilize the area. It will cut out Russia and China. And then I think it can be a much stronger candidate for the EU and even in NATO.
Thank you, Max. So there are 2 elements. You are talking about constitutional change, adjustment of Dayton, basically, but there's an underlying theme there as well. The project has cost too much, and the West is not ready to support basically a backhaul. And this is coming from a former U.S. aid official. You know how much the U.S. intervention has cost. You can guess how much the European intervention has cost, and you're saying that this is basically over. So it's really up to the local communities to find new ideas, new solutions, and start talking seriously amongst themselves.
Just to conclude, is this on? No? So to conclude, the people of Bosnia and Herzegovina, 3 of your, 12 judges on the Supreme Court are foreigners. You don't have any freedom. You cannot express your political opinion. This is ridiculous. This is absurd. This is Europe. And we have that situation. It's got to end, have a new beginning. I think here what we've seen is a lot of goodwill between the Croats and Bosniaks. And I think this is where the beginning, and I'd like to know what, we have some officials from B, whether or not they would even take a look at something like this, because I think this will eliminate the tensions between all 3 peoples, set a new course. Do this for the people of the country, especially the young. What do the young people want to do? They want to leave. They don't want to stay in their country. That's not an option.
Thank you, Max. Let's move forward. Dr. Bose, you, almost, I guess, 20 years ago, you wrote, I would say, major work on Dayton as related to, well, of course, related to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Oxford Press put it out, and it's used as a textbook still today. So you're expert on Bosnia and Herzegovina, you're expert on Mostar, you have spent lots of time there, but recently you're preparing a new, let's say, new look into Dayton, updated look that will be published soon. And you told me that basically your perspective is to set a proper future for Bosnia and Herzegovina. After 30 years of Dayton, we have to take into consideration some important fallacies or follies about what the country has been and what it can be. So I think this issue of, let's say, false intelligence came up in the first panel. This is not the issue necessarily of false intelligence, but perhaps of ambitious policy framework, perhaps wishful thinking. So please go ahead.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it to 6 minutes. I can't guarantee that, absolutely, but it definitely won't be 15, so don't worry. First of all, it's wonderful to be back in Zagreb, a city I came to know and appreciate more than 30 years ago, during the 1991 to 1995 war in Croatia. During that time, I spent quite a bit of time in western Slavonia, 2 hours southeast of here, in what was then UNPA Sector West. I still remember those memories in my head and in my heart as if they happened yesterday. Bosnia-Herzegovina has been defined for the last 2 decades, I would say, certainly the last 15 years, by a condition I would describe as stasis, S-T-A-S-I-S. What is stasis? Stasis is a condition of paralysis, of prolonged deep stagnation. 20 years ago, I could not have imagined that Bosnia and Herzegovina would still not be an EU member state. Remarkably, ironically, given the extent of destruction wrought by the Bosnian War, there was more optimism, at least in a relative and qualified sense, 10 years after the Dayton Peace Agreement than there is today. How has this condition of stasis come to take root? Well, that requires a long and complex answer, but I do believe that a part of the culpability for this condition of stasis that Bosnia and Herzegovina has been plunged into for nearly 2 decades now lies with the international community. And here I think, very much on the same page as Max, who has spoken just before me. I'm not a diplomat, I'm not a politician, I'm just a simple scholar, although I do happen to come from a family of political background in India, my home country. I chose to play it safe and just be a student and a scholar of politics rather than a practitioner of politics. So I will speak with a degree of freedom here. And if I give offense to anybody, I do apologize in advance. Miles mentioned something about conceptual fallacies, which translate into practical follies, in the sense of incoherent policy and counterproductive strategy. And in turn, the fallacies are rooted in certain enduring, very stubborn, obstinate fantasies of imagining a region of Europe, of the world, of its very interesting peoples, to be something other than it really is, and wanting to change those peoples in the direction of that fantasy. 3 points, very quickly, about stubborn fantasies leading to conceptual fallacies and, in turn, to policy follies. Number one, the search for non-nationalists in Bosnia and Herzegovina as allies of the international operation there. I should say clients rather than allies. This was always a wild goose chase because, bluntly put, non-nationalists do not exist in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And even if they do, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. So this was a complete wild goose chase, but it persisted for many, many years. Nationalists were considered bad by definition. Northern Ireland tells us that so-called hardline nationalists can cohabit, cooperate, and be constructive partners in building peace after armed conflict. Number two, an integrationist mindset. The fallacies are based on profound historical and cultural ignorance, which in turn results in political ignorance. Anyone can see that integration in the classic sense around one national identity is not possible in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I've been urging this for the last 25 years, including in my book, Bosnia After Dayton, which you referred to, that what the international community should have been doing instead of promoting integration, which led nowhere, to say the very least, is to promote cooperation across the divides, across the fault lines, so that those divides and fault lines, while not being erased, because that's not feasible, would ease up over time, and a genuine healing process could take place. Number three, fallacy. Let's remember, in my view, the Dayton Accords have two immensely progressive features. One is the annex about the right of return, which sets a great precedent at the end of the 20th century. 2.3 million refugees and internally displaced persons, right? The other progressive feature is that Dayton is not just internally confederal, based on the autonomy of the entities and within one entity, the cantons, and further devolution downwards. We know Central Bosnia and Herzegovina, Neretva cantons have their own special regimes, but it is also externally confederal. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that if you read the Dayton Agreement, it says that multiple citizenships are fine. Entity citizenships, Bosnia-Herzegovina common state citizenship, and citizenships of other countries, including the neighboring states. There is an openness. There is a regional perspective that is embedded in the Dayton Peace Agreement. Dayton also authorizes the entities to establish and develop special parallel relationships of cooperation with neighboring countries. And long time ago, the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina signed such a pact with the Republic of Croatia, and 3 years later, in 2001, after the fall of the Milosevic regime, Serbia signed a similar pact with the then Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, Serbia, Montenegro. The international overseers and governors of Bosnia and Herzegovina confused state building with nation building, which is a fundamental fallacy. And the kind of state building they pursued was very insular, inwardly focused on building up central institutions of the common state of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which didn't lead to very much except the birth of phantom ministries and other negative consequences. Had they really operationalized, acted upon the externally confederal, regionally open character of the Dayton settlement, then perhaps, just perhaps, the Bihar Serbs and the Bihar Croats may not have felt that Bosnian state building is locking them in like prisoners into a cage, because both the internal and the external borders of Bosnia-Herzegovina are porous. The rebuilding of Bosnia and Herzegovina is taking place in a broader regional frame. So that's the three fallacies. I'll be very brief in my concluding comments. Again, 3 points. In October 2024, just over a year ago, I was at a conference convened at the University of Geneva in Switzerland on Dayton as it approached its 30-year milestone. And I had the opportunity to engage in a long, frank dialogue with one of the early high representatives in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Ambassador Wolfgang Petric of Austria, whom I know from before. The dialogue is coming out in a special issue of a journal called, it's a leading journal in its subfield, called Nationalism and Ethnic Politics. So it's going to become public, so I might as well disclose some of the contents of the conversation to you here. I'd like to highlight 3 things that Ambassador Petric said, which will soon become public.
Can we do it quickly? Because,
very quickly, yeah, I'm almost done.
15-minute red flag.
Number 1, he said that the Bihar Croats need and deserve an entity of their own. Okay? Number 2, he said the office of the High Representative should have been closed down around 2007. And number 3, he said, the international presence in Bosnia and Herzegovina, while dressed up as liberal internationalism in action, had at one time, when it was at its peak, characteristics of an occupation. I'll end by going back to that stasis. A stasis is a certain kind of negative stability while it endures. But I don't think Bosnia and Herzegovina and its wider region can afford to live with stasis in Bosnia and Herzegovina any longer. Because after a hiatus, geopolitics has made a return to the Balkans. 100 or more years ago, the Balkans used to be called the powder keg of Europe. I don't think it's any longer the powder keg of Europe or anywhere else, but at the same time, it's definitely the backyard of a continent, that is Europe, that after a long time, is back at war. So the stakes are very high. The stasis needs to be broken, and I really commend the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of the government of Croatia for organizing this very timely conference to find a way out, an off-ramp, and a path forward. Thank you very much.
The key word is stasis, and since I come really from the world of finance and banking, we have a similar word for such situation, and it's called muddling through. So in some ways, you know, Bosnia and Herzegovina is stuck in some form or some degree of mud, and we need to get it out. Dražen, Dr. Bradarić, you are a professor at the University of Mostar. I got to know you really as a student and your Twitter activity. In the meantime, you have moved along and you've become an assistant professor or a full professor, perhaps, and a dean of the Faculty of Philosophy at the University of Mostar. Can Bosnia and Herzegovina get out of this mud through local power? And what local power needs to be reestablished after 3 years of external sovereignty? Can you take the floor, please?
Thank you, Mr. Ragash. Those are really tough questions. For example, I'll just briefly say that, for example, no one did mention Mostar Agreement, so-called Mostar Agreement, which is a local solution which completely opened the political and democratic processes in extremely important city of Mostar. And now we have local consociational power sharing mechanism, and Mostar is working as a local community, for example. So if those principles can be updated and upgraded and put on the entity, federal, and even on state level, maybe we can do something with our political system. But my aim is to put on the table for discussion 4 elements as some sort of a scanning of our contemporary political or constitutionalism situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which are deeply rooted in Dayton Peace Agreement. My basic methodological assumption is that our constitutionalism is not of a civic nature, where equally worth citizens put their shares of sovereignty into a common state framework. Probably the closest attempt to that kind of model was the referendum in '92. But the Serbian national community completely ignored it and did not perceive it as a legitimate, while the Croats were denied so-called Livno issue, which demanded a differently worded referendum question. Therefore, it is only through the Dayton Peace Accord that a tripartite sovereignty was created from the transferred shares of sovereignty of 3 war communities, but also their ownership over the territory at that time. The transfer of sovereignty was an act of political will aided by a relentless war, while the key question remained how to translate it into potentially accumulated state sovereignty into sustainable political system. Second point of this analysis. All 3 national communities, Bosniaks, Serbs and Croats, through time developed, and they still have, their own conception of how to upgrade or change Dayton constitutional framework. Bosniaks have tendency for unitarization of the state with some sort of a territorial regional structure, which means basically the concept of national state connected with a sense of patriotism of all citizens. This would position Bosniaks as a titular ethnicity of the fake civic political community. Serbs, at the same time, plead for a further disintegration towards secession or a confederate structure, in which Republic of Srpska would gain the features of de facto state. This is a concept of a second Serb national state. At the same time, Croats were advocating for a further federalization with the final goal of creating their own entity to include the biggest possible number of Croats in Bosnia and Herzegovina in it. Basically, this is a concept of sub-state national community with a federal autonomy for all three national communities, which mean constituent peoples. For all those who are advocating centralization and strong international interventionism, my third point is that abandoning principle of constituency of peoples as a sort of transformation into a civic state regime is completely wrong and sometimes extremely malicious and dangerous. The reason is obvious. The abolition of constituency principle will not automatically melt all three national communities into one civic society. On the contrary, it would create one titular nation, which means Bosniaks, one minority nation, which means Serbs, and one national minority, which means Croats. In that situation, the major nation would definitely increase the suppression mechanisms, because the other two communities will drastically decrease their loyalty toward the state. The international community and the titular nation will not be able to ignore this dissatisfaction and the request of those minority national communities. The key question will remain: why would Serbs and Croats give up their status of constituent peoples and reduce their subjectivity to a minority position unless it is an imposition? Fourth point. All across Europe and Western democratic world, there are models of division of sovereignty, territorial autonomies, federal and constitutional mechanisms that create a balance between the demands of collective national rights and individual rights in combination with a stable democratic state. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, the concept of constituency of people is often defamed as a Soviet model, fascism, apartheid model, and so on. Are not many European countries based on similar principles, such as Spain with the concept of autonomous communities, the autonomy of Åland Islands in the constitutional framework of Finland, or South Tyrol in Italy, not to mention cantonal and federal models of Switzerland and Belgium that completely dispelled inter-ethnic disputes and created stable political systems with the inviolable protection of both individual and collective political rights. After all, has not the EU itself been based on multi-layer governance, subsidiarity, decentralization, recognition and respect of national differences, and federalism also? From that perspective, it is really hard to see reasons for those principles to be discredited in the Bosnia and Herzegovina as a pre-modern atavism, or even worse, as a Soviet model or even fascist model.
Thank you, Dr. Barbaric. You make a case for federalism. That's the future. But the remaining issue, I think, remains: how do you empower the three communities to go in this direction on their own? Something to think about, and something perhaps that we can address later. So let's move to Dr. Popovic. Dr. Popovic, you are a professor of constitutional law at the University of Banja Luka. You say you were not in grade school when the war happened. It doesn't matter. You have made an impact with your work. From my perspective, based on your interpretation of the European Court of Human Rights decision on Kovacevic. So I think, can you bring closer to us the decisions of this court and its impact for Bosnia and Herzegovina's future? The court will stay there. And Bosnia and Herzegovina has committed to its decisions, and it will have to start implementing them. Am I correct?
May I? So, just to put the time management on, thank you all. Thank you for inviting me, and it is a great pleasure and honor to be here. Are you right? well, we will see. The Sejdić-Finci judgment has been issued in 2010 or so, so it's been 15 years or something that it hasn't been implemented yet. And just one point, I was, a baby and a toddler during the war, and it was quite interesting for me to see all those actors from that time being here. It's a lifetime experience for me, I would say. Yeah. I will come to the European Court a bit later, but if I would have to use one word to describe the law in Bosnia and Herzegovina, including discrimination and human rights law, I think it would be honesty, or better to say dishonesty. Unfortunately, I think that all major political actors, both from local level and international actors, haven't been always honest about the law, and they've been interpreting law in order to achieve some political gains, which might be to some extent legitimate aim, but just we have to be clear about it. So, for instance, the European Court, regarding this concept of constituent peoples, we have heard like 1,000 times today this concept. And the European Court, if you read these decisions, these judgments, they said like it was, created by the Dayton peace agreement, which is quite false, because the concept of constituent people had existed like decades ago. It was created at least in 1943 with this famous parole, Bosnia and Herzegovina belongs equally to Muslims, Serbs, and Croats. That is the root of this concept. So even the European Court was not a bit honest, or was not informed enough about our situation. The next thing with the European Court was that one can hear from time to time that the European Court said, ordered we have to abolish the concept of constituent peoples, which is false claim. There is no single word, there is no single sentence in this court judgments saying you have to abandon, you have to abolish this concept in order to be aligned with the European Convention. And I was quite shocked to see a video of our national judge claiming that in one of the judgments the European Court ordered abolishing this concept of constituent people, and that there has to be only one concept, that is the concept of citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yeah, the next abuse I think was with the case of Zornic against Bosnia and Herzegovina. In that case, so everything started with Sejdić-Finci. I think you all know members of Jewish and the Roma community being discriminated against. These two communities are ethnic minorities in our country. But with the Zornic case, we had an applicant who rejected her ethnicity. She said, I don't want to affiliate with any ethnicity. I'm just a citizen of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And the European Court ruled in her favor, arguing that she was discriminated against on the basis of ethnicity. Now, this is absurd. How can one be discriminated against in the sense of ethnicity, while she at the very same time claims that she possesses no ethnicity, or that she doesn't want to express her ethnicity at all? This is a legitimate position from her, but it cannot be used in the legal sense in anti-discrimination test. The next thing with dishonesty and abuse is the thing, again, with ethnicity. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, there are no objective criteria for assessing if someone is a member of any particular ethnic group, whether constituent people or others. So there is this subjective system of subjective criteria, self-affiliation system. Basically, today I can say I'm a Serb, tomorrow I'm a Croat, the next day I'm a Bosniak, and so on. So the only legal limit is that you cannot change your ethnicity within one election cycle, that is 4 years. So after 4 years you can become member of another ethnic group, and after 8 years another, and so on and so on. So I think that we have to change our election law in order to prevent such an abuse. So in my opinion, what is the path forward? The path forward is we should all try to be honest about the law and what is stated in the Dayton peace agreement. And I think the solution must come from local actors, not from the international community. International community just need to provide some form of assistance. After all, you have asked me, Miles, like, are we obliged to implement the judgment? Yes, we are. But even with this international law imposed solution, we don't have this solution yet because local players were not able to make a deal between themselves. So I think it tells enough, without consensus or some sort of an agreement between local stakeholders, we won't be able to make any path forward. And of course, yeah, my time is running out. I could state more things about the European Court and the recent case of Slaven Kovacevic versus Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is a prime example of abusing human rights law in order to gain some political win. But yeah, I will just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Popovic. And yeah, indeed, the future is local. So far, the locals have not been able to move forward for various reasons. Max Primorat says this is because the OHR is there and it's easy to rely on him, and perhaps this is the reason to change him or to close the office. And if the local communities are compelled to live without OHR, it will be better for all of them. But we have one more panelist, and she's hiding there somewhere on video. Maya Sahadzic from Utrecht, and there she is. Maya, good afternoon, or maybe it's already evening, but either evening or afternoon, you're welcome. I hope you have been able to hear the previous panelists. Yeah, you have the same mission, 6 minutes, not 15 minutes, but to really give us an idea about the future, how to go forward. And I only got a glimpse of it from you in our exchanges, and this is basically an innovative approach, thinking as a lawyer based on some similar experience that you have had beforehand. So just to say a few more words about our panelists in Utrecht. She's the assistant professor of constitutional law. I think based on what I picked up on Google, you come from Bihać, and you ended up in the Netherlands just like many people who had to leave their homes at the time of war when you were a baby, perhaps. And since then, as one of the articles about you said, you cannot pin her down. She's everywhere. She's an advisor on every continent on this planet except perhaps Antarctica, but no one wants to be an advisor there. You have advised embassies, you have advised international organizations. So please, now, as a specialist on asymmetrical constitutional setup, give us your idea about the way forward.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me properly.
Perfectly, thank you.
Perfect, thank you so much. I think I want to continue on a lighter tone, sort of to say, because as a constitutional lawyer, well, I'm going to start a little bit on a higher note, but I'm going to bring it down as well. Because as a constitutional lawyer, constitutions are usually written, of course, to be clear and precise and readable and also relatable, sort of to say. Unfortunately, none of this or most of this does not apply to the Constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Constitution is a document that has been created by a constitution maker that we do not know who that is, under extraordinary circumstances. And as I usually say, we never received a user manual for it. And so this has predictable consequences, and some of my colleagues, Dražen and Igor, they spoke about it. And of course, we have experts, we have politicians who disagree. Quite loudly, I would say. The public is often confused, and some terms that we use, such as constituent peoples, entities, vetoes, they feel most definitely to the most of the population as puzzles, but also to us academics, I would say. And so this confusion actually inspired a couple of people that I work with from Trento, Graz, and also Milan Bicocca universities that inspired us to bring some order into the debate. And so the goal for us was not only to talk about the constitutional reform, possible alternatives. We also talked about creating an academic platform in which all of our colleagues from different parts of Bosnia and Herzegovina would actually participate. And Dražen is also my dear colleague who participated with me on several of these projects. And so that is how actually a first project was born by the Italian embassy, especially who supported us throughout the past couple of years, starting with Nicola Minasi as an ambassador, who's now head of the crisis group in the Italian government, and then two more ambassadors actually changed, but we still have a continued support. None of the support actually came from the official channels, and I know some of the official channels are there in the next panel. So this is a criticism also to them, because we created a glossary together. That is the book. I can show it right here. And Dražen was also co-editor with me on this particular glossary. And so we started with group meetings, with workshops, conferences in Banja Luka, Mostar, Sarajevo, and so on. All of these academics joined, and what we did was actually that we created something that was academic, but also relatable to a wider audience. Because we wanted to provide short, systematic overview of key constitutional concepts in Bosnia and Herzegovina, covering not only constituent peoples, citizens, Dayton Constitution, but also the potential path towards the EU, something that you mentioned at the very beginning as a goal. And then we also knew that because we had different academics, we also had different realities. So the challenge was actually to put all of those academic perspectives that exist in Bosnia and Herzegovina together, because of course all of those led to different conclusions. Some terms are, of course, scientifically, politically, constitutionally sensitive. But also to keep the things balanced, we worked in the way that we were checking each other's work. We were seeking for definitions that would not cause diplomatic incidents, but also marking controversial points very much openly. We worked in 3 languages, 2 scripts, even in English, and so on. And therefore, we have this glossary. In the final stages of the project, we also were motivated now to create an academic effort. So we created an edited volume, which I cannot necessarily show because I don't have the book yet. The book has been published, but it's not there yet. But of course, we discussed fundamental ideas around the Constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina and also the path of Bosnia and Herzegovina in that matter towards the EU. I consider this, why am I telling you all of this? Because I can tell you that I consider this project basically as a second-track diplomacy. Because second-track diplomacy is the art of solving political constitutional problems without a political drama. In this case, we had academics, experts sitting together, having coffee, and we did the hard thinking that politicians often do not have the time to do, or space, or nerves to do. We also gathered as authors from all over Bosnia and Herzegovina, working together jointly to write definitions on, as I said, sensitive terms, which is practically an exercise in peace building, because it requires trust, something that Igor also mentioned. It requires compromise. It requires steady nerves, just like diplomacy, but we had footnotes. And then we also create a shared language, I think, or at least we tried, in the country that loves multiple interpretations, because there's always a 3 of everything in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And of course, in the outcome, we built networks, we built trust because people collaborated, people argued, we all agreed but also disagreed, but we also along the lines, we laughed and we produced something that we thought it was meaningful. So I do consider this as a real diplomatic process. Only this time it was just a Word document that we were working in, not necessarily negotiation rooms. And so the messages, for example, that we received from the politicians and messages that we are going possibly to receive from the next panel are political messages. Academics may take a political stance, but we are mostly objective, and we do ground our proposals on facts, on research, and not necessarily on emotions or populism and so on. It's been 30 years. That is one whole generation, and that is what is scary to me. One thing that you mentioned at the very beginning is that despite all of the blockages, the EU accession seems to remain the only political project that actually enjoys this rhetorical, at least rhetorical support across Bosnia and Herzegovina, because it is perceived as a long-term goal. But at the same time, we also know that the EU has made it clear that
Maya,
accession is impossible without
you're back.
Question. I'm finishing, exactly. Mm-hmm.
No, we were losing
Yes.
you for a few seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, but perhaps we're in the 15-minute zone. So, if you can
I
finish
just want
up.
to wrap up with
and-
two questions.
Great.
Possibly. So what I'm actually asking myself, but also possibly the next panelist, because there will be Jana Nazovko, for example, as an MP in the European Parliament, would be, can we believe, for example, that the European Parliament is ready to systematically engage with independent academic initiatives from Bosnia and Herzegovina that actually aim to clarify or rethink the Dayton Constitution, especially given that this is now the priority or the condition for the EU accession? And then also what I question as well, and this is now turning towards the EU, is if constitutional reform is truly this accession requirement and not merely a diplomatic formula that they want, why is there still no structured channel in the European Parliament, for example, for independent academic expertise from Bosnia and Herzegovina to challenge elite-driven narratives and propose, for example, evidence-based alternatives that we've, for example, produced? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Maya. I think you jumped the gun on your conclusion. It was envisaged for the next round, but you can still participate in the second round and repeat your proposal. The idea of the next round, and we'll do this in 15 minutes, each panelist will get 2 minutes, is really to connect to the politicians on the next panel. You are experts, you are a student of Bosnia-Herzegovina, you're a student of law. Politicians will be next, they'll be speaking about how they see the future, but perhaps you can help them. So based on your expertise, based on your knowledge, can you propose to one panel member what do you think that panel member should focus on going forward? Mr. Minister is here. Ms. Cvijanovic was here. Ms. Zovko is here. But most importantly, the Foreign Minister of Bosnia and Herzegovina is there as well. So they're listening, but most importantly, the moderator for the last panel is there, and he will take notes and pass on your ideas. So can we start with Dr.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And in the spirit of tolerance, I would ask more time because I was challenged by Mr. Max.
I don't think anyone was challenged per se.
Okay.
This is just a discussion of ideas.
Of course. And this is my ideas to discuss with my Mr. Max, who is also a student of Chicago. So we are sharing the same experience, right? Of crossfire. All right.
It's friendly
First of all,
fire in any case.
I was warned by some people in Sarajevo not to come to this meeting because of the participation of you. Because of your latest statements regarding the third entity, and they think that you are biased to the Croatian politics that we are dealing in Bosnia for a while. Let me then say why I think what is wrong. I read your article. It is a long one, but I used to have better articles from you once upon a time. But this one has shocked us in Bosnia. And I will tell you why. First, you talk about is God getting us back to war. And we don't want this. Second, we Bosniaks don't want the Cordoba syndrome of 1492 in Spain. We don't want to get us into the ghetto as Bosniaks and to tell us, okay, you implement your Sharia law, your Muslim law, and then forget the rest. The third, you say that Croats are the only Europeans who are civilized in Bosnia in the European values. I want to ask you, if you go to Stolac, my Bosnian children cannot travel in the same bus with the Croat children. I visited Montgomery in Alabama, and I saw the bus of the Rosa Parks, who broke the segregation laws. And then after that, Martin Luther King came with his movement for civil rights. And you know what Martin Luther King didn't say, I have a complaint. If he said that, no one will listen to him. What he said? He said, I have a dream. I want Croats and Bosniaks to have a dream, not to have the complaint. And they are always complaining to each other and not talking to each other. Please, talk to us, honestly and frankly, and implement European standards that we want. Why? I am very glad that Madame Zovko is here. I heard your speech in Parliament, and I am very glad. So I'll give you also a gift for that. You know why? You are asking a Christian ruler to come to Bosnia because the Christians are in danger from Muslims, from Ottomans. We don't talk about Ottomans and Turks. You only talk about Turks in Belgrade and in Zagreb. But let me tell you, we have the Christian ruler, Christian Schmidt, legitimate Christian Catholic. And he is ruling Bosnia. He is alter ego of the Christian King Francis II of the Austro-Hungary. My predecessor, Reisul Ulema Jamaluddin Ceaușescu, was praising his birthday from the member of the main mosque in Gazi Husrev. He was a Christian. We Muslims, Bosniak Muslims, you like to call us Muslims, welcome. We are Muslims and proud Muslims. But let me tell you, 100 years we know how to live in Europe. I was in war as a Grand Mufti when I was challenged with those Mujahideen who were coming to Bosnia, who wanted to change our identity, our Islam, our Mazhab, our way of life. We faced them without asking you. I spent 2 hours with Cardinal Kuharic, the best men that we had in this region. And I am witness as a Imam of Zagreb Mosque. I am receiving this retirement payment from your country. Croatia has done so many good to Bosnia, from independence to the resolution of Srebrenica. Why don't you use this leverage for us and make alliance between Croats and Muslims? And our predecessor will be very happy, not to complain. We don't want to be, you see, the Muslims in Singapore elect Catholic president. My brothers in Kreševo elect Mayor Zdravko Marošević, who passed away recently, twice. Not because he is Croat or not, but he is a good man who was the rule of law. But I guess that I am invited because I had an article on my face when I say to my Bosniaks, you may have the right, but if you don't have a might to implement this right, is useless. Therefore, you have to have wisdom. Just a moment. Therefore, I am here to suggest to you, Croats, to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to establish permanent committee of distinguished Croats and Bosnian personalities, public figures, academics, religious leaders, diplomats, and civil society representatives dedicated to building long-term trust and cooperation between our two nations. This is what we have to do. Mr. Max, please, don't push us to war. We don't want war. And by the way, what you are speaking is not American policy. Americans are proud of the biggest success in the 20th century of their foreign policy, which is the Washington Agreement with the Croats and Dayton Agreement for Bosnia. Therefore,
Dr. Taric,
just a minute.
Forward, yeah.
This is, you see, I am grateful, very grateful for me to give me a chance to say this face in face, not to write only on the Facebook. Please, be serious about us. We are the people who suffer genocide. Please. And because of that, I am glad to give to Mr. Max a book about Srebrenica Potocari of my service as Grand Mufti. Okay? Did you sign it? Yes, I signed it. Oh, fantastic. Everything. And I would give to Minister of my country, Croatia, because my children and my wife is here. We lived in Zagreb, one of the best times that we had. We love Croatia. And to my professor from Mostar, no, you are not minority in Bosnia. We are minority because Croats in Bosnia belong to the great nation of Croatia. Every Croat in Bosnia got the passport of the EU Croatian passport. So what? I am minority compared to the majority of the Croatian nation, but don't tell me, and also Serbs are not minority in Bosnia. We are minority in Bosnia. And we are the only people in Balkans that don't have national state, and we don't claim. But we expect from you to appreciate that we don't want national state, that we want to live with you. We want to live with you after genocide. After joint criminal enduring, we want to live. And you don't want to live with us. Why? Mr. President, Minister, please allow me to be you. And I am at your service to work for the possibility of Croats and Bosnia. I am honest. Thank you.
And Minister Radman will respond to your 2-minute proposal and in the next panel. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ceric. Let's go to Max. Max, 2 minutes. Do you have a dream about Bosnia and Herzegovina?
No complaint. Yeah, my dream is that Bosnia and Herzegovina is a sovereign country. So I guess the question I would have for the next panel is...
Anyone in particular?
Maybe the foreign minister of... But that requires the office of a high representative to lose those power and free your people.
Okay. That's a quick 2 minutes. You're done, Max. Dr. Boz?
Right. So I think all of us want Bosnia and Herzegovina to succeed. We are all on the same page on that count. I was asked to throw out a bite, in the sense of a sound bite, of unsolicited advice to the policymakers of today who will be speaking on the next panel. So I thought of maybe, since there's a member of the European Parliament here from Croatia, means Željana Zovko, I understand that even within the People's Party caucus in the European Parliament, there is a lot of misgivings and even suspicion about federalism and federations. And because I, like everybody else in this room, I think, wants Bosnia and Herzegovina to succeed, Bosnia and Herzegovina can A, survive, and B, flourish only on the basis of an explicitly multinational federalism. A philosophy of explicitly multinational federalism which is reflected in its institutional structure. Dayton, 30 years on, clearly doesn't add up to that. It needs significant rationalizing reforms, which only the locals can actually take forward. But perhaps you can tell your colleagues who harbor these misgivings about federalism and federal states that isn't the European Union itself a supranational confederation? So think of Bosnia and Herzegovina as a microcosmic version of the European Union. Okay? It is to some extent, but unevenly and somewhat ineffectively, but it should be built on the same philosophy that underpins the European Union. So the philosophies are absolutely congruent. Maybe that's a way to educate people without sounding condescending and remove their fears and misgivings. No one is trying to do something treasonous or extreme here. It's just a common sense response to political realities.
Thank you, Dr. Boz, and something for Ms. Zovko to take up in the next panel. Dr. Barbaric.
I also have a dream for Bosnia and Herzegovina to become a stable, functional, and democratic state in the near future. After the expose of Dr. Ceric, I'm even more convinced that my dream is a right path for Bosnia and Herzegovina, because nor the unitarization. You said, okay, we are the only people on the Balkan that don't have national state, which is a legitimate position. But nonetheless, the violent unitarization will get us nowhere. I don't see in a perspective any sort of scenario. Unitarization will lead to a potential war, for God's sake. On the other hand, another political vector is a secessionist, but international community, especially the American administration, will not let the political elite in the Republic of Srpska to go on that path. So only solution is a middle path, consistent federalization of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which we talk about. After you asked the question for my part, part in the panel, I asked myself, okay, I'm convinced that is a most optimal model for future Bosnia and Herzegovina, but how to convince two other constituent peoples and their political elite to share our dream, our vision of future Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I wrote few theses. I will not bother with the thesis, but only way for all those who are advocating for a civic state is through the federalism. We will not succeed as a state at all, not to mention to be a democratic state, credible candidate for the EU membership unless we put the federal principles and power sharing principles in our future model, in our dream. So I will try to address to member of European Parliament, Ms. Zovko, and to the deputy of our House of Peoples on the state level, to Mr. Čović, how to convince two other people in the correctness of our dream.
Yeah, there are benefits for the Serb community, for the Bosnian community, and I think Max has written about this, but this is something that needs to be developed further and discussed.
Absolutely.
As Dr. Ceric proposes. You know, federalism is not help to Croats issue. Federalism is save Bosnia and Herzegovina and help all three communities to prosper. Thank you, Dražen. Dr. Popović.
Thank you. Yeah, I believe I should ask a question or give an advice to Madame Cvijanović. I don't know if she is here, but we have the moderator, yeah. So regarding this issue of secession or something like that, I just have to, and it is related to my question, I just have to emphasize that the vast majority of political representatives from Republika Srpska were willing to make constitutional amendments in the past. So, like April package was broken not from politicians from Republika Srpska, but from Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So, I think that deeds, you know, talk for themselves. Like major politicians were ready to make significant changes to our constitution. So, my question for a presidency member would be, is this a possibility nowadays, maybe, to start once again with these talks, and maybe Republika Srpska could be a driving force that would be, you know, something new in our politics, maybe to initiate these changes, bearing in mind especially the momentum with the states leaving pretty much everything to local actors. So that would be my question for her, and advice would be not just to her, but to all of us, like, don't give up of law. I think this is of special importance for politicians from Republika Srpska. We have to trust in law. It prevents from chaos, and in that regard, I think we should use legal mechanisms, like we should push forward these consultations with the President of the European Court, which is one person vested with the right to appoint, not just to propose, but to appoint foreign judges in our constitutional court. So let's use this legal mechanism. Let's put two judges into Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina, enable jurists from Republika Srpska to speak out, and if they disagree with the majority, they can write dissenting opinion, and this dissenting opinion stay there, so someone will read them eventually.
Thank you, Dr. Popović. I noticed that you didn't use your timing mechanism this time, but I think your idea is a great one. What you're saying, if I understand it correctly, is Republika Srpska, Banja Luka now has the ear of Washington. Please take advantage of this and make sure in your efforts, your interpretation of the situation, that you are lobbying for Bosnia and Herzegovina, make Bosnia and Herzegovina work. I think one of the people in Washington already who is representing the view of Republika Srpska former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich, he already wrote about this. He was saying that basically what we want for Republika Srpska is also good for the Croat community to bring them back in. So thank you very much. Dr. Sahajic, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Can you, at the end, we were receiving you choppy, and I think you had a proposal for member of European Parliament, Zovko. Did I hear it correctly, or?
Yes, yes, of course. Well, I think I just want to connect it. I think the message of this panel, the way I read it, and that is also something that this academic platform also established, is that constitutional reform itself is not a dirty word. The federalism is the dirty word. And then back to my question to Mrs. Zovko, is there a possibility to establishing a structured channel within the European Parliament for independent academic expertise from Bosnia and Herzegovina to challenge elite-driven narratives, to offer something that is fact-based, evidence-based, and so on? And maybe my dream as well about constitutional reform process is that we stop inviting religious leaders to the talks about constitution. There are no experts. There's no place for them in it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Maya. Thank you to everyone else. And Mila is smiling. I think we should leave. Thanks again to everyone, and for Dr. Ceric providing some drama at the end. We take it as very well intended. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raguš. Thank you all for your words and contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have another 15-minute coffee break, and at 6:50 we will continue with the final panel of this conference. See you shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome back once again. It is time for our third and final panel today, Homegrown Solutions, Euro-Atlantic Horizon, Building the Momentum. The moderator is Mr. Tihomir Vinkovic, Brussels correspondent, HRT, Croatian Radio Television. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I was trying to moderate as the others on English, but my English is not sufficient enough, so I will switch to my Croatian, my mother's tongue, Croatian language. Dobro večer prvo svim sudionicima. Dobro večer prvo vama, gospođo članice predsjedništva Bosne i Hercegovine. Možda za neke ljude u Europi, možda za neke ljude u NATO-u čudno izgledaju te funkcije. Predsjedništvo Bosne i Hercegovine ima 3 člana, onda imamo Dom naroda Federacije, pa imamo Dom naroda Parlamentarna skupština, pa sad da ne nabrajamo sve, a sve to čudi ljude koji žive u Belgiji, koja je još puno složenija nego Bosna i Hercegovina. Gospođo Cvijanović, vi ste čuli u prijašnjim diskusijama, ali i ovome što je ovdje rečeno, postoji li rješenje unutar Bosne i Hercegovine bez posrednika, da bi bila ne funkcionalna Bosna i Hercegovina je država, nego da bi bila država koja bi mogla prosperirati u onom smjeru kako se navodi euroatlantskih integracija i nečega što je najbitnije, da se ljudi ne iseljavaju i da mogu raditi i živjeti u Bosni i Hercegovini, ali da ostvaruju sva ona prava kojim su im zajamčena temeljnim dokumentom, a to je jedan od dijelova Dejtonskog sporazuma. Izvolite.
Pozdravljam ostale učesnike, vas naravno, i drago mi je da imamo priliku razgovarati o ovome. 30 godina nakon potpisivanja Daytona je definitivno vrijeme kad se treba podvući crta i vidjeti šta se to treba raditi u budućnosti. Da su nam cvjetale ruže, onda ne bismo morali podvlačiti crtu, nego bismo se kretali naprijed, ali očito da te ruže nisu cvjetali, da je država, iskreno rečeno, zaglavljena u svojim neuspjesima, nesposobna da postigne ono što se zove bazični politički dijalog ili razgovor, komunikacija čak. Ne možete doći do rješenja koja su od onih nisko rangiranih pa do onih visoko rangiranih političkih tema. To je naša realnost i ne treba od toga bježati i ne treba stvari uljepšavati. Ono što me jako raduje ovdje, a vidjela sam da se kroz prethodne panele, ali konačno i u naslovima koji su ovdje, insistira na nečemu što se zovu lokalna rješenja, lokalna odgovornost, lokalna inicijativa i vjerujem da je to jedini izlaz za Bosnu i Hercegovinu. Malo ću se osvrnuti na ovo što ste rekli za Belgiju. Ja ne znam zašto bi to možda djelovalo čudno. Mi definitivno imamo veoma gustu ustavnu arhitekturu. Naravno, taj ustav je odraz vremena u kojem je napravljeno, ali isto tako i odraz potreba koje mi danas imamo. Dakle, ja ne vidim tu raskorak između nečega što je bilo prije 30 godina kad je u pitanju ustav i ovaj život koji danas mi živimo, u kojem želimo da se svako zaštiti, da svaki narod ima ista prava, da svaki narod ima mogućnosti da izrazi svoje potrebe i konačno da dođe do zadovoljenja svojih prava u okviru toga. Sad u ovih 30 godina, dakle, mi smo se kretali naravno od toga da smo imali jednu fazu koja je postojalo puno više optimizma nakon postizanja mira, nego što danas vidimo da ima tog optimizma. Dejtonski sporazum ima 2 dimenzije i mi često zanemarimo jednu drugu. Uvijek govorimo o njemu kao mirorovnom sporazumu, što je tačno, naravno, i to je ta prva dimenzija. Ona druga važna dimenzija je ovo pitanje, dakle, da je on uspostavio jedan, ustavni pravni okvir, politički sistem za Bosnu i Hercegovinu, u kojem je zapravo trebalo da se omogući i ta ravnopravnost i mogućnost da ostvarite i da zaštitite svoje identitete i da ostvarite sve svoje ambicije kao naroda, da pritome ne oduzimate ništa nekome drugome. Mi smo kroz more stranih intervencija, ali isto tako i političkih lokalnih apetita, došli do toga da smo imali jednu iskrivljenu sliku, iskrivljenu realnost, da mi danas u životu stvarnom, praktičnom, institucionalnom imamo jednu stvar, a ono što piše u Ustavu je nešto sasvim drugo. Kad to kažem, mislim da imate more institucija koje su napravljene na nivou BiH gdje se oduzimalo od entiteta, u federaciji vjerovatno i od kantona, pretpostavljam, ne mogu to sa sigurnošću reći, da bi se, pravila država onako kako je to neko zamislio, da kaže ona je normalnija, što ima više nadležnosti, ona je, ne znam, jača, sposobnija i tako dalje. Sad vidite, kod nas ima u predsjedništvu, 3 člana koji imaju svoju identifikaciju, srpski, hrvatski, bošnjački član. Oni funkcionišu po principu rotacije. Vi sad imate, dakle, 8-mjesečnu rotaciju predsjedavanja. Taj koji je predsjedavajući ne govori u ime svih ako nema dogovor svih. Dakle, i dalje ta funkcija ništa ne znači osim u nekom administrativnom smislu ili formalnijem nekom ili imate više obaveza da pripremate određene stvari. Ja se sjećam, ne znam, mislim da je to ukinuto u Belgiji, ali u Belgiji je nakon što je, dakle, ona i postala članica Evropske unije i kad su imali, dakle, obavezu da imaju predstavljanje u okviru savjeta ministara Evropske unije, onda bi oni sjeli kod svoje kuće, dogovorili se, ti ministri, recimo, nadležni za poljoprivredu, ako je bio savjet vezan za poljoprivredu i za ta pitanja. Oni bi sjeli kod kuće, dogovorili se i onda taj jedan koji ode da predstavlja, a isto su se rotirali, dakle, kad su odlazili u savjet ministara Evropske unije, onda je on morao da predstavlja ono što su usaglašeni stavovi.
Još uvijek?
Dakle, evo, nadam se da još uvijek, ali znam da je tako sa sigurnošću bilo kad sam ja pratila sav taj institucionalni život Evropske unije, onako nasitno u milimetar htjela da znam. Dakle, prema tome imate vi, svaka zemlja ima svoje neke specifičnosti, ona nađe odgovor za svoje specifičnosti. Što je problem sa Bosnom i Hercegovinom? Da nikako ne možete da sjednete, da nađete način da odrazite svoje specifičnosti i izađete u susret svakome. Zato što Belgija nije imala intervencionizam strani kakav mi imamo, a mi ga imamo. I dok god imate nekoga koji intervenše i ko donosi umjesto vas zakone, što je apsurd, dakle, apsurd, neprihvatljiva stvar, apsolutno, dakle, onda će se jedan svrstavati uz njega i smatrati da taj jedan treba da zadovoljava svoje političke apetite tako što će taj neki stranac da vam donosi zakon umjesto da vi sjedite, dogovarate se kako ćete donijeti te zakone. Dakle,
samo sekunda, ali u Daytonu to nije tako bilo zamišljeno.
U Daytonu nije zamišljeno da postoji bilo koji stranac koji može da donosi zakone umjesto i to ne postoji nigdje. Dakle, to nije kodifikovano ni u jednom pravnom aktu. Dakle, Bosna i Hercegovina je, da se razumijemo u potpunosti, definitivno u svih 30 godina bila i ostala jedan eksperiment. Dakle, eksperimentalno se djelovalo prema njoj. Čim imate situaciju da vam u Daytonskom sporazumu piše da vam je neko ko je visoki predstavnik i njegova ovlaštenja, odnosno njegova uloga i način kako se bira je definisano aneksom 10 Daytonskog sporazuma, tamo piše da je ta osoba facilitator, da je ta osoba koordinator, da je ta osoba izvjestilac, ali ne piše da je ta osoba zakonodavac. Dakle, mi smo dobili situaciju u kojem neko ko je visoki predstavnik, vam donosi zakon ili nameće zakone. Kao rezultat toga mi sad imamo more zakona koji nemaju nikakvu parlamentarnu potvrdu. Ne može me niko ubijeti da može da bude uspješna država u kojoj imate intervenciju tog tipa i da vi nikako ne možete unutrašnjim dijalogom da nadomjestite određene stvari zato što neki ljudi prosto neće da pričaju, imaju zaštitu. Druga važna stvar koju treba riješiti nakon ovih 30 godina Daytonskog sporazuma je činjenica koja također oduzima suverenitet, oduzima nezavisnost, oduzima sve ono što država treba da bude, je činjenica da u Ustavnom sudu Bosne i Hercegovine vi imate, dakle, 3 stranih sudija koji veoma često se svrstavaju, dakle, i pravi glasački blok sa 2 iz jedne nacionalnosti i onda preglasavaju druge. I onda imate apsurdnu situaciju da vam Ustavni sud nije zaštitnik Ustava, nego zapravo je stavio sebe u ulogu kreatora novih ustavnih rješenja. Zato je to eksperiment. Sad gdje se mi nalazimo ovih 30 godina nakon svega toga? Definitivno na prekretnici. Ili ćemo se odlučiti da mi kao ljudi koji su odgovorni, izabrani od svojih naroda, dakle, možemo da idemo naprijed tako što ćemo sjediti i dogovarati, makar to bilo mučno i ne znam nija kako, ili ćemo prosto pustiti da stvar propadne, ili ona definitivno propada. Dakle, tu nema nikakve dileme. Šta su odgovori na ovo što vi kažete? Evropske integracije, tu postoji saglasnost u okviru BiH. Što se tiče NATO, imamo svi dobru saradnju, nemamo svi ujednačen stav kad je u pitanju članstvo, ali nas niko i ne tera što se tiče NATO saveza. Tako da stvari su tu neke jasne. Dakle, suština je nedostajući dijalog. Bosna i Hercegovina danas su 3 elementa kojim se svi vole hvaliti kad kažu teritorijalni integritet, nezavisnost, suverenitet. Ona ima samo teritorijalni integritet, ona nema suverenitet. Čim možete imati nekog stranca koji suvereno misli da može da on nadomjesti ono što je kapacitet domaćih institucija, nemate naravno nemate ni nezavisnost, jer niste nezavisni u svom nekom odlučivanju da biste vi, ako ste se odlučili da je to evropski put, onda vi nezavisno kreirate rješenja, naravno u dogovoru sa onim koji je vaš partner, to je Evropska unija, kako da dođete do određenih stvari. Dakle, očito da smo došli ono što me jako ohrabruje, reći ću, to su ove nove poruke koje dolaze od nove administracije Sjedinjenih Američkih Država. Nakon mnogo vremena mogli smo da čujemo nešto što je za mene bilo umirujuće, a to je bila izjava i neko se referisao i danas ovdje tokom. Dakle, mislim ambasador, gospođa ambasador Američke ovdje, to isto tako podsjetila nas na tu izjavu. Nedavno u Savjetu bezbjednosti Ujedinjenih nacija, kada je predstavnik Amerike rekao da budućnost, dakle, Bosne i Hercegovine treba da se gradi na dogovoru predstavnika konstitutivnih naroda. Konstitutivni narodi su mnogo vremena već bili izbačeni maltene iz javnog političkog diskursa kao nešto što je kao strašna stvar. Bosna i Hercegovina može da funkcioniše samo ako postoji, dakle, konsenzus ili dogovor konstitutivnih naroda. Konačno, oni su ti koji su dali saglasnost na državu u kakvoj mi danas živimo i koja se pati prilično, pa je sad došlo vrijeme da vidimo što se manje pati, to će li nešto od nje biti.
Je li to možda problem u tome što i ti visoki predstavnici govore slabo engleski kao i ja, pa možda nisu shvatili ono što piše u Daytonu, tekst je napisan na engleskom sporazumu. Ili je nešto drugo po vašem mišljenju?
Nešto drugo, pazite. Dakle, ta izmišljena bonska ovlaštenja su kreirana 2 godine nakon Daytonskog sporazuma, oni nisu kodifikovani u jednom pravnom aktu, što znači da nisu pravno obavezujući, ali su bila nametnuta, zašto je to bila želja svih onih koji su bili, da tako kažem, vlasnici Bosne i Hercegovine više nego njeni narodi. Što je apsurdno. Dakle, bili su vlasnici, jer su oni kreirali određena rješenja. Ali vidite, mi smo sad došli u tu fazu, ja stalno govorim da je to 30 godina, zato što mi sad trebamo da uđemo u fazu koja se zove vraćanje sebi. To znači da treba da se raspusti taj famozni savjet za implementaciju mira. U nekoj prvoj fazi to bi moglo da bude da to čine države koje su potpisnice, države koje su garanti, dakle, jedan mali krug država koje bi nas izvele iz ove šume u kojoj se sada nalazimo. To definitivno znači ukidanje bunskih ovlaštenja i vraćanje nadležnosti domaćim institucijama. To definitivno znači raščišćavanjem sa zakonodavstvom. Naravno, to može da se radi zajedno sa Evropskom unijom, da se kroz taj screening prođe i vidi šta je to što štrči, što nije doneseno u skladu sa demokratskim postulatima. Demokratski postulati su da vam demokratski izabrane institucije nadležne za to po ustavnom ovlaštenju donose određene zakone, da se to eliminiše iz tog pravnog prometa i da se na kraju vidi na konačno kako ići dalje. Ja sam danas čula ovdje razne ideje, od onih da to treba da budu 3 entiteta, do nekih drugih koji bi to branili na drugi način. Dakle, mislim da jedan ozbiljan razgovor o budućnosti države može da da mnoge odgovore i da pri tome svako umanji svoje političke apetite i razumije da je država kompromisna, ona je tako napravljena i da jedino tako može da opstane.
Hvala. Ministre Konakoviću, vi ste osoba koja je najviše u Briselu, vi ste osoba koja najviše u stvari pregovara o onom evropskom putu Bosne i Hercegovine, putu u Europsku uniju. I tada ste se susreli sa mnogim njihovim zahtjevima, ali i puno toga usvaja se u Bosni i Hercegovini, barem ono što mi novinarima uspijemo čuti, zakonodavstvo funkcionira, provedba baš i ne. Slažete se vi s tim?
Prije svega želim da vas sve zajedno pozdravim, da se zahvalim za poziv na jednu fantastičnu sesiju u kojoj je došlo vrijeme da se pogledamo u oči jedni drugima, kažemo što imamo i analiziramo dokle smo s Daytonom. I hvala mom dragom prijatelju Gordanu Grlić-Radmanu, hvala premijeru Plenkoviću. Ja sam često kritiziran zbog svojih stavova sa različitih strana. Kada vama u Hrvatskoj prigovaramo o našoj imovini, o granici, o nekim stvarima koje nisu riješene, vi se nekad malo ljutite. Kad kažem da kada bih birao jednu osobu koja je Bosni i Hercegovini najviše pomogla na evropskom putu, ima puno prijatelja, puno zemalja i ova grupa prijatelja, to bi bio premijer Hrvatske Andrej Plenković, koji je zaista možda ključni, danas je on o tome čini mi se i govorio, potez napravio kada je zajedno s Ursulom von der Leyen i Ruteom, koji je bio odlučujući za brojanje onih ruku tamo u parlamentu Nizozemske, stigao u Sarajevo, dao jednu nesebičnu podršku i mom prijatelju Gordanu se na tome nesebično zahvaljujem, jer Hrvatska je veliki prijatelj Bosne i Hercegovine na evropskom putu. Neću otvarati ove teške teme koje također imamo prigovarati, odnose prema ratu i volio bi da o tome danas ne govorimo. Hoću ako se otvori prilika vrlo rado, ali to neću nametnuti tu temu ja. Jako mi je drago da danas govorim poslije gospođe Cvijanović, koja nam je ovdje sasula jedan pamflet stavova proruske podmornice SNSD-a, koja trenutno u geopolitičkim odnosima u Europi najbliža Putinovom režimu od svih političkih stranaka regiona i Europe. Dakle, slušati ovo o Daytonu, o uređenju, o nefunkcionalnosti OHR-a, nakon što se Milorad Dodik u zadnjih 16 mjeseci 7 puta zvanično sastao s Putinom, nakon što je u svih 7 sastanaka kritizirao sve vas u sali koji imate proevropske stavove i orijentacije, nakon što je ispunjavao naloge Moskve da blokira Bosnu i Hercegovinu na europskom putu, jer mu to takav Dayton omogućava, a sad ako mogu da odgovorim kroz ovo i gospodinu Primorcu koji mi je postavio to pitanje, za zatvaranje OHR-a su propisani uslovi. Niko sretniji od mene neće biti kada ispunimo uslove za zatvaranje OHR-a i kada OHR ode svojoj kući.
Oprostite, koji su?
5+2 su uslovi, izdvojit ću recimo poštivanje potpuno Dejtonskog sporazuma. Kada imate ovo što sam ja sebi notirao, a pogledajte moje nastupe u zadnje nekoliko godina, akcentiram to da predstavnici SNSD-a napadaju krucijalne dvije institucije u Bosni i Hercegovini. Jedna se zove Ustavni sud, druga se zove OHR. Oni su garanti stabilnosti Bosne i Hercegovine. SNSD ne dozvoljava da se popuni Ustavni sud sudijama iz Republike Srpske, a onda nam priča kao, eto, znate, tobože, taj Ustavni sud nije funkcionalan. Ako govorimo o poštivanju Daytona, eksplicite, jasno, svaki paragraf pozicionira Ustavni sud i to je neupitno. Oko toga se ne bismo trebali i smjeli raspravljati. Druga pozicija OHR-a, koji kada vam kao u zadnje dvije sesije SNSD ne dozvoljava da usvojite dnevni red sjednice Vijeća ministara i kada vam blokira sva rješenja jer to Dayton dozvoljava, onda ne postoji drugi mehanizam osim visokog predstavnika. 900 odluka svih visokih predstavnika u Bosni i Hercegovini je implementirano, bez pogovora. Sada se pojavljuje problem legitimiteta visokog predstavnika. Dakle, ovi mitovi o sastavljenoj Bosni i Hercegovini koji dolaze iz iste kuhinje ne postoje, ona se sastoji. Kad se nešto od nečeg sastoji, može bez nekog sastojka. On je možda malo gorak, presladak, nekom ne odgovara, ali može. Kad je kao sastavljena, ne piše tako u Daytonu ni na engleskom, ni na bosanskom jeziku. Dakle, pozicija OHR-a je nešto što, nažalost, treba Bosni i Hercegovini zbog njenog dejtonskog uređenja. Kada sve to slušate, zaista nije lako govoriti o uspjesima ili neuspjesima na evropskom putu. Hoću samo jedan važan zaključak da prezentiram, da otvorim tu raspravu. Bosna i Hercegovina živi najveću krizu od Daytona do danas. Zbog napada SNSD-a na institucije, na pravni poredak, na sistem, na ustav i zbog čega je predsjednik bivši Republike Srpske presuđen odlukom suda. Dakle, s druge strane, najveće prilike na stolu koje nam kažu uzmite ljudi plan rasta, otvorite Evropska unija tržište, dovedite investitore, integrišite industrije koje su spremne za to. Prvi put Evropa je korektna nakon ovog dole, kako se zove, Soluna, nakon 22 godine kaže dobro, otvorite, priča o proširenju je potpuno realna. Ono što nama koči je Rusija, Moskva kroz institut SNSD-a, njihovih predstavnika na svim nivoima vlasti. I onda zadatak je da pokažete da zemlja nije funkcionalna, da ona ne radi, da ne funkcioniše, a onda tobože problematizirate OHR, problematizirate poziciju Ustavnog suda. Dakle, to dvoje ne ide. Gospođa Cvijanović je pisala pisma o legitimitetu visokog predstavnika, jednog u Terešu, a drugo o uglednoj diplomatkinji Hrvatskoj Mariji Pejčinović-Burić. U oba pisma je dobila odgovor kakav znamo da će dobiti odgovor. To je legalan visoki predstavnik. Kristijan Schwarz-Schilling također nije potvrđen rezolucijom Vijeća sigurnosti. I sve su njihove odluke implementirane. Umjesto da sjedimo i da se istinski dogovaramo, što bi trebao biti interes ljudi u Bosni i Hercegovini. A ja vas pozivam na poseban panel. Koliko danas Bosanaca i Hercegovaca u Bosni i Hercegovini zaista živi? Znate koliko Hrvata danas živi u Bosni i Hercegovini? Znate koliko je Srba otišlo iz Bosne i Hercegovine? Nakon 30 godina Daytona u kojem se mi evo oko ovih tema kao raspravljamo. Ovdje sam danas čuo nekoliko provokativnih teza koje nas zaista, slažem se potpuno sa bivšim Rejsom Cerićem, vraćaju u 90. Preopasno je to. Dakle, hajmo se ljudi fokusirati. Prilike, Evropska unija. Ja da mogu birati, ja se nesla kako je rekla Željka, svi se slažemo oko NATO-a, ni izbliza. NATO je broj 1 vanjsko-politički prioritet. Zakonom obavezujući za sve političare. Zašto su ove prethodne vlasti pristale? Ovi prethodni naši, da se to sad zove komisija za saradnju, da to kao eto nije više punopravno članstvo, cilj ja ne znam. Ja da mogu birati, ja bi danas prvo birao NATO, pa bi birao onda Evropsku uniju. Dakle, to nije tačno. Mi hoćemo NATO, ali razumijemo da to bez konsenzusa trenutno nije moguće i nećemo prestati želiti NATO. Dakle, ako hoćemo da pričamo o lokalnim rješenjima, onaj ko ljulja brod, a on se prvo zove SNSD, koji je najbliži ruski saveznik, i ovo u Hrvatskoj hoću da kažem, njihov odnos prema Ukrajini. Kaže konsenzus, pa mi zbog Željke Cvijanović ne možemo da uvedemo sankcije Rusiji. Zato što ona kaže ne ima pravo veta. Je li to zajednički stav? Nije. Dakle, to nije zajednički stav ni Zagreba, ni Sarajeva. Dakle, ono što oni rade imaju veto zbog Daytona tako kakav je. Došlo je vrijeme da kažemo da Dayton nije dobar. Ali priče, naravno ja sam protiv unitarizacije, ja znam da je to nemoguće. Ja živim san građanske države, ne zagovaram da ne može. To danas ne može. Isto tako ne može treći entitet, isto tako ne može secesija. To su 90. oni koji to rade, igraju se s vatrom.
Hvala gospodine Konakoviću. Može samo sekundu, molim vas. A gospodine Čoviću, vi ste ne samo supredsjedatelj u parlamentarnoj skupštini onoga Vijeća naroda, govorimo o vrlo složenoj situaciji, nego i predsjednik Hrvatskog narodnog vijeća. Jedna od stvari koja mene zanima ovdje je spomenuto i gospodarstvo i slično. Možda najpozitivnija stvar koja je nedavno stigla iz Bosne i Hercegovine je na američku inicijativu potpisivanje sporazuma o međupoveznici koju neko naziva interkonekcijom, plinskom interkonekcijom. Neki iz američkih krugova, a novi su u Briselu ti ljudi koji predstavljaju sve američke države, kažu da je to jedan od najvećih koraka naprijed Bosne i Hercegovine prema potpunoj integraciji u ono što oni zagovaraju, a čuli smo što zagovaraju od veleposlanice i čuli smo što se zagovara u samoj općoj skupštini, odnosno u Vijeću sigurnosti Ujedinjenih naroda. Je li to pokretanje, to gospodarstva i postizanje onoga što se stalno govorilo, dakle preko Hrvatske spajanje, jedan od ključnih stvari koja bi pomogla Bosni i Hercegovini da se ne dogodi ovo, nije to samo pitanje preglasavanja, nego iseljavanja i onoga, da bi se pokrenulo jednostavno gospodarstvo. Vi ste dugo bili gospodarstvenik i prije rata i za vrijeme rata.
Da, prije svega evo da ja vas pozdravim i zahvalim se na organiziranju ovakve konferencije ministru. Ja nisam predsjednik Hrvatskog narodnog vijeća.
Ispričavam se.
Ne, popravit ću ja, vi ste dobro mislili sad kad jezične varijante, to izgleda čudno, međutim u prilikama Bosne i Hercegovine ja sam predsjednik Hrvatskog narodnog sabora. Ne zbog jezičke varijante, nego zato što postoji Hrvatsko narodno vijeće, skupina ljudi u Sarajevu koji su...
Kažem da mi engleski najbolje ne ide.
Zgodni za politiku sarajevsku, pa naprave takvu instituciju, onda prave paralelizam. A jednako tako nisam u domu vijeća, kad je dom naroda pitao, i to je dom naroda, prevažno naglasiti, znači u našem parlamentu Bosne i Hercegovine, nešto slično kao u parlamentu Federacije, imamo zastupnički dom građanskog modela i imamo gornji dom, dom naroda, baš dom naroda, gdje bi trebali sjediti predstavnici 5 Hrvata, 5 Bošnjaka i 5 predstavnika srpskog naroda. I ono što radimo danas, evo da sad krenemo odgovarati na vaše pitanje, pokušaj da svima onima koji danas pokušavaju na neki način kazati da je ovo najveća kriza od svih kriza u 30 godina Daytona, na moju sreću ja to sve pamtim, pa ja neću kazati da je to najveća kriza. Da je jako izražena i da je danas 25. godina, a ne 2000. godina. Ja bih vas vratio možda samo 25 godina unazad da vidimo što je stvarna kriza bila u Bosni i Hercegovini, kad je pritisak međunarodnih institucija, evo za koji sam i sad čuo da se bez njih ne može upravljati Bosnom i Hercegovinom, što je izjava, bolje da zašutim dalje oko toga, vjerojatno nije mislio Dino na taj način to naglasiti, ali tada je visoki predstavnik bio Petrić, recimo te 99. 2001. 2. donio je 240 i par odluka visokog predstavnika i za njega dolazi Pedije Ždavon sa 430 odluka. Sankcionirao je, pazite ovo, 180 dužnosnika Hrvata na svim razinama vlasti u tom vremenu. To je prava kriza. Ili da vas posjetim kako se ušlo u Hercegovačku banku, kao jedinu banku privatno strukture vlasništva tenkovima u Bosni i Hercegovini. Ili recimo, evo sad pitanje za sve nas, odgovorne ljude, je li neko odgovarao za Hercegovačku banku nakon 25 godina? Je li se našao neki kriminal? Jedino što se vidjelo iza slika, poslije tog tenka i gazanja, da se hodalo po slici Gospe, jer je bilo takvih obilježja u toj banci, jer su predstavnici Hrvata bili katolici, raspela i tako dalje. Tada je narušen čitav jedan sustav na jedan pravi način u Bosni i Hercegovini, nekako smo ga preživjeli. Naravno, udar je bio primarno gospodarski na predstavnike Hrvata, da budemo vrlo otvoreni. Jedan dio vas ovdje koji ste i tada vodili vanjske politike zemalja u okruženju, par naroda Republike Hrvatske, dobro znaju da smo imali pisane dokumente, da se gospodarska pozicija hrvatskog naroda u Bosni i Hercegovini mora spustiti na razinu gospodarske moći druga dva konstitutivna naroda u Bosni i Hercegovini. Primalo se mislo zbog federacije na federaciju. Onda se radilo svim sredstvima se to desi. Točno, ja sam prije rata bio direktor, u ratu sam bio direktor Sokola, poslije toga, ne znam, mojom nesrećom sam 98. otišao u politiku, pa sam postao ministar, pa recimo da s te strane to mogu pratiti, ali moramo biti svjesni da samo dopunimo ovo naše. Gospodarstvo nema šanse u ovakvim prilikama. Jučer ste imali jednu demonstraciju nemoći sustava Bosne i Hercegovine. Da investirate 50 milijuna eura s jedne i druge strane Save i onda neko dođe i kaže ne možete otvoriti granični prelaz. Pazite, najfrekventniji granični prelaz u komunikaciji Bosne i Hercegovine sa Europom. Vi ga ne možete otvoriti i čekat ćete jer je neko procijenio da je to dobar instrument, jer je stalo srpskoj strani da se taj prelaz otvori jer je Gradiška, dobar instrument da riješimo neka pitanja koeficijenata u raspodjeli sredstava što nismo u stanju riješiti 20 proteklih godina. Danas je to iskorišteno kao mogućnost. Ne mislim ništa dobro o koeficijentima, samo gledajte kako se politika vodi u jednom trenutku. I onda napadete čovjeka koji nam je najzaslužniji za sve to. Ali pazite kako je ovo orkestrirano, da je protuzakonito, pa se čak drsko nabrajaju zakoni koji se prekršili da bi se ušlo u Bosnu i Hercegovinu. Nijedan zakon nije prekršio Bosnu i Hercegovinu. Apsolutno nijedan. I mene brine da nemate nikog iz Sarajeva ko će kazati stanite malo, dolazi vam prijatelj, najavio se, dočekala ga institucija Bosne i Hercegovine na prelazu, ispratila ga institucija Republike Hrvatske na drugom prelazu. Prelaze imate i fiksne i mobilne. Hoće li isto tako da je helikopterom sutra sletiti, morate sletiti baš ovdje ili onda. To se organizira vrlo jasno po zakonima Bosne i Hercegovine. Što je ključni problem? Mi u Federaciji Bosne, gospodarska, sad prije, to je vaše pitanje bilo, mi imamo 10 županija. 10 županija znači 10 vlada, 10 skupština, iz tih skupština se bira Dom naroda Federacije, da znate, 10 pravosudnih institucija i puno drugo što veže se za to. Drugim riječima, mi na razini Federacije imamo 11 parlamenta i 11 vlada. Mi smo pokušali, recimo sa kolegom Izetbegovića sam o tome razgovarao, prije 20 godina da napravimo to je prvi korak bio, da napravimo 2 mega, kako bi on rekao, kantona, pa da nekako jedan bude većinski hrvatski, drugi bošnjački, ali da budu strukturirani tako već kakva je struktura stanovništva. Međutim, vrlo brzo je reakcija bila negativna. Recimo, Prutski sporazum niko od vas vjerovatno nije nigdje studirao kao tako. 3 predsjednika ključnih stranaka u tom trenutku, tada je ime Bošnjaka bio predsjednik Tihić, nije među živima, više potpisao i taj sporazum. I upravo on diktirao sve elemente sporazuma. Jedan čovjek kad je krenuo prema Sarajevu, zvao me negdje na pola puta, Dragane dolazi u Sarajevo razapećen ovi, jer se dočeka na nož svaki pokušaj da se nešto preuredi u Bosni i Hercegovini. Zadržavanje status quo znači jačati poziciju onih koji upravljaju Bosnom i Hercegovinom kao poluprotektoratu. I svaka čast svakom od njih 8 visokih predstavnika, samo prvi nije donosio odluke jer nismo imali bonske ovlasti do 1997. Švedski diplomata, jedino se on nije petljao, ali svi drugi su donosili neke odluke. Ja sam duboko uvjeren da mi moramo žurno zatvoriti ured visokog predstavnika. Recimo, ured visokog predstavnika nije u stanju riješiti pitanje državne imovine, čije je pitanje nametnuto kao rješenje i blokirao nam sve u gospodarstvu. Jer vi znate da danas ne može autocesta ići koridor 5C kroz Mostar, jer nekih 200 metara vojne imovine na aerodromu u Mostaru se vodi kao državna imovina. I niko vam ne smije dati dozvolu da to prođe. Jel možete uopće vjerovati da se to tako radi?
Ja pročitao sam to.
I ne može se raditi.
Prostite, ja sam pitao o interkonekciji koja je jedan od američkih uvjeta. Amerikanci su sada stali, ako smo dobro čuli veleposlanicu ovdje i veleposlanicu u Ujedinjenim narodima, dakle stali su na stranu nečega, a mi opet se vraćamo u prošlosti od vas 3 sugovornika, sam čuo stvari o tome po čemu je prošlost loša.
Ovo su činjenice. Što se tiče južne plinske intervencije, to je strateški interes hrvatskog naroda u Bosni i Hercegovini i Bosne i Hercegovine. Uz to, jedan od prethodnika administracije Sjedinjenih Američkih Država je kazao da je to strateški američki interes. Naravno, podržali smo ga. Nova administracija koja je došla u Sarajevo je ponudila jedno rješenje da dođe investitor iz Sjedinjenih Američkih Država. Svi mi koji smo se okupili smo kazali dajemo apsolutnu potporu ako će to biti američka tvrtka. Ja iz jednog jednostavnog razloga. Tad sam siguran da će se to napraviti. I druga stvar, tad sam siguran da će Amerikanci zaštititi to svoju investiciju ulaganje jer ide dominantno kroz Hercegovinu. Ide dominantno kroz područje gdje žive Hrvati. 99% Hrvata. I naravno da nismo bili suglasni da nam se nametne zakonsko rješenje gdje bi južnom plinskom ili gasnom, u izričaju u zakonu kako to piše, upravljao BH gas. Pazite sad apsurda. U tom BH gasu nemate ni jednog uposlenog Hrvata. Ni jednog. A onda nas se ponudi jedno rješenje od kolega, hajde stavit ćemo vam jednog izvršnog direktora pa nek bude Hrvat pa da to riješimo. Ne, to ne dolazi u obzir. Mi smo ponudili rješenje za južnu plinsku interkonekciju, da napravimo novu tvrtku gdje će Plinacro iz Hrvatske biti 1/3 vlasništva. Elektroprivreda u Mostaru 1/3 vlasništva i BH Gas 1/3 vlasništva. Sa novom tvrtkom koja ima kapacitet, ima tehničku sposobnost i ima financijski mogućnost doći do tih sredstava. I to svakako insistiramo da se provede zakon koji je preglasavanjem donesen u parlamentu Federacije Bosne i Hercegovine uz pritisak tadašnje administracije koja je sjedla u Sarajevu, Sjedinjenih Američkih Država, mimo i jednog glasa Hrvata i u Domu naroda i u Zlačkom domu. Želimo odmah krenuti u taj proces, odmah. Ali morate voditi računa. Čitav dio južne plinske interkonekcije ide od Posušja ili granice koja se veže sa Imotskim kroz područje Hercegovačko-neretvanske županije, Zapadno-hercegovačke županije, Herceg-bosanske županije i link je u Novom Travniku u središnjoj Bosni. Mi želimo da mediji koji uopće nemamo energetski, plin u Hercegovini zaživi. Da to ne bude cijev koja će povezati Novi Travnik i Posušje, nego da omogući i taj segment gospodarskog razvoja u Hercegovini. I radit ćemo na tome i ponudili smo kolega iz američke administracije da uistinu žurno promijenimo taj zakon, izbacimo BH Gas iz tog projekta, jer tu nije apsolutno mjesto po bilo kom osnovu, a da odmah damo koncesiju američkoj ozbiljnoj tvrtci da krene raditi taj posao. I to je put. Sve drugo je opet igranje igara, hoće neko odustati za 3 godine. Druga stvar, to je proces koji će se graditi po mojoj procjeni, a to su mi dali eksperti koji znaju taj posao raditi iz Plinacra upravo u Hrvatskoj, pa minimalno treba, kakvi smo mi, 6-7 godina se to završi. Jer se radi o 170 do 200 km cijevi koje treba naručiti. Sad sam vas spomenuo državnu imovinu. To treba proći kroz neka područja gdje ako ovaj visoki predstavnik, ako ništa drugo ne poništi svoju odluku, ja bi od njega jedino tražio da poništi sve svoje odluke, ništa više. I da nam pomogne. Ne treba nikakve nove donositi odluke. Samo poništi svoje prethodne. Ili ako ništa drugo neće, bar da da korektno tumačenje, da ne zaustavi sve javne radove u Federaciji Bosne i Hercegovine zbog toga. Ideja mu je bila, da vi znate, da doskoči Dodiku i da se zaustave sve investicije u Republici Srpskoj. Pošto je Republika Srpska vrlo jasno poslala poruku visokom predstavniku, oni rade normalno. Ne osvrćuju se na tužbe. U BiH, u Federaciji, dižu se tužbe za one koji pokušavaju ovo raditi. Recimo, javno poduzeće Elektroprivreda hoće da gradi sada u Stocu 180 MW solarnih panela. Opet, gospodarstvo ne može značajnije biti energija, zelena energija. Stala je zbog toga jer je to područje također prepoznato jednim dijelom kao državna imovina. Ne može se graditi. I takvih tvrdim danas da investicije ima na razini 10 milijardi eura u Federaciji Bosne i Hercegovine koji su zaustavljene zbog evo takvog jednog djelovanja. Ja bolje da šutim o tome što bi trebalo reći za takav potez visokog predstavnika. Nema ništa osobno sa visokim predstavnikom. Što se mene tiče, odnos je moj i njegov vrlo korektan, privatan, međutim, visoki predstavnik nema šta raditi u Bosni i Hercegovini ako smo u mogućnosti čak do kraja godine da otvorimo pregovarački proces u Bosni i Hercegovini, usvojimo 2 zakona koja smo usuglasili već davno. Hvala vam.
Hvala vama. Evo, gospođe zastupnice u Europskom parlamentu Zovko, vi ste sada ovo čuli. Vi ste sigurno, po mom iskustvu, i kao članica Vanjsko-političkog odbora najveći zagovaratelj Bosne i Hercegovine u Briselu. Bili bi ovo mogli objasniti tamo svojim kolegama, recimo čelniku Vanjsko-političkog odbora ili možda čak i predsjednici parlamenta o čemu se ovdje uopće radi?
Pa mislim da je njima dosta jasno i predsjednici parlamenta i čelniku Vanjsko-političkog odbora o čemu se ovdje radi i da je ovdje u stvari jedan nedostatak volje da se otvori rasprava o preustroju Bosne i Hercegovine kako bi postala funkcionalna. Mi smo imali nedavno i poziv službe za u stvari raspravu o tom o izborima koji su pozvali predstavnike parlamenta i nažalost čitava konferencija i sve ono, ja sada i odgovaram na i pitanja što su mi rekli da li se o tome uopće raspravlja u Europskom parlamentu iz jednog smiješnog razloga je u stvari zakočeno u samom parlamentu Bosne i Hercegovine. Znači sve službe su bile stavljene na raspolaganje predstavnicima zastupničkog doma Bosne i Hercegovine kako bi se dogovorili o principu raspodjele vlasti koji funkcionira u složenim društvima poput Sjeverne Irske, koji belgijski model koji funkcionira savršeno od 1993. godine. Znači, i sam kompleksan model s kojim bi se mogle otkočiti u stvari sve ove prepreke koje vidimo u Bosni i Hercegovini, međutim ne postoji dobra volja od strane kako reći, evo ja sam malo prije imala jedan napad na mene od gospodina Cerića, da u stvari ja ovdje zagovaram da sam protiv muslimana, da sam protiv Bošnjaka, ja to nikad nisam, uopće mi nije jasno sa koje to osnove se radi, ali znači, ja kad govorim o političkom Sarajevu, govorim o onom Sarajevu koji jednostavno ne može prepoznati realnosti koje su sada postoje u Europi, jer zbog žalosne činjenice da već toliko godina nemaju niti prave informacije o onome što se u Europskoj uniji dešava i koje je u stvari raspoloženje prema Bosni i Hercegovini. Znači svi ovi napori da se Bosna i Hercegovina napravi funkcionalnom, da se napravi učinkovitom, da se postigne neki konsenzus i sa moje strane u Europskom parlamentu gdje sam i imenovana da uvučem Bosnu i Hercegovinu u Europsku uniju i znači i zbog toga sam i u suglasnosti mog predsjednika stranke HDZ Bosne i Hercegovine, znači i na poziv premijera Plenkovića koji je tada preuzeo vlast od 2016. godine i djelujemo u Europskom parlamentu kako bi Bosni i Hercegovini pomogla da bude prva koja bi u stvari kroz prevladavanje problema ušla u Europsku uniju. Znači mi imamo i rezoluciju od 2014. o federalizmu koji je jedini put da pomiri ove različitosti koje smo vidjeli ovdje. Međutim, Bosna i Hercegovina tone sve više i više u jedan zatvorenost unutar same sebe, jer bilo koje rješenje izgleda da je u stvari veliki to problem i da doživljava se kao neki napad i ne doživljala se blagonaklono, ali mojoj grupi, političkoj skupini, znači Europskoj pučkoj stranci, gdje sam ja i potpredsjednica i predsjednici parlamenta i predsjedavajuće vanjsko-političkog odbora koji je dao i doprinos knjizi rješenja koje smo objavili povodom 30. obljetnice Daytona, je jasno da se nešto u Bosni i Hercegovini mora mijenjati kako bi tri naroda i ostali građani u stvari našli svoj put i kako bi Bosna i Hercegovina profunkcionirala. I mislim da je u biti, samo da dovršim svoje izlaganje, mislim da je federalizam koji smo čuli u prethodnim panelima nije ružna riječ. Federalizam stoji od 2014. godine ugrađen u rezolucije o napretku Bosne i Hercegovine. Federalizam je jedan evropski pojam. Na koji način će taj federalizam izgledati i kako će se tri naroda dogovoriti o federalizmu koji će u stvari osloboditi Bosnu i Hercegovinu da uđe u Europsku uniju, jer ja sam bila veleposlanica u Parizu kada je bio uvjet da se zatvori ured visokog predstavnika. Nije se čak ni aplikacija mogla predati za Europsku uniju, znači to je nekim čudom nestalo, ali vidjeli smo i predstavnicu Europske unije koja u stvari vanjske službe koja je rekla da uz ured visokog predstavnika Bosna i Hercegovina ne može razmišljati o daljem napretku. I to je rečeno na konferenciji u Europskom parlamentu koja je bila i koja je u stvari bila transparentno i objavljena, tako da ste svi to mogli posvjedočiti.
Sad mi je žao što ne mogu isključiti mikrofon jer ja hoću postaviti vam pitanje. Vi ste u Europskom parlamentu nedavno imali isto tako 30 godina Daytona.
Da.
I vi i vaši sudionici zvučili ste puno optimističnije. Zbog čega ovdje u Zagrebu ja taj optimizam jednostavno ne čujem?
Pa možda zato što je bilo više stranaca, tako da kao što je običaj ovdje da se pred strancima uvijek govori sa jednim ljepšim i uglađenim rječnikom, a kada dobijete jednu lokalnu politiku, tek sada u Zagrebu se može razumjeti zbog čega ja često imam izračaj kakav imam, koji nije baš zagrebački rječnik i fini i uljuđeni, jer ovdje u stvari toliko ima i granica sa uvredom, načina koji se doživljavaju stavovi pojedinih naroda o tome kako oni smatraju da bi njihov udio u toj državi trebao izgledati. Znači, ja uvijek se vraćam na svoju osobnu priču, ja sam najmlađa od dva brata, imam starija i znala sam se izboriti s tim i zbog toga znam koji je položaj najmanjeg u jednoj obitelji. Znači, ako ste vi u situaciji da imate i veće i jače, uvijek misle da ćete zbog te sile ušutiti i to je onda jezik taj uvreda, nadglašavanja i ono, ne smiješ vani ništa reći. Ali takav jezik ne funkcionira u Europi i takav jezik u stvari nas drži u tom jednom poluovisničkom položaju i u stvari najviše odgovara, što ja kažem, međunarodnoj zajednici i međunarodnim dužnosnicima koji itekako dobro žive dugi niz godina na osnovu činjenice da nisu postigli ono što je profesor Samura, koji je prije svega govorio, što nisu postigli, znači, jednu preventivnu diplomaciju, a to je da se traži koegzistencija, a ne neko izgradnja nekog društva koje to nije, izgradnja nacije za što nisu bili plaćeni da budu u Bosni i Hercegovini. Znači, ono što je trebalo izgraditi je društvo koje se raspoređuje vlast, koje svaka znači, zajednica ima svoj udio i na način na koji je to europsko rješenje dalo, znači u Belgiji, da vam onda na kraju u stvari taj građanski model je zadovoljen kroz etnički, znači putem jezika, izričaja. To su službeni jezici ako vi pričate francuski ili
flamanski.
Da.
Ali imaju slušalice, kada je sjednica vlade imaju slušalice.
Apsolutno, ali moja kolegica u Europskom parlamentu koja je promijenila i skupinu, znači liberala, gdje je iz Burkine Faso, koja je predstavljala liberala Sita Kanko, u jednom mandatu i bila je, zato što priča francuski, u drugom mandatu je sada jedna od najutjecajnijih zastupnica konzervativaca i priča savršeno flamanski. Tako da to je taj građanski model koji se može zadovoljiti kroz etnički, znači kroz poštovanje i tog kulturnog i političkog modela na ono što se gospodin, u stvari predsjednik Čović, referirao, a to je izlazna strategija Međunarodne krizne skupine iz 2014. godine na kojoj počiva i ova rezolucija o federalizmu. Međunarodna krizna skupina koja je dugo godina savjetovala i američku administraciju u Bosni i Hercegovini, posavjetovala da udare na Hercegovačku banku, je na kraju u stvari shvatila da je taj state nation building u stvari veliki u stvari promašaj. I onda su oni dali izlaznu strategiju gdje su rekli da su 3 političke zajednice već formirane. I 3 političke zajednice koje postoje u Bosni i Hercegovini treba se prepoznati i na osnovu tih modela napraviti ta društva koje u stvari onda poštuju taj građanski model koji je europski model.
Hvala, gospođo Zolko. Imamo još sad za svakog od vas 2 minute. Gospođo Cvijanović, gospođo članice predsjedništva, izvolite. Imate mikrofon, izvolite.
Da se malo referišemo na ovo prvo, ja mislim da smo mi ovdje došli kao ozbiljni ljudi.
Ali ako možemo se referirati na to gdje mi možemo ići, odnosno gdje vi u Bosni i Hercegovini.
Ja mislim da mi ovdje otvaramo teme i da vidimo na koji način možemo uobličiti tu budućnost da bi bila bolja i da bi narednih 30 godina bilo bolje od prethodnih 30 godina. Ja nisam doživjela ovdje da trebam dobiti mikrofon, da napadam kolege, ovdje da pričam o drugim političkim partijama, ja ovdje pričam na pojavnom nivou i referišem se na ono što jeste Ustav i na ono što su danas kretanja negdje u svijetu. I među tim kretanjima danas u svijetu, ako se poklapaju s onim što smatram, dakle kao neko ko obavlja visoku poziciju, koji je već mnogo godina u politici i koji razumije probleme države u kojoj se nalazi, jeste to ono što sam vidjela i danas ovdje, a vidjela sam prethodnih mjeseci, a to je upravo, evo i gospođa Zovko je to pomenula, dakle da je propao zapravo taj ili propada koncept izgradnje tuđih država i to smo najjasnije čuli od strane Sjedinjenih Američkih Država u ovom novom mandatu. Ja vjerujem da je tako nešto, ali evo gospođa Zovko bolje zna, ona se kreće u Briselu u krugovima, da je to stvar od koje se dižu ruke i u Briselu. Jer i tamo stanuje svijest o tome da bi možda neki federalni pristup ili priznavanje takvog pristupa dalo više šanse Bosni i Hercegovini da se kreće na evropskom putu. I nismo mi nikakav tu raritet. Imate država u članstvu Evropske unije gdje su vrlo jasno i vrlo, da tako kažem, ovako i damski i džentlmenski podijeljene stvari zato što se vodi račun o identitetima. Dokle nismo nikakav raritet. E sad šta mi ovdje nailazimo? Evo prvo primjera ovdje. Gospodin Konaković ide napada mene i priča, ja ne znam zašto vam uopšte, što njemu to treba, zbog čega on misli da je on tu neki, ne znam, nijakakav znalac. Dakle, vi napadate mene ovdje, kolega, lično, ovdje govorim svoj stav o tome kakva je država. Vi govorite SNSD, ruska podmornica, Rusi, ne znam, ja zašto smatrate da to godi ušima nekome ovdje? Ja shvatam da su ovdje ljudi okupili zašto hoće dobro Bosni i Hercegovini i da vide kako se može izaći iz te situacije, ne da slušaju nas, sva što vama imala reći, ali pristojnost ne dozvoljava da to danas zloupotrebljavamo ovaj skup. Dakle, ja mislim da je epoha izgradnje nacija definitivno gotova stvar. Amerika od toga digla ruke, Amerika koja je bila pokretač mnogih procesa u Bosni i Hercegovini na Balkanu, više nisu na taj način zainteresovani, njihov pristup je sasvim drugačiji. Evropska unija sazrijeva po pitanju toga da postoje određene specifičnosti, da se one moraju uvažavati. Pogotovo ako te specifičnosti već imaju korijena negdje u Evropskoj uniji, možete da ih nađete. U Republici Srpskoj, a tamo sam birana, dakle, stanuje svijest apsolutno politička o tome da su domaće institucije te koje treba da donose zakone. I vi kao politička struktura tražite način da se oduprete ako vam neko uzurpira vašu demokratsku volju. To radite na ovaj ili onaj način. Svaki političar, svaka politička partija ima lepezu instrumenata političkih i pribjegava im, procjenjuje i radi određene stvari. Ja ću reći da u Republici Srpskoj otpor prema ovom invazivnom pristupu koji dolazi iz političkog Sarajeva je bio odgovor institucija koje su tamo davali. Dakle, ja ovdje zaključujem i mogu da zaključim da samo, dakle, bošnjačkom političkom korpusu, a nisam mislila da ćemo danas pričati na taj način, odgovara da postoje stranci u Ustavnom sudu i da postoje OHR, zato što su prvaci te politike često govorili ne možemo se odreći tih instrumenta, to su naši instrumenti, izvinite. Znači, onda vi imate politički apetit koji zadovoljavate preko nečega što je apsolutna zloupotreba demokratije, konačno i našeg Ustava. Konačno i Dejtonskog sporazuma. Dakle, ja sam na liniji toga da ljudi ozbiljni, kad su dobili ozbiljne mandate od strane naroda, dakle, treba da ih koriste za prave stvari. I naravno da imaju pravo da se bore. E sad da se vratimo, danas sam slušala ovdje prethodni panel i naravno čula sam ono što im sam apsolutno saglasna, da bonska ovlaštenja su donijela zlo, da su nam visoki predstavnici više odmogli nego što su nam pomogli, razne su intervencije, evo gospodin Čović je danas spominjao neke od tih stvari, i da je vrijeme da ova država, dakle ta država počne da hoda na svojim nogama i da se ne oslanja na bilo koga drugog. Dakle, tu nema nikakvih megalomanskih pristupa. Ta država ne pripada Bošnjacima, makar je bilo 80%. Naš ustav je, ili 90%. Ustav jasno rekao da naša država treba da počiva na principu, dakle, ravnopravnosti naroda, pri čemu brojnost naroda nije bitna. Već smo tu jednu stvar rekli. Već imamo podijeljenu određenu strukturu i treba da gledamo na koji način možemo određene stvari da uprostimo. Ta struktura je takva, to nije centralizovana država, ona je decentralizovana. Na silu su je pravili po volji Bošnjacima da bude sve centralizovanija, sve više ovakva, sve više onako i ona je propala. Da se ne lažemo, država je propala. Ma da li vi znate, ja ću vam sad reći kako to stvari stoje, pošto nećemo, moramo da pričamo otvoreno. Pa mi odlazimo u razne delegacije u inostranstvu. Da li vi znate da mi niti sjedimo zajedno, niti se družimo zajedno, niti spavamo u istim hotelima, niti idemo istim letovima, niti pijemo kafu na poslu da vidimo možemo se šta dogovoriti, nekamo li da ručamo. Dakle, to je Bosna i Hercegovina današnjice. I ovo je prosti način da prikaže da kako nema ne samo političkog dijaloga, nego nemate ni običnog dijaloga među ljudima koji se bave. E sad druga stvar. Moj kolega ovdje kaže, Konaković, koji mene isprozivao tu i govori kako sam ja, ne znam, ja došao. Prvo vam kolega morate znati, vi to obmanjujete javnost, nismo se nikada na predsjedništvu bavili tim temama koje vi delegirate, nisu ni stigle do nas. Dakle, ovo je zloupotreba ovog događaja, kao što zloupotrebljavate državu, zloupotrebljavate Ustav, zloupotrebljavate Dejtonski sporazum. Dakle, vama treba OHR. Ja vas pitam, je li normalno da neki visoki predstavnik, strani birokrata, neizabran u toj državi, nema uporište u Dejtonskom sporazumu da to uradi, mijenja zakone. Čovjek je mijenjao izborni zakon na dan izbora. Čovjek je promijenio krivični zakon da bi proganjao ovog kojeg gospodin Konaković ima obsesivnu tu neku potrebu da spominje SNSD i Milorada Dodika, da bi proganjao, da bi zgazio volju naroda. Je li to Evropa u kojoj mi treba da imamo? Da li ta Evropa treba da ćuti na to? Ili mi treba da ćutimo da je normalno da te neko izabere, a onda te on, dakle, mijenja zakon, provučete kroz pravosuđe koje nije doraslo da poštuje svoj ustav, nego sluša stranca koji nema pravo da mijenja zakon i da na kraju dođete do rezultata. Molim vas, ljudi, moramo pričati otvoreno. Država je u ozbiljnom problemu. Što više naše kolege u političkom Sarajevu navaljuju da je ona takva i da ne mogu da žive bez OHR-a, jer vama, znači, ne valjaju ni Srbi, ni Hrvati, vama valja stranac OHR i vama valjaju strane sudije u Ustavnom sudu. Evo, to su moji Dakle, vi ste zloupotrebili ovdje i okrenuli ste priču. Ja sam pričala na pojavnom nivou. Dakle, ja smatram da su to stvari koje treba da se ukinu, da se razdružimo sa bonskim ovlaštenjima, jer je to šansa za Bosnu i Hercegovinu i za narod da sjede, da se dogovaraju. Nisam naivna i razumijem da kolektivna prava u Bosni i Hercegovini apsolutno moraju biti zaštićena, ali nisam naivna da ne razumijem da postoje individualna prava i mi kao odgovorni političari moramo da nađemo mjeru i odnos za sve.
I mjeru treba naći, biti odgovoran. Gospodine Konakoviću, recite.
Dobro je da nam date ovaj mali prostor. Ja sam prošli put mali uvod napravio i najkraće sam govorio, neću puno duže. Pozivam vas da poslušate obraćanje danas uvodno američke ambasadorice, a da onda poslušate ovo što govori članica predsjedništva gospođa Cvijanović. Ambasadorica kaže, odlično je da je Narodna skupština Republike Srpske povukla sve antidejtonske zakone koje je donijela. Zahvalila im se. Jer su donijeli sve antidejtonske zakone, to je rekla ambasadorica Sjedinjenih Američkih Država. Meni koji znam, i ovo što govori Zovko, a nije tačno, jer znam raspoloženje u Europi. Vi ste u Hrvatskoj glasali i pomogli Bosni i Hercegovini u određivanju 14 prioriteta u kojima se kaže implementacija presuda Europskog suda za ljudska prava, je li tako? Koji je iznad domaćeg zakonodavstva. Pitanje ostalih presude Segnić, Pila, Finci, ostali, Zornić. Hrvatska je u tome pomogla, Evropska unija rekla svoj stav. Amerika dala, Amerika koja se ne miješa, je dala SNSD-u papir koji treba da usvoje na Narodnoj skupštini Republike Srpske i takav su usvojili. Neka danas SNSD krene s inicijativom za istočnom interkonekcijom. Neka krene danas s tom inicijativom, da vidite, neće nikad, jer se dobre stvari dešavaju za region. Jer je dobro da američka administracija u plinu, u energetici izbacuje Rusiju koja ima destruktivni, maligni utjecaj na naš region već dugo. Zašto ovako govorim? Zašto govorim o SNSD-u? Ne gospođi Cvijanović lično zaista. I pazim na vokabular, jer ono što je rekao ovih dana Helezo o Zovko nije dobro. Ovo što kažeš za Plenković. Andrej Plenković nije prekršio ni jedan zakon Bosne i Hercegovine. Prešao je na graničnom prelazu uz dozvolu institucija. Ja sam to danas komentarisao, Dragan, jer to nije tako. Ali ovo što jest, pustite me da kažem. SNSD je u zadnjih 20 godina, od 2002. na ovamo, glasao za sve zakone u parlamentarnoj skupštini Bosne i Hercegovine. Formirao zajedno sa nama i tužilaštvo, i sud, i VSTV, i direkciju za koordinaciju policijskih tijela, i SIP-u, i tužilaštvo. Sad bi oni rekli, znate, puj pike ne važi. Pričate o poštivanju Dejtona, nemojte politizirati, poštujte Dejton. Poštujte član 3 stav 5 koji kaže nadležnosti mogu biti uspostavljene. Kako se uspostavljaju? Tako što oba doma za njih glasaju. Tamo su Srbi glasali, tamo su Hrvati glasali, da se sve institucije formiraju. Danas SNSD znate, a zašto? Zbog Moskve, svi to znate da je zbog Moskve. Zato što sastanak s Putinom i s Lukašenkom i s ovim ljudima s kojima se oni sastaju ima obavezu implementacijsku. Pitajte Boruta Pahora, bili ste neki od vas u Mostaru, šta mu je rekao Putin o regionu prije 15 godina. I sad treba da na to žmirimo. Tu geopolitičku promjenu. Zašto nisam malo prije završio? U Bosni i Hercegovini je ova najveća kriza. Po prvi put nakon dugo vremena nije etnička. U Republici Srpskoj je danas opozicija iz Republike Srpske predložila 2 evropska zakona. Nema niko pojma, ljudi napisali VSTV i zakon o sudu. Dakle, dobili su izbore, po mom viđenju, evo dozvolite da nisam siguran, dobili su izbore. Zato što ljudi u Republici Srpskoj, Srbi, hoće ekonomiju. Gdje nam je ekonomija? U Europskoj uniji. Zašto? Tamo izvozimo. Kad su oni vozači izašli da blokiraju ulice, šta su blokirali? Pa što ne idu u Europsku uniju da rade više, ne u Rusiju. Dakle, prenijeli sve ovlasti, nadležnosti, 140 takvih dokumenata je usvojeno. U mandatu SNSD-a. I sad treba na to sve da se zažmirimo. Zašto nije etnička? Režim Milorada Dodika donio je zakone u Republici Srpskoj koje je sad pobrisao zbog američkog uticaja, hvala Bogu, u kom je pisao ti si Srbin, nećeš da napustiš institucije, uhapsit ću te. Pisao je to u zakonima koje je usvojila Narodna skupština, tužioci i sudije na državnom nivou. Ako nećete da napustite sud i tužilaštvo, uzet ću vam imovinu. Dakle, lideri opozicije, Branislav Borenović napadnut na kućnom pragu, Vukanoviću 2 puta zapaljeno auto. Pogledajte obraćanje Sabine gospodina Dodika, poziva na linč opozicije. To nije bošnjačko-srpski odnos, to je režim Putinov koji ostvaruje svoje interese u srcu Evrope preko svojih poslušnika koji tamo imaju 100 miliona maraka. To ugrožava Dayton. To nam sprečava evropski put. To nas limitira na evropskom putu. Sad o tome da malo da šutimo. Evropska unija. Znamo
ali dobro,
fantastično što...
Oprostite. Sad smo to čuli. Toliko su prostavljena stajališta da stvarno, toliko su prostavljena stajališta da to kao da nema veze sa nazivom ni ovoga panela, ni 30 godina poslije Daytona.
Rješenje.
Ako netko u Europi ovo zaista sluša, a mene će kolege, pošto znaju da sam ovdje iz stranih novina, pitati, što da ja njima kažem, molio bih gospodina... Oprostite, mogu li ja gospodina Čovića pitati, jer ne mogu funkcije?
Pazite ovo, neka poštuju zakon, neka ne bježe sa sjednica i neka puste da parlamentarna većina smijeni destruktivne kadrove iz Republike Srpske.
To znam prevesti na 3 jezika, vjerujte, na 3 jezika to znam prevesti.
Idemo u Evropsku uniju.
Hvala gospodine Konaković, ministre Konač. Oprostite gospodine Čoviću, izvolite. Dakle, vi smo sada čuli sa 2 strane, ako možemo reći 2 strane, da ne postoji nikakva suglasnost u tome gdje Bosna i Hercegovina ide dalje.
Evo, nešto bi ja rekao.
Ja sam to čuo, ali dobro. Tako sam shvatio, ispričavam.
Ovo je samo mala slika kako to izgleda u stvarnosti kod nas u Bosni i Hercegovini.
Dobro.
Vi ste ipak zaštićeni od toga, ovo će brzo proći, pa ćete i zaboraviti, vjerojatno. Ja bih volio da je nešto od ovoga na kraju što je kazao gospodin Konaković izbliza točno, kad su u pitanju evropski zakon. Naime, u zadnja 2 mjeseca ista ta opozicija iz Republike Srpske je srušila svaki od tih zakona. Čak i one koje je predlagala trojka u kojoj je gospodin Konaković. Znači, te igre, nemojte da večeras posvetimo igrama opozicije u Republici Srpskoj i vlasti u Republici Srpskoj. Besmislene su. Potrošit ćemo jako vremena, puno vremena, nećemo se moći dotaknuti koje riječi koju neko voli čuti ovdje. Znači, sasvim meni svejedno, počeli smo razgovarati sa opozicijom zajedno. Ja sam vrlo brzo razumio, i ne samo ja, sve kolege, 3 stranke, potpuno 3 različite politike vode. S tim da je jedna zajednička, interes srpskog naroda. I nije na jednom dijelu naših zakona koje smo trebali pripremiti za Evropsku uniju, ta opozicija i nije podržavala, iako je čak, kažem, njihova zajednički dogovor predlagao. Što se mene tiče osobno, ja osobno držim da je konačno vrijeme, a to ste pitali onako izravno i večeras, a i danas sam pratio što se ovdje govorilo, da lokalni dužnosnici koji izaberu žitelji Bosne i Hercegovine na izborima, evo doći će izbori prva nedjelja u 10. mjesecu 26. godine. Preuzmu odgovornost, a ne da vode alibi politiku. A uglavnom se do sad vodila alibi politika. Jer je uvijek neki od međunarodnih predstavnika, ne samo visokih predstavnika, voditi o tome računa, pogodovao jednoj strani kako bi se nešto riješilo u Bosni i Hercegovini. Onda bi drugi nas uvjeravali kako najbolje da oni to rade za nas. Neke reforme smo napravili. Jedna od rijetkih je možda reforma Ministarstva obrane i ustroja oružanih snaga, koja funkcionira. Sve druge koje smo radili ili pokušavali raditi, apsolutno nisu uspjeli. jer se uvijek kalkuliralo sa onom riječi, malo prije sam to slušao koje je gospodin Konaković kazao, ne dolazi u obzir treći entitet. Jednom riječju šta je problem u trećem entitetu? Što treći? Što nije prvi? Pa sad imamo već entitet Republiku Srpsku, Daytonska je kao tako, vrlo precizno, sa svim svojim tijelima. I tamo se pita isključivo jedan identitet različiti u Bosni i Hercegovini, srpskog naroda. Imamo federaciju s druge strane. Kako nazvati ono gore na vrhu? Ako imate Republiku Srpsku, Republiku i imamo federaciju. Broj 10 kantona nije zamišljen u Daytonu, nigdje ga nećete naći kao tako. Iščitajte malo. Mi se moramo dogovoriti kako to može eventualno funkcionirati. Ja sam uvjeren danas da ove prozivke koje ste slušali ovih dana kad je Željana u pitanju, gospođa Zovko, kad je Maks Primorac u pitanju, neartikulisanim glasovima, pazite koga, ministra obrane Bosne i Hercegovine.
Pa niste vi u koaliciji s njima?
Da, o tom ja vam sad i želim kazati. Nije to koalicija, to je partnerstvo koje smo dogovorili 2022. godine, između ostalog gospodin Konaković je bio tu, koji su oni pokušali sad razvrnuti zadnjih godinu dana i mi smo rekli ne dolazi u obzir. Ovo se mora završiti jer drugog partnera ne možete imati. Jer ćete tek dobiti pravu krizu, a da smo uradili nešto drugačije. Naime, da smo uradili nešto drugačije, Republika Srpska imala svoju vladu koju vodi SNSD. Imaju člana predsjedništva koji je predstavnik SNSD-a. Imaju većinu u Domu naroda države koji je predstavnica SNSD-a. Pa kako mislite promijeniti to, recite? A da ne srušimo sustav. Nekom je cilj bio da dođe kriza do kraja. A mi smo promijenili malo politiku, da još uvijek pričamo o europskom putu. Jedino ono što danas povezuje u Bosni i Hercegovini, to je ovaj malobrojni narod, za koji duboko vjerujem da daje najveću vrijednost stabilnosti uopće preživljavanju Bosne i Hercegovine. Bosna i Hercegovina ne može preživjeti kao unutarnja država. Zabluda brojnosti jednog naroda zapisana je kad se pređe 50%, treba malo drugačija strategija. Morat će prestati, mora se uvažiti ova osnova. Imamo 3 potpuno različita identiteta u Bosni i Hercegovini, a to je bogatstvo Bosne i Hercegovine. Ja ga poštivati, hrvatski narod mora imati mogućnost da bira svoje legitimne predstavnike, ne Hrvatsko narodno vijeće, kako ste vi malo prije kazali. To vam jedna agencija koju je osnovala grupa građana u Sarajevu, koja podržava skoro 0,02 promila Hrvata u Bosni i Hercegovini. Ne smije niko više drznut se da razmišlja, to je već 4 puta se uradilo, da se u ime Hrvata bira član predsjedništva, Komšić. Malo prije Konaković nahvalio Andreja kad je došao u Sarajevo sa gospodinom Rutom, tada u drugoj ulozi, i sa predsjednicom Europske komisije. Ali nije rekao da taj isti gospodin Plenković nije želio otići u predsjedništvo s njima, zato što tamo ne sjedi legitimni predstavnik njegovog naroda. To ćemo morati čuti kod Bošnjaka, primarno kod Bošnjaka, da razumiju da je na njima odgovornost. Kao što smo mi, da završim misao, u Mostaru, pazite šta smo uradili, pred svim ovim asocijacijama međunarodne zajednice u Bosni i Hercegovini, donijeli posebna pravila za grad Mostar sa minimalnim i maksimalnim kvotama kako bi se zaštitio svaka od 3 konstitutivna naroda, pa čak i predstavnici ostali. Maksimalno 15, ne može nikom imati više. HDZ je na prošlim izborima odbio 19, može popuniti samo 15. A kad smo isti dan potpisali sporazum za Bosnu i Hercegovinu, znate gdje on završio? U prašini. Kolega Izetbegović je nakon 10 dana kad smo implementirali Mostarski sporazum kazao meni je ovo poslužilo samo kao politička igra. Nema više. Morat ćemo promijeniti izborni zakon.
Rekli ste da ćete završiti.
Morat ćemo promijeniti izborni zakon i osigurati da hrvatski narod bira svoje predstavnike u Domu naroda, u predsjedništvu, tamo se odlučuje kolektivnim pravima naroda.
Sad kad dođemo do toga, nije problem što ću ja doći u Brisel, u ponedjeljak će biti sastanak Vijeća za vanjske poslove, Europske unije i sad kad te neko nešto pita, nije problem što ću ja reći. To ćete vi reći, gospodine ministre. Ministre hrvatski i domaćin ovdje, gospodin Grlić Radman. Vi ste zagovarali europski put Bosne i Hercegovine, vi i premijer Plenković najglasnije. I nekada je bilo zaista malo čudno kolegama objasniti kad pitaju za vašu izjavu, pošto vi nama dajete uvijek izjavu hrvatskim novinarima, uvijek kažete spominjao sam Bosnu i Hercegovinu. A pitaju, a zašto? Sad, kad vi ovo sve čujete, kako ćete vi njima objasniti što se u stvari događa u Bosni i Hercegovini?
Pa hvala lijepa, mislim da jednostavno. Ja bih prije svega zahvalio svima koji su se odazvali mome pozivu i mogu vam reći, možda je Resul Lema koji je duhovni čovjek i ja poštujem apsolutno i sve ono što je radio i radi i naravno i poruke. Mislim da je ovo jako jedna dobra platforma za razmjenu mišljenja i jedna demokratska zapravo rasprava, istina žustra. Mislim da na engleskom jeziku se ne bi moglo ovako razgovarati.
Moglo bi još i gore.
Ali ovo tim više, čini mi se ako su, jezici su stvari identiteta, oni mogu biti slični, bliski i tako dalje, ali ja govorim hrvatski, gospođa Svijanović govori srpski, gospodin Kodnaković bosanski, isto i Dragan i Željana hrvatski, ali to stvari identiteta, mi svatko naziva svoj jezik svojim imenom. Ali čini mi se ako možemo razgovarati i razumijeti se, onda se možemo dogovoriti. Mislim da je to, da treba samo malo. Ako smo mogli kroz povijest koegzistirati, živjeti zajedno, očuvati i svoje identitete, mislim da možemo naći i zajednička rješenja, pogotovo kao odgovorni ljudi, politički ljudi.
Ali na terenu, oprostite, oni na terenu trebaju naći rješenja, a vi koji ste zagovarali Bosnu i Hercegovinu...
Ja bih pojednostavio, ja ne bih zapravo išao na neku akademsku notu, recimo, vašega pitanja kao odgovora, nego uvijek na plastično objašnjenje. Recimo, kad smo bili kod bundeskanclera Merza, onda je bila kompozicija našeg izaslanstva, kaže premijer Plenković, evo gledaj, ovdje svi moji ministri su podrijetlom iz Bosne i Hercegovine, jeste rođeni i tako dalje. Ja sam isto rođen u Bosni i Hercegovini. Moja cijela obitelj je rođena u Bosni i Hercegovini. Ali to me snaži i daje mi pravo zapravo govoriti o Bosni i Hercegovini kao mojoj domovini, kao nekome tko je rođen dolje i tko ima pravo na ono što je moje i da se osjećam da sam čovjek iz Bosne i Hercegovine. E sad, moje zapravo podrijetlo je vrlo kompleksno. Otac koji je pokojni, on je Bugojanac, on je uvijek govorio da je on Bosanac. Recimo, moj punac, tast koji je iz Ljubuškoga, on nikad ne bi rekao da je Bosanac, on je Hercegovac. A moja mama, koja je rođena kod Tomislavgrada, kažu to je i onda ja sam rođen dolje, znači Bosna i Hercegovina, nekako Duvno, kažu da je Duvno Hercegovina deluxe, ali Duvno stoljećima nije mijenjalo svoje ime, kao ni Livno. Znači, i njegovanje krunidbe kralja Tomislava, znači 1100 godina, daje mi pravo da ja imam svoj vlastiti identitet i svoju vlastitu povijest. Bez obzira što su se granice mijenjale, države i tako dalje, ali imamo danas to što imamo. Mi danas apsolutno poštujemo teritorijalni integritet, suverenitet Bosne i Hercegovine. I upravo vam mogu reći iz tog razloga, 1992. godine, kada je bio referendum u Bosni i Hercegovini, onda je moj otac rekao, idemo djeco, mi smo bili stariji, sestra je rođena u Livnu, ja sam rođen kod Duvna, gdje je i mama, otac u Bugojnu, idemo dolje glasovati. Za što? Jeste li za suverenu, znači Socijalistička republika Bosna i Hercegovina, Skupština Socijalističke republike Bosne i Hercegovine, obrazac 29. veljače, februara i 1. ožujka, marta 1992. godine. Pitanje za izjašnjavanje. Jeste li za suverenu nezavisnu Bosnu i Hercegovinu, državu ravnopravnih građana, naroda Bosne i Hercegovine, muslimana, Srba, Hrvata i pripadnika drugih naroda koji u njoj žive? Naravno da smo mogli glasovati jer smo upisani u knjigu državljana u tada tim socijalističkim republikama. To vam govorim iz čistoga razloga kada govorimo o suverenosti i neovisnosti Bosne i Hercegovine, da upravo govorim iz ove činjenice, jer sam glasovao za neovisnost i suverenost Bosne i Hercegovine. Ali onda isto tako govorim o tome da to nije samo bilo tada i nije to bilo samo u Daytonu. Imate, zašto se slavi 25.11. Zašto je to nacionalni praznik Bosne i Hercegovine? Jer je to odluka Zavnobiha iz 1943. godine. Tada socijalistička Jugoslavija bila je državnopravni nasljednik određenih odluka institucija koje je bilo zakonodavno tijelo taj AVNOJ I što je u njoj pisalo? Pogledajte što je pisalo isto tako, da Bosna i Hercegovina nije ni muslimanska, ni srpska, ni hrvatska, nego je u isto vrijeme i muslimanska, i srpska, i hrvatska. Prema tome, mi ne govorimo o Daytonu kao jednoj novo tvorevini nečega gdje su izmišljeni narodi i tako dalje. To je bitno znati. I kada objašnjavamo strancima, što vi kažemo, onda govorimo to. Jer postoji, nažalost, površnost. Recepcija znanja je uvijek recepcija jednog školskog sata. Da biste vi zapravo poznavali multietnički karakter Bosne i Hercegovine, onda treba postojati određeno znanje, a ne može se eksperimentirati u Bosni i Hercegovini. Svi oni koji su to radili ovih godina, a osobito visoki predstavnici koji su mijenjali određene amandmane i donesili ne mudre odluke, naštetili su zapravo institucionalnoj funkcionalnosti Bosne i Hercegovine i njezinom ustavno-pravnom poretku. Znači, ako govorimo o Daytonskom sporazumu koji ima svoja načela, jedna država, dva entiteta, tri konstitutivna naroda, koji podrazumijeva check and balance, što znači podjela vlasti, ali on zapravo je dizajniran tako da prevenira dominaciju bilo kojeg naroda. I nije stvar u tome u veličini toga naroda ili nekoga ima 1 milion, 500.000 i tako dalje. Pogledajte recimo švicarski model. Dakle, mi imamo takvih modela. Nije Bosna i Hercegovina jedina zemlja koja je multietnička minijatura. Imate švicarski model, imate 75% njemačkih švicaraca, imate 20% Francuza, 5% Italijana i 0,07% retro-romana. Ali svi su, što bi rekao gospodin Rotert, gleichberechtigt, nicht wahr? To ili parity of esteem, što podrazumijeva znači just and equality. Ili kako je rekao kolega, to će se sjetiti Simon Harris, bivši ministar Irske, sada već na berlinskom procesu u Belfastu, tamo vam je zid. U Bosni i Hercegovini nema zida, ali tamo je zid. Protestant, katolik. Protestant, katolik. Inače, dragi Rejsulema, gospodin Christian Schmidt je Franke, a Franke su na sjeveru Bavarske i on je protestant, luteran, ali njegova supruga Marija je katolkinja. Dakle, to ja znam. A inače, kada govorimo o državljanstvima Hrvati, mislim da više Bošnjaka ima hrvatsko državljanstvo u Bosni i Hercegovini ima, to znam ja. A mi znamo jako puno pomoći i humanitarno kada je u pitanju i djeca i humanitarno i tako dalje kako bi se ishodilo, ali to znamo. Spomenuli ste, ne, ovo su simboli izuzetno važni. Pazite, Stolac, hrvatska vlada, bili smo zajedno, kolega Konaković i ja. Istina, postoje 2 škole pod istim krovom, ja bih rekao prije svega 2 programa pod istim krovom. Naravno, jer svako ima svoju kulturu i svako uči na svoj, jer oni mogu integrirati se malo više u redu. Ali smo dali fasadu na cijelu školu i mi smo dolje bili zajedno, mi se ponosimo na to. Ja sam sutra u jednom danu obići ću od rodnoga Duvna do Bugojna. U Bugojnu ću otvoriti kinodvoranu napretka koju financira hrvatska vlada. Meni je žao da Bugojno, koje je nekada cvjetalo, prekrasno, jedan prekrasan grad, gdje su zajedno u miru živjeli i Bošnjaci, i Hrvati, i Srbi, od 16.500 Hrvata nemate ni 2000. Ja sam razgovarao s načelnikom općine, najprije Hasanom Majkunovićem, sada drugim Mešićem i tako dalje. Sve ulice koje su imale hrvatske nazivlje, niti jedna ulica nema, pa ne mora se ona zvati po nekom, ne znam, Hrvatu iz Hrvatske. Neka se zove po nekom Hrvatu iz Bosne i Hercegovine. Pa imate pjesnika Antuna Branka Šimića, Silvije Strahimir Krančević. Ja sam se krstio u crkvi Svetog Ante Padovanskog, tamo je bila ulica Stipe Đereka, nema ni toga. Pa neka se zove onda Hercegovačka. Ako govorimo o Bosni, Kaže vam ne možete, kaže mom puncu reći da je Bosanac, on je Hercegovac. Zemlja se zove Bosna i Hercegovina. Kad kažete Trinitat, onda nešto nedostaje. Tobago. Dakle, moramo govoriti zemlju.
Evo, ministre, hvala vam lijepo.
A što se tiče, ne, važno je ovo isto i ja bi isto se složio, gospođa Zovko, važno je i zaštititi, mislim tu, meni je jako žao, a drago mi je sada, drago mi je iskoristiti mogućnost i evo, iskazati podršku i zaštitu, mislim, jer je bila doista i vulgarno napadana. Dakle, to ne pripada u javni prostor odgovornih političara i nikada doista nije govorila, koliko ja znam, kad govori o muslimanima.
To ću mi kod Kaja Kala srediti.
Inače, Hrvatski sabor je 1916. godine priznao islam kao službenu vjeru, prema tome to morate znati, a u Hrvatskom saboru sjedi isto predstavnik Bošnjača, Amir Hodžić.
Odlično, ministre, sad jedna stvar, rekli ste nešto da znate, pa onda das ist genug, wir sind fertig. Može li tako?
A kada Hrvatska podržava, zašto? Pa i Hrvatskoj ne treba ništa. Reis Ulema ima pravo kad voli Hrvatsku, jer je rekao da voli Hrvatsku. Ja iskreno vjerujem da Reis Ulema Mustafa Cerić voli Hrvatsku. Zašto? Zato što je Hrvatska od prvih dana priznala Bosnu i Hercegovinu, primala je 100.000 izbjeglica. Evo, tu je Mate Granić koji je vodio vladin ured za izbjeglice. Pa ja sam radio u tom uredu i mi smo radili prve anamneze i 700.000, a prošlo ih je još 300.000 prema Norveškoj, Švedskoj i tako dalje. Prema tome, mi imamo znanje, imamo iskustvo. I kada govorimo 22. srpnja 1995. godine, znači da nije bilo zajedničke akcije, pa dogodilo bi se nova Srebrenica i u Bihaću. To su sve situacije, informacije koje netko treba znati. Nama je u interesu cijela Bosna i Hercegovina. Cijela Bosna i Hercegovina u Europskoj uniji, u NATO-u i Hrvatska, osim članstva u OECD-u koji ćemo uskoro ostvariti, ne treba nam ništa. Najveći smo trgovački partner Bosni i Hercegovini. Radimo na povezivosti. Od povezivosti i infrastrukture nemaju samo Hrvati interese, nego i svi. Kada ulažemo u bolnicu u Mostaru, onda ulažemo u sve one koji se liječe tamo. I nitko ne pita na ulazu jesi ti ove ili one vjere, jesi ti ove ili one nacije. Prema tome, hrvatska vlada, Andrej Plenković je, dakle, svake godine povećavamo naš iznos pomoći. Negdje jučer smo ustanovili u Banja Luci 150 milijuna eura svake godine dajemo, a od toga svi profitiraju. I naravno da ovu južnu interkonekciju, da je to u interesu svih nas, da se želimo osloboditi i biti neovisni od ruskog plina i nafte. Tako da, kada govorimo danas ovdje, ja sam ovdje htio, moja intencija je bila i nas svih ovdje, i imate 3 zapravo panela, i povijesni, i politički, i znanstveni, upravo da u miru argumentima razgovaramo, a ne da namećemo neke narative, jer stajališta vlastita se ne mogu dokazati ako nema racionalnog objašnjenja i ako nema argumenata. Bitno je da su argumenti i bitno je da su poštovanje. Ja sam na početku rekao, ako ste me slušali, peace requires building a relationship with people you disagree with, and you always will disagree with. And listen to the version of the history, which is not your version of the history. Prema tome, poštujmo se. Vi imate svoju verziju, ali mi se moramo poštovati. Ako nema poštovanja, onda nema života i suživota. I zato je bitno, ja sam siguran da ćemo mi dogodine ili za 2 godine ili za 3 godine imati isto tako jednu konferenciju ovakvu, ali gdje ćemo moći reći ostvarili smo rezultate. Ja u svemu svome ovom vidim zapravo jednu, iako je žustra rasprava, ali vidim jednu pitomost u smislu dobrote ljudi. Vi imate svi dobro srce ovdje. To je važno.
Znate što je još važno u životu? Poštovati ono što kaže moderator. To je jako, jako bitno. Svugdje je bitno. I kada budete u ponedjeljak u Briselu na vrlo zanimljivoj skraćenici FAQ-u, odnosno Foreign Affairs Councilu, vidjet ću koliko će vam danas dati vremena. Vaš kolega.
Ne, ja uvijek kada govorim, evo kolega zna i kada su znači, ministri Zapadnog Balkana, mi imamo informalne, imamo radne sastanke, to su večere i tako dalje, ja uvijek govorim, apsolutno moje je pravo, ja to osjećam i ustavno pravo, dakle, želim vidjeti, ovdje ja ne ulazim u koncepte, niti u preustroje, ja ne ulazim u to. Ja želim samo vidjeti pravo hrvatskog naroda u Bosni i Hercegovini da ga ostvari, da ima jednaka prava kao i ostala dva konstitutivna naroda. O tome ja govorim. A koja su modeli i koji su načini dolaženja do toga? To je na političkim liderima u Bosni i Hercegovini da to ostvare dogovorom, a tu će Hrvatska biti apsolutno od pomoći uvijek što god treba. Iskreni zagovaratelj svi evropskih, euroatlantskih integracija Bosne i Hercegovine. Da nije bilo Hrvatske, ne bi Bosna i Hercegovina dobila status kandidata u prosincu 23. i ne bi u ožujku 24. prošle godine se otvorili pregovarački okvir. Naravno, još treba donijeti ta dva zakona, tu treba malo volje i tako dalje. Idemo, krenimo. Mislim da Bosna i Hercegovina zaslužuje evropsku viziju, evropsku perspektivu,
odlično.
Kao i NATO perspektivu, slažem se s vama.
Mislim da smo s tim završili. A ovo sada ću jako zapamtiti to nepoštivanje moderatora. Ali ja hvala vam svima na vašoj pozornosti. Thank you very much for your attention. We heard that in Bosnia and Herzegovina there is a lot of disagreement actually, but homegrown disagreement. So maybe they will have a time to agree on something to lead them.
We have reached the end of this today on a conference, and it was really, I knew that so it will be so. It's positive outcome. I wished you just the enjoyable day, pleasant day, but of course with a fruitful discussion and positive outcome. It was really, it has been a pleasure to welcome you here in Zagreb, in Croatia, that you like. And so I will be more than happy to host you again once. Your participation has enriched our vision and given us an impetus or reason to continue on this path of curating open and tolerant dialogues. Tolerant dialogues. For that we are very grateful. This was our goal from the start. Thanks our also mediators who were moderators who were excellent and who contribute to our discussion. I also hope that today's conference will inspire all the relevant actors and legitimate representatives of the three constituent peoples here in Bosnia and Herzegovina so that it truly may become peaceful, Bosnia and Herzegovina, free and prosperous on its path to transatlanticism. If we are to meet in 5 years, 35 years, 5 years, but so we will commemorate 35th anniversary. So on this topic again, may it be in a framing where all the today's major issues on Bosnia and Herzegovina will be nothing more but a relic of the past. A word of thanks to all involved in preparation of this conference, as to all who have logged in there and followed our deliberations via their internet. I express also my gratitude to my team, our team, led by Mr. Anton Buklijaš, his team, my protocol, Chief of Protocol Mirta, she is here. You know, there's differences between the terrorists and protocols. With protocols, they are not negotiations. For those tired and possibly if need, of course, for refreshment, so we deserve it, and I know I am a little bit. Please feel free to join us after the formal and of today's conference at the reception just are outside. Finally, in the spirit of the upcoming holidays, may we all be blessed with peace, understanding and tolerance. They should guide our way. For those celebrating, I wish you a Merry and blessed Christmas and, of course, Happy New Year to all. I wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grlić-Radman. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all from my side. I wish you all the very best for the upcoming holidays. Until next time, my sincere regards. Thank you and good luck.